Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello and welcome to the Last Chance Qualifier FC26. It's all part of the wider FC Pro World Championship here on the road to the Esports World Cup. Absolute pleasure to be welcoming you into what plans to be a jam-packed, action-packed 4 days of FC26 action. You're going to be joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Jaime Alvarez-Gravison for today. Ryan Pessoa will be picking up the pieces later on this afternoon. Grav, this is the last stop. This is the last opportunity for a ticket into the play-ins, which then has the opportunity at the FC Pro World Championships. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling hyped. I mean, that intro was amazing, to be fair, and I'm really looking forward to what we will be seeing today, because the last major tournament that we had was on May, and of course the whole game was different. I mean, the meta was different, the playstyles were different. We were seeing 2 to 3 playstyles. Now we're seeing 3 to 4 playstyles each player. So both you and I are massive foot players. I'm curious to see, is Lengthy still going to be used on the wings, or is it a control kind of accelerate? Are we seeing maybe a change of formations? I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be an unbelievable viewing experience, not only for us, but everyone at home as well. We can see you at home as well. Let us know your thoughts. It's going to be an interactive stream over the next 4 days. Well, let me give you a deep dive of what to expect here. This is the tournament format for the Last Chance Qualifier. 512 players take part in Phase 1. That is where we are today and tomorrow. This is going to be the top 4 of each group go to Phase 2, where there'll be 32 groups of 16. This is all best of 1 matches. As for Phase 2, we whittle it down to 128 participants. Once again, 8 groups of 16, where the top 4 will advance into Phase 3. This is on Saturday. We will have 32 players, 14 opportunities to go to the play-ins. It's a double elimination bracket with tiebreaker best of 1 matches played between them. The last 4 players eliminated will determine the final 2 qualified players. So it's 8, 4, and then that last shot for the final 2 players. Those 14 players will go into Sunday's play-ins, where we will find 10 opportunities to go into the FC Pro World Championships. There's a lot to unpack here, Grav, but it's very simple. We start at Phase 1, win and continue. That is the goal.
That is indeed the goal. So I know it might be confusing for some people at home, but I'm sure as you will be watching throughout the days, it'll definitely be more understandable to you as we explain it day by day. But I'm just thinking about how back in 2021 I qualified for the World Championship on that last game, but I'm not sure if you commented. I think you did, Rich.
Against police.
Yes. And it was a similar format to this, because I did lose a couple of games against Ustun, first in the winner bracket, then in the loser bracket, and then we have this kind of, let's just call it second chance to qualify. And I think that those are always massive games, so I'm really looking forward to that Sunday, because I feel like those last 4 matches are going to be huge. But Rich, I'm really looking forward to some players during this weekend, because we don't have many Spaniards. We have Tundi, who was great in Portugal, but I'm curious to see how he's going to play after 3 months. And then, of course, Nit, because during this La Liga season, he wasn't great, to be fair, but you can never count Nit out. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these Spaniards. Is there any player that you're currently looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in this morning session, the session that we'll be covering, myself and Grav this morning before Ryan jumps in for the closing moments of Pool A. That's what we'll call it. Well, this is all Group A this morning, and there's 8 specific then subcategories of A. A1, A2, A3, if you're wondering what we're referencing. Some players that I think we just have to be on the lookout for. Guy Barros, he's in Pool A1 this morning. I mean, such a top talent. The fact that he's even here, it is a little bit surprising. You're looking at Eljar Peixoto, Auburn, he's in Pool A3. Encante and Fuma, they're in the same pool in A5. We have to obviously talk about, after I've just mentioned a few players here, the location change as well. We've got Tuga, we're looking at Nixneb in Pool A7, and then Rampazzo, a player that I've had the opportunity to watch plenty of times, especially in the Commonwealth Libertadores over the last couple of years. He's going to be rounding out Pool A8. Location change. It was announced a few months ago that we were no longer with the Esports World Cup taking place in Riyadh, but we've now moved to Paris. The Expo de, I think, Port de Versailles. In particular, we're going to be taking part this last chance qualifier and the playings in the STC arena and the qualification stage. It's going to be very interesting because a lot of those European players weren't able to travel out to Riyadh. Now there's no real excuse. I think Nixneb, one of those players that didn't really go over to Riyadh to participate in the LCQ. Now he's playing. Does the competition level take a step up with the amount of European players that are going to be partaking this weekend?
I think so. I think we, as you just mentioned, for example, Tundi and Nid, the 2 Spaniards, weren't going to be able to go to Riyadh, and now they are going to Paris. So I feel like the level has just gone up really high just by that small chance. But I'm just looking at the chat because I see some love. Let's go Cosimo Guarnieri. I know the Italians are there to support their players, and we had the chance to commentate with Obrun, who I thought he had, of course, last year he had a great season. This year he had a good season, but then on the finals he wasn't lucky with his bracket, to be fair. And I'm curious to see how Obrun is going to play, because I feel like he's one of those players who can even qualify when he's not playing well, but when he's playing at his best, he's unstoppable.
I mean, look at the history of the Esports World Cup, partaking alongside last year as well with the FC Pro World Championships. Both players, I think Manu Bachore came through the play-ins, not the last chance qualifier, but through the play-ins, then went on to win the World Championship. The Esports World Cup the year before, Jafonso came through the last chance qualifier and then went on to win the entire tournament. So I think there is that confidence you can take from these 512 players. If you're one of the 14 that go through into the play-ins, and then you're picking up, already have played the last 3 days of action, you're then coming in very confident, you're coming in very hot into a Sunday, maybe against players who haven't been playing the last couple of days. I think there is definitely a confidence boost you can get from that. Let's jump in to the live shots of the arena if we can, and we can show you around the venue a little bit, I believe. Let's head on over there if we've got the capability to do so. I think kickoffs should be coming up anytime soon. Obviously, me and Grav, we're not there in Paris right now. We are in different parts of the world, but we will try our very best to keep you up to date with what is happening, how the games are unfolding, and not only that, but show you some live shots of those players as well. You've played in these last chance qualifiers. I think it was Sweden, Jönköping,
Yes.
2 years ago. How is it as a player? Because it feels quite stressful. There's a lot to manage. Sometimes games get pushed back. Sometimes games get delayed. You just have to roll with the punches. How actually is it?
I think it's a fairly different scenario compared to FC Pro, compared to La Liga, or even the international tournaments. Because, for example, I'm now retired, but I started playing back in 2014-15, and this was the format that we used to play back in the days. It was open tournaments with, for example, in Spain it was 100 to 200 players, and it was this format in which you may play at 1 hour, but of course with the amount of matches that are taking place, it can get pushed back a tiny bit. And not only that, but when you're playing, there are so many things happening just beside you. Like, there is a player playing at your left, there's a player playing at your right, that maybe when he scores a goal, he just punches the table, or maybe the one on the left is talking with his coach. And I feel like I really like this format because, in my opinion, you have to be mentally prepared to whatever happens. I feel like when you're playing at, let's just say, FC Pro World Championship or whatever, everything is kind of controlled around you, and many players are really good at that. But some players are not as good when they're, let's just say, distractions happening around them. So I'm a big fan of this tournament. I really used to love them when I was playing, and I feel like this is the best FC that we can get, because not only the distractions make the best players play at their best, but as well, there are always kind of Cinderella stories, Rich. There are always players that they might not get the recognition that they deserve, but then the last chance qualifier kicks in and they play 6-8 matches at their best level and they qualify.
I think we saw it, was it 2 years ago in Jönköping with Goal Poacher? He was one of those players that was, look, he won the Premier League alongside Dami with Norwich a couple of years before that, but he was always on that periphery. There was an opportunity for him to break out. I think a lot of people knew he had quality, but just never really had the tournament to show it. He went in there, I think he beat Anders in one of the in the earlier rounds. He went on to obviously qualify into the Esports World Cup, and that's one of those moments where it's just like, wow, we've done it. We've qualified. And I think just qualifying through is a huge, huge success. Funny story. Back in the day when I think it used to be Mike LaBelle who used to play, he used to say these like online tournaments, he'd be playing and they would actually used to be stood up when he used to play, Grav, and they'd be stood up next to each other, and he'd hold the controller like this, and he'd be playing, and he used to say, I had to get every advantage. He'd play with his elbows out, and he'd just give him a little elbow in the shoulder or in the chest. It was always very, very interesting to watch and sort of funny to hear from Matt LaBelle on these tournaments. I can see a lot of people in the chat. I can see a lot of people at home asking where the games are. The action will be coming up, I can assure you of that. But for right now, we're going to take a short break just to get everything finalized, get the games ready, get everything set up. And when we get back, the last chance qualifier for FC26 will be kicking off, and we'll be finding out which players are going to be starting their journey in Paris with a victory. We'll see you very soon. Well, welcome back and thank you for bearing with us here at the Last Chance Qualifier. We bring you back into the action on day one of what plans to be an extravagant 4 days of FC26 at the very highest level. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, alongside Gravison to guide you through this, I would say morning, now afternoon, early afternoon session, following groups A1 through A8. And you can see the players are in. And we're soon to be getting games underway. Some familiar faces there.
A lot of them.
Down on the screen. Is that Rami Luiso there, just walking around the venue as well? Got Rampazzo
as well.
in there.
Diogo.
Yeah.
Cosimo Guarnieri over there. Some familiar faces, Rich. I mean, it's looking good.
It certainly is. Let's show you what is going to be coming up then today. This is how the format will unfold. Phase 1 through Phase 3. That is 3 days of action. Thursday, Friday and Saturday. 512 players will kickstart their campaign today in order to progress into tomorrow. You have to finish in the top 4 and you then will go into 8 groups of 16 players. Similar story, 128 players. You finish in the top 4, you go through to Phase 3. That is where the format slightly changes. We go to a double elimination bracket where only 14 players will make it to the play-ins. Once you get to the play-ins, that's where Sunday kicks off. Qualification Sunday, where 10 players will make it from the play-ins into the FC Pro World Championships. And just to maybe give you a taster of some of those players who are waiting in the play-ins, it is the very best of the best. We're talking Tex, we're talking the One-Os, Nathan SR, Mark 11, Johnny, Levy Finn, Neat. All these players already sort of waiting and raring to go in the play-ins. Sharif, Young, Yuval, and 14 players from the Last Chance Qualifier going into Sunday's play-ins. Grav, you've been in this situation many times before. You've competed at this level in venues just like this as we go into the STC Contenders Arena. How is it? Obviously, we've had a few delays. We've had an hour or so to wait for people to get ready. It's important to keep the mental state in a very calm place, to just, look, I can't control these things, control what I can control.
I think it'll be easier for the more experienced players. So, for example, I'm looking at Andoni over there, besides Diogo. They've been around for quite a long time now. They've been competing for 7, 8, 9 years. So, even though it's still a different format nowadays with the FC Pro format and the format that we've seen for the last 3-4 years, they still know how to be at their best, even though there's an hour delay in the tournament. So I'm really looking forward to see how the experienced players are gonna be playing these first matches, but then how the youngsters are gonna adapt to this format as well. I'm really looking forward to it, and I think I saw a tweet, I think it was today, and Andoni mentioned how this could be potentially for him the last tournament he ever plays in FC. So hopefully he qualifies for plays in the World Championship.
How is that though? Because you've been in that situation where I don't think you officially put it out there, but you are retired now. When you know in your head that this is it, this is the last tournament I'm going to be playing in, I maybe don't have the drive anymore, maybe don't have the time, maybe don't have the skill to do it at that level. How does that affect you? Because it must affect you.
It is extremely hard because I feel like there are two things that can happen. You can retire at your top game, let's just say winning a tournament, or even if you're not winning, playing really well. And I think that's the best way to go. Or the game can retire you. Like you can play tournaments and you can see how you're losing in the first rounds. You can see how, for me, it was how I used to play against players in which prior to the game I was thinking like, there's not a chance in the world that this player will beat me. And then that happened, they didn't beat you. But then at the latest stages, at least of my career, I was playing against players in which I would think maybe I win this match or I lose it. And then I go to lose it. And I'm thinking, okay, 6 years ago, there wasn't a chance in the world in which this player would beat me. So I think it's fairly hard because mentally you're not prepared to retire, but the competition itself tells you you're just not that good.
You look at someone like Andoni, him in particular. He was a world champion. He won the club championships back in 2022 alongside Tuga with his team, and you look at the success that he's had. He has had a successful career. If you look at the amount of people who play competitively, FC and pre-FC as well, he's achieved something not a lot of people have ever done, and there is success there. But when you've had success, it's probably even harder to retire because you are used to winning, you are used to competing. Some of the names alongside Andoni that to sort of bring you, and especially in groups A1 through A8 that you want to keep an eye on, we can actually show you in a bracket format instead of me just saying them. Let's have a look at the bracket and we can look at the matchups that we're going to be looking at. This is Pool A5. Some big names in this group. Fuma has got the bye into the next round, so he's going to be starting from round 2. But there's a lot of familiar names in there. Impacts, Encante, Harvey Waters, SLB Barretel at the bottom there, Romaninho as well. Some good players in this group.
Definitely. Hugo King now is a Spanish player who's, I think, just 18. And he just made the Foot Champs record in Spain with, I think it was like 150 wins, which, let's just say competitively, it means nothing. But I'm looking forward to see how he plays. And of course, Fuma. There has been a lot of love from the chat, from the S8 fans about Fuma. So don't worry, you'll see him later today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just heading over as well. We can see you at home as well in the chats, whether on YouTube or on Twitch. I know there's a few people doing watch-alongs as well, seeing how all the action does unfold. So, hello, thank you for joining us and sticking with us during that slight technical delay. Predictions on this group, Grav. I mean, if you're looking at the favourites, you would imagine that Fuma probably advances as one of the top 2 players. Yeah,
it looks like it. I'm actually curious to see how Harvey Waters plays. I've not seen him in a while, and back in the Premier League, I was a fan of the way he played the game, so I'm curious to see. Impacts, I've been following his TikTok videos for a long time now, so I'm curious to see how that, because I feel like he understands the game well. I'm curious to see how he translates that into the competition itself. But it looks that there is a main favorite, at least in the upper bracket, which is Fuma. And for me, it should be Encante, the favorite on the lower bracket, but we never know.
Yeah, in every group, there's sort of that one player that's already got the buy into the next round through groups 1A1 to A8. Going to be interesting to see how this tournament does unfold. Let's go back into the arena and see the live action. I know a lot of people want to see the players and see if they can spot some of their favourites sitting down, getting ready to play. So if we can, let's go back to the arena shots and we can see people starting to take their seats. We should be getting ready to kick off very shortly indeed. You're watching the Last Chance Qualifier FC26, part of the wider Esports World Cup on the road to the FC Pro World Championships. Play-ins will be taking place on Sunday, where we will find 10 players to go into the FC Pro World Championships, which all kicks off 22nd of July. Week in break in between the action from the qualifiers into the main event, where one player will be lifting the Diogo Jota FC Pro World Championship title. Manu Bichore did it 2 years in a row.
He did.
Sorry, 2 years. Not in a row, so to say. Could he make it a three-peat? Could he be the first ever 3-time world champion? I mean, looking at the history books, it's Anders Vergangs to lose this year. 4 tournaments, 4 wins for the Danish player, and I'm sure as part of the Esports World Cup as well, he will want Team Falcons to be there with him as well. 1,000 points on the club championship, which you can't forget about, because that's a huge incentive as well.
Huge one. I mean, Of course, Anders is competing for the glory and for his chance of being declared the best player in the history of the game. But I'm sure, especially after last year, with the way he competed at Saudi, I'm sure he'll be looking for points for Team Falcons for that club championship. As we just have a look at this match between Luchiñas and Shota, which will start shortly, as we could just see how they're preparing. I wanted to ask the chat prior to this, when we had the broad look of the arena, if you had the chance to look at your favorite players, because I did see Nixnep at the lower left side of my screen, and I did see Navarrete at the central part of my screen, but I don't know if you guys at the chat had a chance to pick at any of your favorite players competing here, the last chance qualifier. Back to Manu Bashir, Rich. For me, Manu Bashir is the GOAT of this esport because he did it 2 times, and for me, the World Championship is the defining maturity of the GOAT conversation. As we have direct confirmation from production, the games will start in 5 minutes. But I want to ask you, Rich, does this season from Anders reminds you of 2019 Tex? Do you think that could happen? Him dominating the whole year to then not win at the World Championship?
I'll be honest, this might sound really boring, and people might be like, "Well, what's the point of even going and playing?" I genuinely think if Anders plays well, nobody beats him. I think it's as simple as that. I really do believe because also now he has been winning so consistently. He also thinks that if I play well, there's not anybody who can beat me. And when you've got the mindset, and when you've also got the ability, the confidence that he possesses, it's a real scary combination. And he wants to make history. He wants to be a world champion again. He wants to have the most dominant season ever in FC history. And look, could one of these players from the last chance qualifier, there will be potentially somebody there from the last chance qualifier into the play-ins, all the way in to the FC Pro World Championships. Could somebody dethrone him? That is the question that everybody will be wanting to answer. But until then, we've got to find out who's going to be progressing, firstly, into tomorrow, into Saturday, should I say, because that is the big question on everyone's mind. Who is going to be going all the way? Who can keep their composure as well? We've had a pretty lengthy delay here in the STC Contenders Hall, but players are sat down now and games should be getting underway very shortly. I can see players sort of leaning into their screens, headsets are getting put on.
Yep.
I don't think we're far away at all here, Graf.
No, doesn't look like it. As you can see, players are preparing. They're probably preparing their squads. They might be training a bit to see how they'll perform. I'm curious to see, because I did have 3 main questions coming into today, because for the people at home, maybe people, because it's July and some people stop playing the game, but I feel like this year there are loads of people playing the game still in July. At least from the TikTok videos that I make and stuff, there are loads of people playing the game still. So I had 3 different questions coming into today that I wanted to be answered by the professional players. I'm curious to see as I mentioned before, the lengthy control accelerated meta on the wingers, because I feel like back in March, April, it was a lengthy meta, but now when you have the 99 pace players, you still have the 99 agility and other substats of the skin attributes. I'm curious to see if it's gonna be a controlled meta or a lengthy meta. That's the first question that I want to ask the professional players. So let's see how they answer me with their gameplay. Curious about formations, because I've been using the 4-4-2 for the last month on Foot Champs, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be meta enough to compete at the highest level. And then I'm curious to see the strikers, because I feel like during the whole season, we did see a lot of Claudia Pina, a lot of, to be fair, the Barcelona women team,
yep.
Ica Nazareth, Salma Parayuelo, even Eva Pajor. You always saw those strikers at the start of the game and during the whole game, but now it's July. You think we'll see different strikers? I'm really looking forward to that team selection, Rich.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. For the FC Pro World Championships, we do have draft restrictions. For this last chance qualifier, to my knowledge, I think it's just use what you want. So there's, it's probably going to be very, very expensive, a lot of these teams. I think with some of the greatest of the game icons that came in very recently into the game, anyone who's got 4 playstyle pluses basically just gets priority with the ability. I think lengthy is the way to go, especially on the fullbacks, especially on the wingers. It's a shame that I don't believe players can customize Evos.
Don't think so.
To my knowledge. So the Glory Hunters, the National Pride items, someone like Rafael Leao, for example, who just came out, last week was it, in the Champs tokens?
Yes.
A lot of people, if they could, might have him off the left, a lengthy winger, 99 pace. But obviously we're not on the ground, but I'm almost certain that you're not allowed to use those sort of players with the customizable Evos attached to them. So there is going to be it's going to be pretty standard, I think, in my opinion, in terms of the squad selection and the options that have been offered up, so to say. I know if you look at the any sort of high-rated players right now, it's all the players with 4 or 5 playstyle pluses. The path to glory probably will take priority. Someone like Rodri, if you're using a DM, if you're using a centre mid, anyone who's got, Rodri, he's got pinged, ticky, intercept, and anticipate, I think, as his 4 playstyle pluses.
Yeah.
The path to glory item.
Has to be Jude Bellingham as well.
Jude is incredible. I really, really like Adam Wharton.
Yep.
As a centre mid as well. Ticky, pinged, incisive, and intercept as his 4 playstyle pluses.
Should we have? Sorry, Rich. Should we have a discussion about Adam Wharton for the World Cup as well? Why is he not in there?
Well, I don't want to talk about that. But all we need to know is, so far it's worked out. And that's all that matters. Hopefully, we'll be wrapped up before the France game tonight.
Hopefully. I did ask about Rami about the restrictions and the promo players, see if they could have them onto their teams with the playstyle. So as soon as Rami replies to me, because as you guys know, Rami will be there reporting. So if you have any doubts about results or anything, I'm sure you can jump on Twitter and see how Rami. And you can ask him directly probably, and he'll reply to you. But we'll let you know as soon as we know about squad restrictions, Rich.
So I'm just looking through the pools here. We do have a couple of buys that have come in. So I may as well update you while we've got them. I believe this is a buy. Sean beat Youssef Benji. That's in pool A1. So Sean is in the winners quarter final. He's taking on WLG Craig Harris. I'm just going to look through all the groups while we're slightly waiting here. Luke Downing won his game. Whether or not that's a buy, I don't know, but he's already into the next game. Rastarata and Paul Beast underway in their winners quarter final matchup right now. Oberon is in the winners semi-final already. I think he got 2 buys in his games.
Wow.
That's in pool A3, as did JH7. Salmon, he's taking on Killer Freak. Nicholas Rank is playing Rata 4. As for pool A4, I'm seeing no input. A5, not much happening. Gorilla, I don't actually think Gorilla's there. I think I saw him streaming last night. But he got a buy in his opening game. And then I imagine the person who then plays against him is going to get a buy again. We'll get a confirmation on that. But plenty unfolding without a ball even being kicked so far, Graf.
Yeah, and the games should be starting at any time now. As you can see, the Luquinhas just pointing someone. Should be underway soon, Rich. Looking forward to it. Of course, these things happen. Sometimes you buy your spot at the last chance qualifier and you're not able to travel, so that's why the buys come in. But hopefully this winners round 1, of course we'll have matches, but then when we're underway with round 2 and 3, that'll be winners quarterfinal and semi-final, we'll have the matches with no buys.
We do apologise for the delay. I know there's a lot of people who want to see some FC26 action. It looks like the admin's taking a picture of a code there. So we are, I would say, estimate 2 minutes away. 3 minutes away. Once that code gets sent over, once it gets inputted in, we should be kicking off very, very shortly. Once again, thank you for sticking with us. Once this first game is underway, we should have action back to back to back with all the matches simply flowing like water into one another. But right now, the dam just a little bit broken at the top of the river. But with this many players, Gravs, things like this we don't expect, but sometimes they do happen, and it's just all about not only for us but for the players down there as well, and for people at home just staying patient, because the action will be coming, and both players sitting up in their chairs. It looks like we are about to get our first taste of some gameplay here. FC26 last chance qualifier live from Paris, the STC Contenders Hall. We're about to kick off. Richard Buckley alongside Gravison to guide you through this opening matchup here. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. If you've got support for either of these two players, let it be heard, let it be seen, because they potentially could be 2 defeats away from their FC Pro World Championship qualification falling through their hands. As you see the team on the screen for the first time there, Graf.
Yes, so I received confirmation from Rami Lueso that we don't have any squad restrictions, but as we had just a quick pick of the team, I don't think they'll have the Glory Hunters as the starting 11, because I did see the road to the final of the Feminine Champions League. So because we saw Salma Parayuelo, Kika Nazareth, and we did see some Path of to Glory players, but I don't think we saw any Glory Hunters.
You see just a small collection of players there behind Luquinhas.
Yes.
Looks like he's going to have a bit of support there. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone that I can tell, but it's very, very small behind him there. And an early pause comes in. As you see, the first selection of players here. Jude Bellingham, as we expected. There's Salma Parayuelo out wide. Matty Cash up against her. And a double pause.
Double pause, yeah.
Which I imagine probably for a setting change, maybe for a just wanting to clear the ball along. I don't know if that was meant to be out of play.
I think so.
Yeah.
Ibior, one of the best players from the Team of the Season promo, still being used at the moment. And it's a 4-4-1-1 against the 4-4-1-1 at the moment. So formation-wise, looks like it's fairly similar compared to what we saw a couple of months ago in May in the Champions League.
And just as we expected, changes coming in here. He was playing on alternate. So no wonder he tried clearing the ball long. Probably went to pass it. Oh, don't worry, chat. We will be there. We will be there. We will have these games flowing very, very shortly. We'll keep an eye on the brackets as well. Any news coming through those brackets, we will bring you. The winner of this game actually plays Romaninho in the next round. He got a bye in his opening game.
Match.
As we are back underway here. Luquinhas from left to right.
that's the thing with the lengthy against control accelerate. Like that wasn't Dembele, it was a lengthy player that was open goal. But it seems like the players are still being adjusting to the game, because of course there has been an hour and a half delay, so it takes time, especially after those delays, to just jump in and start playing at their best. Curious to see how they'll play. I did see Florian Wirtz using the technical playstyle clause. That could have been first chance. Dembele going through. It's 1-0.
Lovely finish. Ousmane Dembele through on goal, opened up his body and just found that far corner. Now he's playing on the right controls. Goes 1-0 up.
He was looking for it. It was the same attack for 3 times now. For the passing to a striker or the cam. And then that incisive pass coming into Dembele. Didn't work out the 2 times. It worked out well the third one. It's 1-0.
Llorente is a midfielder. It looks like he's playing... Not too sure. Looks like he might be playing centre mid there.
Looks like it, yeah.
He obviously came out of packs as a right back, but he has that alternate position in midfield. Is there not better options in that position though, as Florian Wirtz finds the top corner? 1-1 inside the opening 14 minutes, and another pause comes through there from Liquiñas.
I'm not a fan of Marcos Llorente.
He's done something to the players behind him.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of Marcos Llorente. I'm just looking at his stats. 93 long pass, 91 curve. I just don't think the passing stats are good enough for a center midfielder. Even though I will say he has 99 vision, 95 short pass, which is good, but the rest of it, I wouldn't say I'm a fan.
There's better options. No?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like there's much better options in there.
100%.
Jude being probably the standout.
For sure. I mean, even I tried Emi Buendia, the road to the final item. I thought he was quite good. You mentioned the Adam Wharton. For me, it's a far better option than Marcos Llorente. I'm curious because back in April when we were playing at the La Liga finals and then the ECL finals as well in May, we started seeing players using the analog sprinting. And I'm curious to see how 2 months after that, let's just say the general pool of players competing are using the analog sprinting or are still using the technical one. Because we saw Shota using the Florian Wirtz technical. I'm curious to see if we will be seeing that along a lot of times, or maybe we will see the analog sprinting. I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're back underway, there's Maldini alongside Jaap Stam. If you're interested in the team selection, I'll try and run it through you very quickly. Frenkie de Jong, Ousmane Dembele as the wide mid, Johan Cruyff alongside, looks like Nazareth up top. There's Salma once again in behind. There's the rapid activating, advanced spin inside. Lovely finish into the far corner. 2-1. A counter-attack, perfectly executed.
Wow, what a goal. What a goal indeed. Yeah, punch roulette. Gotta tell you, I just don't know how to use it back at home. Not good enough to use it now. But if you're expecting your opponent to just bruiser and advance defend you, it's a great chance to just go for that skill and then the finesse.
Do you know what that spin is right there? It's a Pro Club special. Anyone who thinks they're somewhat decent at the game, every time they get the ball out wide, will do that skill move without fail. It's just, it's part and parcel. It's like having an X in your name. If you've got an X in your name and an underscore, you know ball. And that skill move as well. Llorente, 3-1.
Great finish. Is he a Richard Buckley special as well? Or just Pro Club special?
Just the Pro Club special.
As we just see Loquinha scoring the third goal of the match, which was a poor defense coming in for Shota, to be fair. with the team press being activated quite a bit late. Then the player switching, which was a bit late as well. 3-1. It seems like Luquinhas is attacking well now.
Well, it seems like he's got his settings correct.
Yes, yes, he did.
So it took him 15 minutes to get everything sorted, but now he's feeling a lot more comfortable on the sticks, and he's leading 3-1 here. If this is the first time you're watching FC26 competitive action, we play 9-minute halves, over one match of gameplay. So that's 18 minutes of action, but we don't play two legs, we don't play best of three, it's just a simple one and done to decide who wins and who loses. Lovely through ball, there's Parejo. That's going to be a game changer. Travella into the bottom corner. Goals galore in Paris.
And I'm sure Ryan Pessoa will be happy with this finish when he jumps on commentary later in the day. He's been chatting about the game changer playstyle for quite a long time now. And if you're talking on the wing with, let's just say, a left winger who's left-footed, you should always go for those game changer finishing moves.
Yeah, the contextual game changer, Travella, just comes in so clutch.
It does. I will say when I'm using left wing on the left who's left-footed, great defense, or a right winger who's right-footed, and he doesn't have game changer, or he doesn't have the finesse playstyle, it's a big no for me.
Absolutely. Do you know, get Matty Cash off this pitch right now. Get Matty Cash off that's 3 times he's been done on that right-hand side of the defence. Surely there's a better right back.
Surely.
I could think of 10.
The thing with Matty Cash, I'm not sure if he's lengthy or not. I will check in just a second. Returning by Kika Nazareth, but I'm 100% sure he doesn't have Bruiser. And I don't think you can use a fullback without Bruiser at this stage of the game.
It feels like a bad pick, I'll be completely honest.
It does.
Just having a look. No, he doesn't have Bruiser, Silva, or gold.
Yeah, I remember that because I tried him back.
Can go lengthy, but doesn't have Bruiser.
I mean, it's just like, I do think Bruiser plays, even after a patch, I do think the Bruiser playstyle is the best playstyle. Even on defense, it doesn't matter if it's a fullback or a centre back. And I think you need to have the gold playstyle, but no silver playstyle, come on, it's just like a big no.
Yeah. Johan Cruyff, lovely play there. Could be a through ball in behind, went for the over the top instead. You see both players how they want to play. Slightly longer build-up play, shall we say, from Luquinhas. Shota wants the ball, wants to get in behind, and wants to play fast.
I'm a bigger fan of Luquinhas' playstyle. I do think if he keeps playing like this, he'll get the win, because he doesn't lose balls when he's building up from the back, but then when he gets to the final third, he accelerates. You just look in here, great touch, great goal.
Talk to me about that turn there. A lot of people are playing the ball across the pitch to Saka, who's so left-footed, but we're in July. Every player's got at least 4-star weak foot, and with the stats that Saka has, it's very simple there. Little bit of creativity, turn back on the right, and a simple finish.
That's the thing, as you mentioned, with the Path to Glory players now. They can finish with...
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, and they can finish with the left foot, right foot. And that's the thing with the first touch. You can turn one way or another, and if it's a 50-50 situation for the defender, if you get it right, you'll get the ball back. If you don't, that's a goal for your opponent.
I don't know if you remember the Saka item in Berlin, FC24, when Anders went on to win the World Championships. He was so good with using Saka on that right-hand side. Sometimes technical dribbling, sometimes just taking an extra pass. The finesse shot into the far corner. It was one of his favourite items, and getting flashbacks really with that Path to Glory Saka as well.
That's a great shout, Rich. Remember, 4-3-2-1, attacking with Joselu as a right back. Yeah, and he would attack with Joselu unbalanced, I'll be Joselu, the midfielder, which I can't remember, and then Saka. I was 3v2 in every single attack. I do remember against Chari on that semi-final, he scored like 5 goals in 20 minutes. And Chari was just looking back like, what can I do? Well, you couldn't do nothing because Anders went on to win the World Championship. And hopefully, this year in FC26, he does want to get the title back.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're at half-time here. 4-2. Liquiñas does lead. Shall we have a look at the brackets and see if we can update with any further results? Do you want to take pool A5 through A8? And I'll do A1 to A4, Grav, while we're at half-time.
Let's
I'm
go.
just having a quick look here. Guy Barros is underway in his winners' quarter-final match, to my eyes. Shawnee's underway against Craig Harris. And it looks like we have got a... Here we go. As it stands, he's in Group A5. So some of these fixtures still waiting to be completed. They'll be updated on the full-time results. Looking at my info that we've got here, I think Impact's got a default in his opening game.
Yes.
Encante won in his matchup. Harvey Waters and SLB Baratelli also victorious. So we are just waiting for this game now.
Yeah.
This is the final match from Pool A5.
This is the one, yeah.
Wrap up.
Yes. The rest of the players got a free win, bye, and this is the last game that we're waiting for. Which, to be fair, with what we saw in that first half, I do think Liquiñas is the main favorite to win this match with the creative runs, with the defending as well. It seems like at the moment, with the way he was playing on that great defense by Araujo, with the way he was playing on that first half, Shota was looking for a one-trick pony kind of gameplay, just looking for those over-the-top or goal-driven passes, but as you can see now, Liquiñas is holding the ball, he's being patient, and he doesn't have to rush. He's leading the game by 2 goals, and he's comfortably doing so, definitely.
I don't think we'll see too many shocks in these opening stages across some of the favourites that we're seeing here. It's also to get a good idea of how many buys are actually coming into the tournament and what the fixtures are going to look like, because there's a case in which some players might only need to play 2 games to qualify into tomorrow. Goalkeeper rushes out. Easiest finish in the game. It's a dink over the goalkeeper, and Jude Bellingham puts Jota between 1 goal.
We're having some questions on the YouTube chat from Nabil Khan. Fuma will play against Hugo the King, yes. And we have a question from Ankush Jadab. Fuma match when? And we can confirm that when this match ends, Rich will be jumping onto Fuma.
Yeah, definitely. I think we will be, as Nazareth with a low driven. Bruiser came in, but she was just too quick to get away. Lovely finish with the low driven into the far corner. 4-4. Just as you thought. Liquiñas was pulling away, Grav. It's 2 quick-fire goals.
Yeah, as we're just having the kickoff from Fruma against Hugo the King. Just confirmed, it happened now. So when this game ends, we'll be jumping on to that one. And it seems like I did mention how Shota was using one-trick kind of attack, which was mentioning as well. But it seems like this first minutes of the second half has been good for him. 4-4.
Yeah, it's been a poor start, though, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
As good as shots has been. We did have Fuma underway. I'm not sure if we can go there and see this, the live action. McTominay coming through. Lovely pass into the low-driven finish. 5-4.
We're seeing a lot of low-drivens at the start of this first round, and I'm not sure if you had the chance to try the Maradona item, Rich.
I've not completed him. I've not done the other players' objectives.
I had the chance to try him, I think, on Tuesday on Foot Champs. Great ball into Salma Parayuelo. Woof! The Pro Club special, Rich mentioned it. And even though I really liked Maradona, you could see the 5 playstyles, how they were turning up well, as we just great defense by Tommy Cash for the first time the whole match.
Yeah, he went to spinning side there as well with Salma once again. Matty Cash on this occasion managed to get back in. Tell me about Maradona.
Even though Maradona with the 5 plays, as you can see how it's a little bit ahead of the curve in that matter, you're lacking that low driven. He doesn't have the low driven as a silver playstyle or a gold playstyle, and sometimes he's just not quick enough with the low driven. So that's the reason why sometimes you see these openings and the shooting mechanic is so quick. I do feel like the low driven shot doesn't. Oh, great pass into Bellingham, make it 5-5. I do think a tactical adjustment should be made. I do think the depth of the defensive line should be dropping to 50-40, because he's considering Luquinhas, he's considering the goal with the first time passes every single time, Rich.
It looks pretty simple, does it not? I feel like Shotzer has to try a lot harder to score his goals. It feels like Shotzer, the chances just seem to be there for him. He gets the ball, he goes forward, and there's space to exploit. And once again, you're going to see those runners going in behind. There's the first time through ball. This occasion, Maldini does cut it out, but the blueprint is certainly there.
Definitely. Great ball to Salma.
Finish. What's the finesse shot?
Yeah. Do you think he had time for a game changer, but he didn't think so. That's why he went for the finesse instead, opening up the angle as Rich analyzed on the first goal.
I'm going to see the build-up here. Look how high Maldini is there, stepping into the midfield almost. The ball doesn't bounce Shotzer's way. Florian Wirtz. Don't think he wanted that animation on the L1R1.
No, definitely not. And that's the thing with the technical. I do think if you... Oh, great ball.
Again, Matty Cash isn't quick enough, but just overran it. Chances going begging at both ends.
Yes. I'd probably go... If I were playing here, I would go for a pause. In here now. Go for a pause. Try to catch breath. Even... Maybe if I'm Shota, I'm not going for a pause, because I feel like this rhythm of game suits him well. But if I'm Luquinhas, after leading 4-2, playing really bad in the second half, I'll definitely go for a pause.
Do you think both players look a bit nervous?
Definitely.
There's quite a few mistakes.
Not only that, but I don't think they're playing with a coach, so...
Not allowed. No coaches. Yeah, no coaches.
So that's even harder for them if they're used to playing with a coach back at home or when they're competing at a LAN environment.
Thacker can't find that pass through. Yapstam steps in and we head into a final 10 minutes with the scoreline tied at 5-5, but that could be short-lived because the goalkeeper runs out, a ball all round him, flashing us back to a previous year, and Jude Bellingham gets his name on that score sheet once again, and shots the leads.
Great goal, and it seems like Luquinhas has not found an answer for the lengthy meta, because I feel like every single attack that Shota has is the same one. It triggers a run either by Salma Parayuelo or by Jude Bellingham, because you don't need to have a lengthy winger if you have a lengthy center midfielder, because you can trigger runs with him as well and he'll just fly past the defenders. Look at this chance, for example.
Through ball again.
Run.
Matty Cash does step in on this occasion. Time is slipping through Luquinhas' hands here. And I'm not sure if with the players he's got on the pitch, he's going to be able to fashion that opportunity. It's Florian Wirtz with a bit of technical dribbling. Is there a skill move in the locker to shake past the defender? It's been Dembele getting back and doing some defensive work.
And that's the reason why you should be using the analog sprinting. I don't think speed-wise there is a difference between technical and analog sprinting, but with the analog sprinting you can twist and turn much better.
couple of chances remain in this game with only 5 minutes on the clock. Jude Bellingham, once again, he's covered every blade of grass, as Jude, offensively and defensively. That's very optimistic and just gives the ball straight back. The small margins. Both players making a couple of errors here. Who is going to clutch up in the final 3 minutes? Can Shota hold this lead?
Just have a question from S8 Ul Diri. Where can we watch Puma's match live? In here, when this match ends, which, if Luquinhas doesn't score, will be in just under 2 minutes, you'll be able to watch Puma.
Sorry, Graf, to cut you off there. This is the first game of the last chance qualifier. If you're going to go far, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Luquinhas, he looks too emotional for me. He even before the game started, he's turning around, he's talking to people. During the game, it felt as though he just wasn't fully in this matchup. And Shota has done well. He's done really well. He's come back from defeat, he's faced adversity, and he flies through.
I mean, I do think that's the correct analysis, Rich. You mentioned how Luquinhas was, prior to the start of the game, just turning around, talking to people. I think even when the game started and he paused the game, you mentioned how he turned again to talk with someone. And as you can see, he's quite emotional.
See there? It's the first game.
It's the first game, and he does have... I mean, he has to win now. Let me just have a look.
I think it's one of those things where we've had delays, but everyone delayed. It wasn't just one particular matchup, as a lot of people been asking for S8 Fuma. They want the S8 love here, and we're going to show him. He's taking on Hugo the King. Looks to be in a Malaga top there, Grav.
Yes, he is. He's from Malaga, but he's not representing Malaga. He's just using the t-shirt, which is a nice one.
See some Tuzzy Esports representation there in the back of this shot as well.
Yes, they are always there, right?
Yeah. If there's an esports event, you will see those two fellas there behind Tuzzy Esports represented.
Definitely.
I can guarantee you that. Shall we have a quick look at these brackets of the matches? As you can see, this is where we lie right now. This is Pool A5. Just very going to quickly run through. While we're waiting for this game to kick off, let's come back to me and Grav. Let's come back to the studio, shall we say. We'll run through the games very quickly that we've seen. Guy Barros is waiting for the winner. Guy Barros will take on Marangoni in his game coming up. Sean is taking on Craig Carris. That game's not kicked off yet. It just kicked off right now as I'm speaking. Down in Pool A2, Faku Cohen won his game. He's in the winner's semi-final. Luke Downing plays Chapotkin. Tunde is taking on Vina, and Rastarata won his game against Beast A4. In Pool A3, Oberon won his matchup. Not too sure on the scoreline, but he beat JH7. So Oberon's in the winner's final right now, meaning he's going into tomorrow.
Yes.
Salman is taking on Nicholas Rank. Kekova will take on Ocken in his game. Down in Pool A4, we've not seen too much motion so far. We just showed you A5. A6, anything happening, Grav?
Let me just tell you, we did have buys in every single round on the round one. So now we have Tuga playing against Big Sue, and then as you mentioned, Huge Gorilla is not here, so Ers Rocky will be waiting in the semi-final against Tuga. So whoever wins between Tuga and Rocky should be qualified for tomorrow. And then on the lower part of the bracket, we have Davidek and Perksin and Felix, and whoever wins that part of the bracket will qualify for the final as well. That was A6. Let me just jump over to Pool A7 because Nixnef is just playing. He's just started now against Rafael Fiziev. So whoever starts will qualify for the semi-final. Lots of buys, so we didn't see any loads of matches in the first game, but we are seeing now Baldo against Saddam Sus for a chance to qualify for the winner semi-final on the lower part of the bracket. Both Nixnev and Rafael Fiasev and Baldo against Saddam Sus. Both games has just started. And then on the final pool, which is A8, Rampazzo against Cosimo Guarnieri. Ooh,
good game.
That's a great game. Andoni has just started against Lucas 11 as well. Diogo Mendes has just started against Erling Hunter. And Saras is playing against Adri, which I'm sure loads of Ligue 1 fans will be waiting to see. So this group A8, I mean, Rampazzo, Cosimo Guarnieri, Andoni, Diogo Mendes, Adri, I mean, those are good names on there as well.
So we are waiting for Fuma to get underway here. We're just it's a slight technical pause in this matchup. We will have the action to follow shortly. I mean, you look at Fuma's sort of results over his career, Grav, for his standards, this year has been a disappointment. Didn't partake, obviously, in the... He was in the E-League, and I think he finished top 5-6, technically, with how they do it. Losing to Monaco. Didn't particularly do that well in, obviously, the FC Pro Open Last Chance qualifier. I think he lost to qualify against Umit. I think that matchup was in the one-off game. When you look at his performances previously, World Championships, FC24, FC25, but he's not been able to progress. For a player of his quality, he's not been able to have that deep run at a Worlds, at an E-Champions League, for example. Could this be different? Could this be the one where he makes it into a World Championships?
Definitely. I mean, I do think Fuma is up to the standards of, let's just say, Manu Bashor, or one of those players who play in the Last Chance qualifier or playing and then make it into the World Championship. And not only that, but the latest stages of the World Championship. So, I mean, it's fairly curious because Fuma wins every single Ligue 1 competition, every single one. He's been winning them for the last 5 years. So for him to not win it this year, it seems like it's a disappointment, and it looks like it might even be unfair to say that, because you shouldn't always win those regular domestic leagues. But that's the standard we expect from Fuma. So that's why I agree with you. I think it's a disappointment season for Fuma, but it could. That's the thing with the format as well. You could have potentially a disappointment season, but everything can change in just a month. If you qualify for the play-ins, you qualify then for the World Championship, and then let's just say you make it into the top 8 quarterfinals, for example. I will say, for me, that would be a good season. I wouldn't say it's a great season, but if you make it into the top 8 of the World Championship, for me, it's a good season. So
absolutely.
Let's see how it goes for him.
Look how quickly a World Championship run can also emerge. Let's take Brees. He was playing well last year, but no one had him making the World Championship finals.
No.
He lost to Manu Bachore, but bagged himself a whole heap of prize money, and we're underway here.
Wow.
He was 4-1 up.
Wow.
We're showing the game live with Hugo the King putting the ball in the back of the net. 4-2, the scoreline as we join this game.
Yes. Curious to see. I mean, just, wow, great defense. That's the thing with Hugo the King. I mean, people may not know him. I've been following him here with his Champ streams, and not only that, but he's one of those players that competes in every single online tournament. And this new wave of players who are just 16, 17, 18, they go forward a lot. And they are quick with their passing, with their skilling, with their use of mechanics. So that's a great definition of it, Rich. It was a slow build-up, but when he gets to the last third, he's quick with those passes.
Absolutely. I mean, this game's sort of come from nowhere, hasn't it? Let's be honest. We were watching a bit of the action, and then out of nowhere, 4-1 to 4-3 very, very quickly. The scoreline has changed, and this could be 4-4 here. Player lock into Johan Cruyff. Hits the low-driven finesse, but a good block from Maldini on the way through.
I feel like we're getting really old, Rich, because back in the days, you would see the name tags with great defense by Lacroix, with, let's just say, whatever name, and 01, 02, 98, and now you're seeing Hugo the King.
07.
07. We're getting old, Rich.
I was born in 98. 07 feels. I was 9 years old.
Wow. That's the thing with football as well now, because you're seeing, I don't know, for example, Jan Diomande. I'm confident he's from 06 or 07. Lamine Jamal, he's from 07. So we're getting old, Rich.
Yeah, we are. We certainly are. Young heart, though, Grav. Young heart.
Yes. Wow.
Hugo the King. Turn the game around in a heartbeat.
Nice.
4-1 to 4-4.
Great defense.
Roulette. Just.
I still edge the match to Fuma, of course, because of the way he plays, because of his experience, because of everything. But I don't think it'll be easy for him with what we've seen from Hugo's the King so far.
I mean, we've watched this game for what, 12 minutes, Grav?
Yeah.
Fuma hasn't done a thing.
Oh.
He came in, he's 4-1 up. It's now 5-4. Clearly, that technical pause there, something's been resolved because Hugo the King has come out a different player.
Was that a cooling break, Rich?
Honestly, the hydration break.
Wow. I mean, wow. Just look at that manual press. Look at the way he's triggering runs with the midfielders as well. Look at the cancellation of the player locks as well. I mean, he's playing really well. You know what, Rich? I actually played against Hugo the King. I think it was 2 weeks ago on Foot Champs. And I had a similar game to Fuma. I was leading the game 3-0 and I ended up losing 6-3. So I know how you feel, Fuma. Let me just say that. Wow! Bukayo Saka.
And a pause comes in.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised. This has been crazy.
Wow.
This has been an unbelievable 16 minutes from Hugo the King.
Wow. It was just like he started going forward. I do think Fuma was using a 4-4-1-1, but he changed to the 4-5-1 because he wasn't happy, and he's now turning back to the 4-4-1-1. I'm curious to see if he's he's changing the role from balance to defensive, and it makes sense because how many of those goals starting with Bukayo Saka attacking? Pretty confident it was at least 3 out of 5 of them. So
what would you be doing on Fuma's side here?
I don't know, collecting myself probably. It's just like when you're boxing and you have one of those rounds in which you get
holding
knocked,
on.
you get knocked down, and it's just like I don't think you need to do many tactical changes. Sometimes it's just about, as you mentioned, he's
offside. A splash of water in the face.
Collecting yourself and just going out again. But as Ayusha Grawal is commentating on YouTube, still a lot of time left. Fuma, come on, still time. Agreed. I mean, still 40 minutes into the game.
Plenty of time. I mean, look at the last game we watched. If we're at this point in the last game, Lequinhos is 40 up and he's cruising. He ends up losing the game 6-5. I think we're going to have more goals than that this time around, certainly, but could be in again. Yeah, Scott McTominay, low driven. He's powerful, he's strong. And Scott McTominay bulldozes his way through that defence.
I don't think people are talking enough about the... That's the reason why, for example, Rich, you should be using the fullbacks with the Bruiser playstyle, even if it's silver or gold playstyle, because we just come from a game in which Matikas was just awful defending.
Yeah, he was.
When he went on for those shoulder batches, which he just wasn't strong enough. And now we're seeing Marc Pubil just winning every single 1v1 with a shoulder batch with the advanced defending. So that's the reason why you should be looking for those playstyles.
It also looks like he's using Lacroix in at centre back as well. The Crystal Palace, obviously, the centre half, quick step, intercept, and anticipate.
I will say, there is a reason why Rich has been commentating the League One matches. How was that pronunciation? Lacroix. That was good, Rich?
Yeah, Lacroix. I've got a little bit of Spanish pronunciation. Who's playing up top for Spain? Mikel Oyarzabal.
I mean, for the people at home, Rich can do it. He can do it all. He can do English, French, German, Spanish. Just throw the question. He'll answer.
You saw a shot there of the incredible setting here in the STC Contenders Arena, part of the wider Esports World Cup in Paris at the Expo Point de Versailles. FC Pro World Championships finals kicking off on the 22nd of July, but we've got to find 10 more players to be there. That's what this weekend is all about. You qualify into the last chance qualifier. You pay your way in, to the last chance qualifier. You then get an opportunity to play at the play-ins if you're part of the 14 players who progress through the 5-12. And then they'll be joined up by playing qualification status through league participation and online cup participation through the rankings. Those players will be joining the likes of Anders Ergang, Levi David, Emre Yilmaz, Matias Bonanno, Jafonzo, and many more. And Hugo the King looks to be knocking Fumi down to the losers bracket, which could be very, very interesting to watch this Pool A5.
That's the thing with the last chance qualifier, because when we're playing in September, October, you don't see these youngsters playing at their best mechanically. But then when it gets to the latest stages of the game, I mean, we're seeing how Hugo the King is playing mechanically. He's doing everything perfect. Defending offensively, and that was the first defense. Oh, he missed it! Rich!
Wild.
He missed it!
Yeah. And look, since we've joined this game, since we've been watching it, maybe we've cursed Fuma.
Maybe.
Because nothing has gone his way here. Bukayo Saka looks to thread through Jude Bellingham. Can this one go in? Yes, it can. 8-5.
Do you think is the first step of a marathon for him?
It'll be very tough though, isn't it? It's going to be a very, very tough road.
For me, oh, that's a great pass. That first touch, not good enough. Great second man pressing from Hugo the King. Great passing to Xhaka, the lengthy player. Oof! That could have been the nail in the coffin. That could have been 9-5. Now a chance for a counter-attack. Salma Paragoyola, and that's over there. That's the meta of FC26 explained in a clip. Marc Pubil with the lengthy accelerate just catches up to Salma Parajuelo, and then the versatile playstyle just crossing his opponent and pushing him out of the way.
And that's just something that Matty Cash didn't have in the in that previous game. The fullbacks, it feels like probably the most important position on the pitch. So if you get that selection wrong, you will concede goals. And it's one of those things, probably flashing back to maybe 2019, Grav, where if you get that selection wrong in a key area of the pitch, you will lose the game. Very similar to the El Tornado scoop crosses to the back post. If you didn't have a player that was tall at that back post that could jump, you're going to concede goals through that. Even in what was it, FC24 with Hosselu at right back?
Yes.
If you didn't match that up and have someone who's got aerial at the back post, you're conceding goals. And it feels as important this year as Puma does get another one back there. 6-8 now he trails. If you aren't strategic in your selection across that, especially fullback area, you could be in trouble.
Definitely. I mean, if you're not using a bruiser plus or a lengthy fullback, I won't say you're losing the game, but there is a clear opening for your opponent to attack you.
There's no reason to go to another side of the pitch.
No, why should you?
Like, if you're Fuma in this situation, Grav, he's very experienced. Is there a pause coming, do you think?
Don't think so. He paused it beforehand, and he's defending better now against Hugo. I think
Hugo, inexperienced. Do you pause it and try and to take a turn from sort of American football? Do you try and freeze the kicker? Do you try and freeze him out a little bit, take some of that momentum away, slow down the game? I say that, he's just scored. What do we know? What do we know? There's the pause.
Not a thing.
There's the pause.
That's the thing with the youngsters now. Like, they just go forward. I will say the game management was really good because he didn't rush it going forward. He was patient enough to see the opening, and when the team press came in, that's when he attacked. So, to be fair, I'm impressed by Hugo because I knew what he was capable of, but there's a difference between showing it on foot champs and then on online matches and then turning up on the LCQ, play against Fuma in Paris.
Yeah.
And showing up.
He's had success this year. I think he was it the Champions League challenge that he played in. I think he won.
Yes, he did.
Well, I was just doing a little bit of research on him here, but he is very young. He's only 18. This is probably arguably his biggest game he's played in.
Yeah, I mean 100%. And the main thing is he's not shying away from the match. I mean, he's going forward.
Off the post.
He's just looking for more goals. Like, he could easily be intimidated by Fuma or by the match that he's playing, but he's going forward.
This doesn't feel like a Fuma performance. It doesn't feel like a Fuma team. Where's Mbappe? Where's Mbappe? That's the question I've got here. Because I don't know. You see Jude Bellingham in a very sort of advanced position there. It looks like he has to work really, really hard to score his goals.
He does.
I'm used to just him having a ball, doing a step over Mbappe and being in on goal. Just as Salma Parajo is right here. There's the game changer, Travella. That's 10-6, and that probably is the nail in the Fuma coffin.
Agree. He's keeping the replay because, of course, he's just one of those 18-year-old players that just skip the replay and keep going forward, scoring more goals. And Fuma needs to score this one. Needs to. Oh.
That's just a bad miss.
I mean,
surprised by this result? Sorry, Graf.
Yeah. First things first, surprised by this result. Yes, but I'm surprised by Fuma. I mean, I think you explained it perfectly. I don't think we're seeing Fuma. He's not a player that loses possession when he's building up. He's not a player that usually misses big chances. He's not a player that concedes many goals.
No, he's gone. I think you can just tell that miss on the Travella.
The Bellingham one was massive. Was even bigger than this one.
From what we've seen of this game, there's only been one deserving winner. It's Hugo the King. I know he's 4-1 up when 4-1 down. When we joined the game, and who knows what that 23 minutes before we joined this match was like. However, since we've joined it, he's what is he? He's won 9-2.
Yes.
It was 4-1 down. So since the 23rd minute, Hugo the King's 9-2 up, which results in a 10-6 scoreline.
Wow. For the people that are commenting on the YouTube chat, we will say that Fuma needs to win now 3 rounds. So even though he needs to find his momentum, 3 rounds should be doable for him.
Should be. But I'm just having a quick look at the bracket here. In Pool A5, he would play the loser of that matchup. Goes down. I think there's a world in which potentially he could be on a down there is Encante so far.
Yes.
Also, Impact is now playing Harvey Waters. So one of those two would play Fuma in the next round, I think, if Fuma wins.
Yes.
Which is a real tough game for both players.
Yes.
For all 3 players, sorry.
That would be... So if Fuma wins the losers round 2 and 3, he will be playing against Impacts or Harvey Waters for a chance to qualify for the next pool. So that's a massive game. Massive game.
As for Hugo the King, he'll fly through and he'll play the winner of Shotzer, who we saw earlier, and Romaninho.
Which, from what we've seen, should be the main favorite.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Romaninho got a DQ victory in his opening game. Chewinga finishing to the far post. It's just gotten too little too late for Fuma. You would imagine there's probably going to be a decent amount of extra... Oh, no, 1 minute. What do I know? 18 goals, 1 minute at a time?
Yeah. And this is just it, Rich. That's it.
Game, set, and match. Congratulations to Hugo the King. What could be his biggest victory of his esports career. And he progresses through, as you see Rami Luiso there in the back of the picture, taking a picture for social media. And there you have it. What a win, Grav.
What a win, indeed. I mean, it's not only the result, which is surprising to me, because I did edge the game to Fuma. It's just the way both played. I mean, Hugo did show zero respect to him with the way he was playing, as we just have a look at the bracket at the moment. Harvey Waters against Impacts for a chance to qualify into the next pool. Encante dropping into a low bracket. So I did mention prior to this round that I thought Fuma and Encante were going to be the favorites in this upper bracket. And of course, I missed. They're both on the low bracket now.
Yeah, shows how difficult it is to predict. Well, that is Pool A5. When we get back, I believe we're going to go for a very short break. But before we go there, let's have a look at some of the best moments from the game. This was the 9th goal here, scored by Hugo the King. And a big celebration. I just want to run through a couple of the matches. Guy Barros is taking on Marangoni for a chance to qualify into tomorrow. Crag Carris and Kaiser Goat will play against each other for a chance to qualify. Faku Cohen will play Luke Downey or Chapopkin for a chance to qualify. Tunde plays Rastarata for a qualification match. That's in Pool A2.
Portugal matchup.
Pool A3, Oberon is qualified. Salman Ahmed plays Okan. Pool A4, no movement so far. Tuga will play RZOKY. And Perkix will play Duidic. As for Group A7, Nixneb beat Rafael Faziv. And he will now take on Landy or Waite Iglesia. And Pool A8, just to round it out here, Diego Mendes will play Saranch, and Rampazzo plays Lucas 11. Plenty of action, plenty left to unfold here in Pool A. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because after this quick break, we'll have more top quality FC action coming your way. Well, welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier live from Paris. You join myself, Richard Buckley, alongside Gravison. We are underway with groups A1 to A8, and we are seeing some big surprises coming through here at the LCQ. Grav, we continue the tournament. We're about to find out some qualified players. Really, if we play in those winners semi-final matches, a couple of players already qualified in the bracket. A few different things happening, all at different stages. We're doing our very best to keep you up to date with it. But what you made of the action so far?
It's been great. It's been great. I mean, I think there is potential storyline that just started now between the youngsters and the old guard. I mean, it's here to call Fuma the old guard, but he's been around since 2020, 2026. I think we can call him that. And I feel like if these games were to happen back in September, October, November, we shouldn't see so many surprises. But now with July, for example, Hugo de Kings against Fuma, Hugo has probably played, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 matches this year. He knows the game in and out, and he'll be in the same position as many youngsters coming into this LCQ. So I feel like with the game we just saw in round 2 between Fuma and Hugo the King, a storyline has just started between the old guard and the, let's just say, the youngsters coming in and try to qualify for both play-ins and World Championships, Rich.
Well, let's have a look at the live shots of the stage here. We're in the STC Contenders Hall. As you can see, a couple of players starting to sit down, a couple of players making their way out, and what this gives us an opportunity to do is run you through pools A1 to A8 on where we are right now. Guy Barros will take on Marangoni for a qualification spot as Krag Karis and Kaiser Gold are underway. They're playing right now. Just see if you can spot them on the screen. I don't know if we can right now. As for Pool A2, that is Faku Cohen taking on Luke Downing, and Tunde and Rasta Arta are playing right now. All of those 4 players opting for qualification games. Pool A3, Oberyn is there. He's played 1 game today, and he's qualified in 2 Saturday. He beat JH7. Salman is taking on Ocken in a qualification match. As for Pool A4, Eljar Pashotto lost.
Ooh.
From what I'm seeing here.
Yes.
Ma beat him, meaning that Eljar Pashotto is down in the lower bracket, and he will take on Agu in the next round.
Wow. Wow, that's massive, Rich. Should I jump over to Pool A5?
Yes.
Let's go for it. On Pool A5, as we just saw, Hugo the King is waiting for the opponent in his semi-final because Romaninho is playing against Shota for a chance to play against Hugo. And then on the lower part of his semi-final, Impacts is playing against Harvey Waiters for a chance to qualify for the next pool. As we just remind people at home, both Fuma and Encante lost on that quarterfinal, so they'll be waiting for their opponents in losers round 2. As we just jump over to Pool A6, in which we have Tuga against Ersoki for a chance to qualify, and then Devidek against Perkic for a chance to qualify as well for the final, and then qualifying for the next pool as well, and qualifying for the tournament on Sunday. We jump over to Pool A7, in which we have Nixnev, just started the game 2 minutes
It
ago.
looks like, I don't know if on the far left there of the screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Nixnev, yeah?
Yeah.
So he's just playing now against Way 2 Glacio for a chance to qualify for Saturday. And then on the lower part of that same open bracket A7, the game Simon is playing against Saddam Sus for a chance to qualify. And I'm just seeing about how on the losers round 2 we have a game between Rafael Fiziev and Brad Colston to qualify for losers round 3. And our last pool, which is Pool A8, we're having Rampazzo playing against Lucas 11, and then Diogo Mendes against Saranj in both winner semi-final. We have to remind people at home, many big names in this group. So on losers round 2 we have the likes of Adric, Andoni Piem and Cosimo Guarnieri still battling out. So that's all of our open bracket pools between A1 and A8, and we're waiting for the next game to start, Rich.
We certainly are, as you see the shot here of the STC Contenders Arena. Tuga in the background of it there. Plenty of prize money and championships just in that one picture right there. This is all part of the wider Esports World Cup, which are taking place all throughout the months of July into August in Paris at the Expo Point de Versailles. There's plenty of different arenas, lots of different opportunities. We'll be in the STC Gaming Arena from July 22nd for the FC Pro World Championships, where 36 players will be battling it out to lift the Diogo Jota FC Pro World Championship title. As well as that, the Esports World Cup participation with the Club Championships. Team Falcons, Team Liquid, they have a big representation in the FC Pro World Championships. They'll be looking to add points onto their club with $7 million going to the top prize in the Club Championships. Could Manu Bichore, Levi David, Emre Yilmaz, Paulo Neto be adding points for Team Liquid, or will it be Anders Vergang with Team Falcons once again, proving why he is the dominant force in FC26 and solidifying 1,000 Club Championship points to Team Falcons and the Esports World Cup Club Championships?
I've just received a message from Juanma, as you may know, the Nikos coach, telling me that Rafael CF is Navarrete, the Espanyol player from La Liga. So
I didn't know if it was the UFC fighter doing a bit of double duty and stepping in, but yeah.
We're gonna keep an eye out for him. I think he was on Pool A7. Yes, Pool A7. He lost against Nixnev, so he's playing against Brad Colston now for a chance to qualify onto losers round 3. Did Brad Colston play in the Premier League this year, Rich? Okay, let me just have a quick look.
I know he's played a lot of years previously. Obviously, he was very affiliated with Burnley Football Club for a long time. Never really been able to replicate his online performances to his LAN performances. I think that's one thing that has held him back a little bit in previous years. He did play well in online competitions, a couple of those online qualifiers.
He did not play in this year's EPREM finals. He played last year and the year before, finishing both on the 13th, 20th result. And I think I saw a tweet. It popped into my mind about how he's working, he's full-time working, and another thing now. That's why he's not playing. I'm gonna look on Twitter because I'm confident I saw that tweet a couple of months ago.
Well, while Graf finds that, let me tell you what you are watching here. The last chance qualifier, which is all part of the wider FC Pro World Championships. 512 players bought their ticket to come into Paris here over the next 3 days. We'll whittle the competition down from 512 down to 128, and then further into the top 14 players will go into the play-ins on Sunday alongside some unbelievable talent who are already at the play-ins through FC Pro Open Cups participation and the FC Pro League. You're talking players like Guerek, Gugo Ferraz, Stingray, RVP Legend, Levy Thing, Johnny, Lex, Brees and Tex, just to name a few. From those play-ins, we find 10 players to join the illustrious company of the FC Pro World Championship. 8 players from the FC Pro Open and the domestic leagues as well. Well, we are underway with some action. Encante up against Liquinas. And we join the game at 1-1 here.
Curious to see how Encante plays this year. Great player luck. Look at that pass. No, he goes for the game changer to make it 2-1. And he has to be the main favorite coming into this match. And that's also the reason why, Rich, of course, when you lose on those first rounds, let's say quarterfinals or round 1, you can still make it, of course. But wow, that's poor defending from Encante. That's the issue with losing in the first rounds. Like, of course, you can still make it a 3-win run and qualify. But what happens when you playing against Encante on round 3? I mean, this could potentially happen to anyone, and it does make it really hard for you to progress. In which I feel like making into the top 4 to qualify for Saturday, I'm not gonna say it's easy, because it's not easy, but it's doable. But then when you lose on round 1 or quarterfinals, it makes it really hard for you to progress.
Yeah, it really does. That one defeat can be very detrimental to a season and to a qualification as well.
One thing that I asked before was the selection of the strikers, and I feel like in every single match we're seeing Kika Nazareth up on top. Great ball into Bellingham, saved by Iker Casillas, which is interesting because I'm just speaking from my mind, but I'm sure Kika Nazareth, yes. She does have the 3 best playstyles for a striker, which in my opinion is finesse, rapid and incisive. So I remember back in the days, let's just say when the players were playing at the Wicked Wednesday tournaments, people were using Claudia Pina on top, and Claudia Pina didn't have the rapid playstyle, which for me was interesting pick. But people are using now Kika Nazareth, which in my opinion is a far better choice. Even with Vicky Lopez, I don't think... Well, if you use Vicky Lopez as a cam, you can use the technical, which is not the best, but I think I get it. But when people were using Claudia Pina or Vicky Lopez as a striker, I just didn't get it. But I feel like sometimes that happens.
You have to pick the playstyles of the player.
Definitely.
In this game, in this cycle, in this meta, playstyles just are superior. If you are just joining us here, just to give you an update, this is an elimination game. This isn't a qualifying match. This isn't a game to book your spot. It's an elimination matchup here in losers round 2, which I'm sure Encante would have not expected him to find himself down here.
No, definitely not. Now it's a tough match for him. He's not defending well, which I will say that Encante is a great attacker. I really rate the way he attacks, but I think he relied a bit too much on AI defending back in the days. So I feel like the patch with the team press might have hurt him. And Luquinhas is playing as he played in the first half of the first round that we saw. I guess the question will be how he starts on the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've also seen, Grav, we've seen Luquinhas in his first game. We just saw Fuma in that last game against Hugo the King, the Great, the King.
And great as well. Like
he was great, Hugo the King. But we've seen how quickly games can change as well in these matchups, because a 10-minute flurry can dramatically change the outcome.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, great attack. Saved by Casillas. Great save. That's why I feel like the combination between rush out and then either the footwork or far reach, I don't mind, but the combination between just the rush out and other playstyle pluses with the keeper, they're massive.
Too strong. And again, you see Luquinhas very emotional as that ball he got a little bit unfortunate. The bruiser came in, but Ika Nazareth just too strong.
Yes, she was. I'm curious. I would love to see if when they're using the bruiser playstyle, they're defending it pressing L2 and using the forcer playstyle, which of course we'll never know 100%. I don't think he did in that instance, but
it didn't look like it, did it?
No, it didn't look like it. Great goal, but again, it's just the player switching. Not sure if we don't have a chance for a replay, but we had a chance for the replay. The passing came in, and Encante relied way too much on second man press and team press, and then he relied as well on moving the keeper. And you got a player switching to your manual defending player. Wow!
Oh, what a finish that is. Lakaketa into the finesse shot. Finds the top corner. If it's precise, it's going to hit the back of the net. And it certainly was from Encante. We're getting to that point of the year now where the players are that good in game.
Yes.
That things like that you can execute at a very, very consistent level.
Yes. And that's great to see, and that's one thing that I really like about FC and esports in general, how you can progress between, let's just say, September and July. The game progresses, and there's, even though you're still playing FC26, the game changes a lot between early stage and later stage. That's one thing that I really like.
Johan Cruyff in on goal, wait for that Trivella game changer, low driven, probably a goal realistically there with the animation that he got on that, but a good block in a much needed scenario. Bukayo Saka does have the incisive pass in the locker, but it's just a little bit too cute, and that will do us for half time. A question that you rose at the very start of the day, Grav, was how is the gameplay going to have adjusted since the E-Champions League? Is there going to be anything different that we are seeing? What are your takeaways after seeing 2.5 hours of last chance qualifier action?
I'm thinking about how the players that are still abusing the technical when driving the ball between lines are suffering, because the players can be too aggressive when they're switching into the center backs or even the center midfielders, and they can press you really high. And if you're using the analog sprinting, you can twist and turn fairly easily. And if you're still using the technical, you just won't be quick enough. And that's the reason why, for example, Fuma struggled a lot when driving the ball between lines. It's the same is happening to Encante as well. He's losing too many balls in that position.
So Mark Pugol there did very well defensively, but just the goalkeeper's touch nearly let him down. Jude Bellingham, nice play into Vicky Lopez. Once again, Jude and Vicky linking up, but there's a bruiser activation coming in from Jaap Stam. He's very, very strong at the back, but it feels like he's one of the strongest centre-backs in the game. Just across the board. He's physical, he's big. Do you remember Van Dijk? Oh, Van Dijk not that usable, it feels like, in this cycle, especially if it's with the play styles being so effective and being such a big presence. But Van Dijk, back when he was used all the time in competitive, it was like he had a bigger frame. It's like he was bigger on the pitch. That Jaap Stam feels the same.
Agree, 100%. And if we were using the Glory Hunters, maybe you had an argument for Van Dijk starting, because you could build him with the perfect playstyles. And as you mentioned, he's massive. So when he's pressing and when he's using the bruiser, and he just occupies so much space.
Could be in on goal there. Nazareth driven wide. Couple of chances we've seen today, not hitting the target.
Sure, we'll see a restart, I think, because he's not able to jump onto the squad selector yet.
Yeah, looks like we might be
it'll take us
restarting the game.
Yeah, it'll take us a bit of time, but we'll get underway. We'll definitely get underway. The other things that I want to talk about meta-wise, it's curious, Richard, because I feel like, as you mentioned before, if we had the Glory Hunters available, we should be looking at a different meta.
Yeah.
I feel like this is not 100% what you will see in Foot Champs, what's happening in here because of the Glory Hunters. But there are certain things that we can mention. I do feel like, because I've seen this discussion on Twitter and on TikTok a lot about lengthy or controlled on wingers. I don't think it's mandatory as it used to be having lengthy wingers, but some people say that it's not meta anymore, and I couldn't disagree more. Like, we're seeing it with Salma Parayuelo, and mainly with Salma Parayuelo today. If you're using lengthy and the timing is good enough, you'll be through on goal, 100%.
Yeah.
Of course, you mentioned Rafa Leao with the Foot Champs tokens player, which is a fairly similar comparison. I will say when the only downside of that is when you're twisting and turning.
Difficult sometimes.
It can be difficult, and that's why I don't think it's 100% mandatory. But I think it is still meta, especially if you're abusing the through balls.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like this game will be getting restarted from the 54th minute. There we go. Opponent has left the match. Let's come back to us in the studio while we wait for this game to get underway. I think is the best course of action because we don't want to see the code being sent. So we'll talk you through maybe some of those other groups because I think there's a few results coming in, Grav.
Yes, go for it.
I'll do groups A1 to A4. Here we go. Guy Barros won his game against Marangoni, meaning that Guy Barros will take on Kaiser Goat in the winners' final. There's one notable exit in that group, and that's Sean from Bayer Leverkusen. BO4 Sean eliminated from the tournament. He will not be going through into Saturday's action. Tunde beat Rastarata, meaning that Tunde is qualified in to Saturday. Rastarata moves down and will play the winner of P. Menezes and Chapokin in the next game. Faku Cohen taking on Luke Downing. That game's about 25 minutes in so far. Okan beat Salman Ahmed, meaning that Okan and Oberon are both through. JH7 will play Kekova, and Salman Ahmed will play Killer Freak for a chance to qualify. As for Group A4, Sebeleone will take on Tommy Knapp. Aymar is waiting for the winner of Harms and Javik, with LJR Peixoto down in the lower bracket. How's A5 looking, Grant?
Now A5 at the moment is looking good because of course we're watching that Encante match against Luquinhas, but we have a confirmation. RB Waters won against Impact, so he's qualified for Saturday, and Hugo the King against Romaninho is still happening. We jump over to the losers round. Of course, we're seeing the Cante against Luquinhas, and Fumas is still playing against Damiano. If we just jump over to pool A6, we have a confirmation. Both Tuga and Perkix will be qualified for Saturday because they are both on the winners' final. And on the lower part of the bracket, Arstoki is waiting for an opponent to qualify for tomorrow. If we just jump over to the pool A7, Nixnep is still playing against Way to Glacio, and the game Simon is still playing against Adam Shoes. Both, whoever wins in those two matches will be qualified for Saturday. And then on the lower part of the bracket, we can confirm Rafael Fitziev, also known as Navarrete, has been eliminated by Brad Colston, who will be playing against Landy NG for a chance to qualify to the losers quarterfinal. And then on pool A8, as we just jump over to the Encante Luquinhas, but let me just tell you real quick, Lucas 11 and Diogo Mendes qualified for Sunday, as we just see a goal by Johan Cruyff to make it 5-4 between the posts. Diogo Mendes and Lucas 11 qualified for the final, so they will both be qualified for Saturday. So that's Rampasso dropping into the losers quarterfinal, and we have two big names out of the tournament. That's Andoni being eliminated in losers round 2, and Cosimo Guarnieri. So that's Andoni retiring from professional FC, losing or loses round 2 on the LCQ. That's everything on Pool A8.
Sounds good. We're all up to date as we jump back into this elimination game between Luquinhas and Encante. Any question in the chat, get them in. We'll try and answer, whether it's gameplay or competition related. And we have got Ryan Pessoa joining us very soon to come with me as we guide you through the rest of Pool A throughout this mid-afternoon action.
Wow, that jab stam, I mean, you said it, Rich. When he gets near you, he just gets the ball back every single time.
Every time.
Can be the anticipate, the bruiser, doesn't mind, but he'll get the ball back. Well defended by Mark Pugil.
Talk me through the sort of the technical pause there, Grav, with the delay. We've already seen Luquinhas look to be frustrated throughout this tournament. That can't have helped him.
Yes.
How do you think he's dealing with the scenario?
It feels like he's an emotional player, so I mean, I think we've been talking about this throughout the whole day. You have to be really careful about how you manage your emotions in a last chance qualifier with up to 500 people, because there are going to be technical issues. There will be people just talking behind you. There will be people maybe, I don't know, pushing you. Sometimes there will be people just screaming around you. So there will be loads of distractions, and you gotta keep your emotions in check, because if you don't, you just easily not play at your best, and that's what I think we've seen from Luquinhas.
With that being said, though, as he comes through on goal there and does equalise 5-5, the scoreline now. Are you surprised he's not going with any sort of headphones? Like, if you know that you not just saying he gets distracted, but that is an effect, and you want to try and limit the effects, surely you throw some headphones on, no?
Yes, I will. When I used to play these competitions, I would always use the noise cancellation headsets. It can be anything really, but I feel like it really does make a difference. At least it did for me, because even if you're competing at your 100% and you're playing and you're concentrated, at least for me, when people are chatting by and stuff. Great ball to San Paruelo. Yes.
Lovely finish.
6-5. Great finish. I feel like even if you're concentrated, sometimes your mind goes to whatever people are talking behind you. And when you're using noise cancellation headsets, it's just a whole different thing. You cannot listen to people.
Well, you also have to stay so locked in just mentally as well. I mean, I think you see a lot of the time. The only player that I've ever seen look like he's not involved in the game and still, what I think that is, short corner, played back to Ousmane Dembele, advanced roulette inside, and a low run and finesse past the goalkeeper. Is Anders Vergang. He will interact with the crowd, he will get up, it looks like he's not in the game, but then sits back down, and like he's the most locked in he's ever looked. So he's the only player that I've ever seen be able to sort of multitask it, if that's a way of saying it.
Yes. I'm trying to think of people that are the completely different way, like that get so frustrated with, I don't know, with technical issues, and I'm thinking of,
I mean, someone who I think we've seen be frustrated, Nasada.
Yes. Thinking Umut, for example.
Karimi's back.
Yes. I would say it's completely understandable.
Berkey Lyon, I saw in the VBL as well. I think there might have been a chair that saw the back end of him. So there's it's very, very interesting seeing the different players and how they react. And some players, someone like Nicholas, for example, you know, if he's turning around and talking to Juan Maro, that's him being frustrated. That's him in a sense of frustration.
And the first, what a ball. Great goal.
Great goal.
Great goal. Great ball into Salma Parayuelo. An easy tap in by Kiko Nazareth. I would say it's 100% normal to get frustrated when you're competing. Like, it's impossible to not have negative opinions or thoughts coming into your mind. I think Novak Djokovic explained this perfectly, how the difference is between how you handle those thoughts, those emotions, and how long do they stay in your mind or your body. And that's training over there. Because thinking about people that used to get frustrated a lot and they managed to get better over the time, or even the other way, sometimes to keep. Great goal.
Game over.
Yes, it does look like it. Great goal by Encante. And it seems like
a sarcastic clap, was that, from Lequinhos in the little corner?
two similar matches for him. Both losses.
Both where he was leading.
Yes. And in both, he kept the rhythm of the game way higher than it needed to be. And he's out. He's basically out of the competition.
Well, 3 rounds down here. Plenty of action left to go, unless he's offside.
Oh. Frustration kicking in, Rich.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If you're sitting beside Luquinhas and you're playing, and Luquinhas start just crashing out, that's why you should be using some noise cancellation headphones or whatever. I'm sure Ryan Pessoa will be able to chat with us about it. But
So, I'll be honest, it's the only. You also have to set expectations of how far you think you're going to go as well. Lequinhos must have genuinely believed he's coming in and winning this last chance qualifier and making it to the top 14 with reactions like that. But unfortunately, his tournament does come to a close. It is Encante who will continue here at the last chance qualifier. And Lequinhos is straight out of there. No hanging about whatsoever.
that's El Jarpe Shoto. I'm gonna have a quick look to see how he's doing at that lower bracket. And he won the match against Agu. So he's waiting on an opponent who loses round 3.
And that was the moment that did put Encante ahead. I think we're going to see just a little bit of the reaction there from Lequinhos. It was an outpour of emotion from Encante. He knows how important it is to continue here in the lower bracket.
Offside.
I'm actually at the desk getting a nice little love tap there. And that will do us for the pool. For Lequinhos' tournament here. As players are being eliminated, players are qualifying, lots is happening here. And it is an absolute unbelievable set of games coming your way. Hugo the King taking on Romaninho. Harvey Waters beat Impacts, meaning that Impacts goes down to that lower bracket. That's all taking place in Pool A5. When we get back from the break, we'll be showing you everything that is happening with all the pools A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we're also going to have our first substitution in the caster's booth as well. Gravison will be subbing out and Ryan Pessoa will be stepping in to guide us through the remaining Group A fixtures. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we're going to be finding out who's qualifying into Saturday's bracket. We'll see you very, very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, welcome back to the Last Chance qualifier, and we have made a tactical substitution. Graviston has moved out. Ryan Pessoa is joining us. Ryan, I know you've been watching, I know you've been keeping an eye on everything that's been happening this morning. A few technical delays here and there, but the action is rolling with a nice flow right now. What are you made of the games?
It's been interesting. Obviously, a lot of goals, a lot of games where that Fuma one in particular a couple of rounds ago where he was missing a lot of chances, where it just felt like he wasn't in his rhythm. But yeah, I've been keeping up to date on my other screen, the other groups and their standings as well. There are a lot of friends of mine have made it through, so yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. You are joining us at the Last Chance qualifier. We are live in the STC Contenders Arena, part of the Expo Point de Versailles here in Paris. It's all part of the wider Esports World Cup and the FC Pro World Championships. And we're at a pivotal stage here, Ryan, in Group A, A1 through A8, because players have qualified already.
Yep.
There's a lot of players who are down in that lower bracket as well, who are fighting away, trying to make it into the latter stages. Let's have a look at Pool A5 here, because this is the group in focus that we have been looking at all throughout today. And Hugo the King will be taking on Romaninho in this next match to qualify in. Harvey Watts is already there. Two players, Ryan. Hugo the King with a big victory against Fuma. Romaninho, and also one you've played this year, actually. This could be a really, really good game.
It was actually it was the FC Pro Open qualifiers that played Romaninho. I think it was the last round to get into the knockout stages, or maybe the round before. He was so good, Rich. I remember just the player locks, the way he attacked. It was like a flashbang, caught me completely off guard. So if you can have any of that, obviously it's several months since that stage. And Hugo the King is coming off of a victory against Fuma, where I thought it was very impressive, to be honest with you. I felt like he allowed Fuma back into the game in parts that it didn't. I think maybe he sort of played the occasion. Because if that was somebody else, I think it was 8-4 at a time and he looked very comfortable. And Fuma was missing a lot of chances. I don't think that would happen against anyone else. So if he's able to take that into this game, yeah, it will be an incredibly difficult one to call.
Well, let's come back to the studio while we wait for this game to kick off here, because we can quickly run you through the other groups that we can bring you to. This screen is also absolutely fine. As you can see, players starting to take their seats. Hugo versus Romaninho, I believe, is about to get underway very shortly, so I'll be very quick with this. Guy Barros and Kaiser are in the winners' final. They both qualified, as is Craig Harris from Pool A1, that is. Down in Pool A2, we are looking at Luke Downing and Tunde, both qualified in to the next round. Beku Cohen will more than likely, if the results go his way, be in the next round. Rasta Ata or Chapotkin playing for a spot in Pool A2. Oberon Okan both in JH7 is also in through the losers side, beating Kekova. Salman Ahmed plays Killer Freak. And Pool A4, Sebaloyone is qualified in. Omar and Harmus play against each other, with Eljar Peixoto, Tommy Knapp, and Javik all down in that lower bracket. Three very good players there fighting away. We've seen Pool A5. What's Pool A6 looking like, Ryan?
We've seen, of course, two going Perkins. They're already through to Saturday. They were still waiting to see how the lower bracket pans out as well. In A7, we have Nixneb, who made it through. Saddam is also through as well, through the winners final. Lower bracket, still waiting to see there who manages to find their way into the top four. And last but not least, A8, we have Diogo Mendes, our good friend, has made it through. Lucas 11 also making it through the top bracket, and Rampazzo, who we've seen a lot this year in that lower bracket. So they'll be hoping to get into that top four.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like these two are playing. Maybe not. Maybe we're just warming up. Nope, we are underway.
Yep, just about.
2 minutes. Great timing. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is going to be the best game of the day so far.
Okay, I hope so anyway. I hope we see goals, because when I played Romaninho, I'm pretty sure he beat me like 8-4 or something. It was, and the thing is, it was maybe like
it's 1-0 already.
It was like a 7-1, and I caught up a little bit. I'm pretty sure. No,
Well-
my memory's quite bad. But he's 1-0 down early doors. Hugo starting as he left off against Fuma.
I'm not a big fan of his. He's gone for the numbers above the player's head rather than the name.
Never understood that. But I guess, no, actually, to be fair, if you're somebody that, like Shells, for example, my former teammate, he loves the numbers. Like, he could tell you any player from any number just based on their kit number from...
But then you can pick it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So some people just allocate it and they just stick with it. For me...
Yeah, like I've had Messi playing as number 16 the entire season.
I'm not bothered. It doesn't bother me.
I actually have a gamer tag above the head, PSN ID,
Okay.
because I like to know who I'm playing against.
And that's what, you know the player who to message straight after if you can see the dodgy goal then.
But do you know what it is? It gives me everything I need to know. If I see like I don't know, Bradley or 9, I know that I'm playing against someone that might be a bit of a beamer. If I'm playing someone Smithy 63, then I'm not losing that game.
Do you know
I'm
what it
locking
is?
in.
Sometimes though in champs, I actually don't want to know who I'm playing against. I find out at half time.
I like to win the personal battle.
What's your thoughts on some of the player selections as well? Obviously, there's been a few changes in defence. Earlier, I saw you mentioning Stam. Hold on a second. Keeper makes a big save. I think there's a lot of options, to be fair, and understandably so. We're in July.
Yeah, there's loads of options. I mean, it's what me and Grav were talking about earlier. I thought we might have seen more Path to Glories. They seem like the prominent item right now. I mean, Saka has been outstanding. We saw Jude Bellingham.
He's a joke.
Featured pretty prominently as well. There's Ousmane Dembele, the Champions League road to the final. Technically, is the item it's called, but it's actually the winning item of the PSG team. I know sore subject still for Mr. Pessoa, but yeah, greatest of the game, Path to Glory, couple of team of the seasons, and all the European league winning teams. We've seen Palace players, we've seen Aston Villa players, we've seen the Barcelona women's team, and a couple of PSG items in there as well. They're predominantly making up most of the team.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because they've got the play styles. Obviously, the attributes go alongside with it. But you mentioned Saka. I think he's unbelievable. I think he's really good. Jude Bellingham as well. He scored a lot of clutch goals with. Also, his play styles are pretty perfect. Saka with the finesse shot straight from kickoff, and we are back with Hugo having the advantage in this game.
I said this to Grav, and I'm sure you can remember it as well. That Saka brings me flashbacks to Berlin with Anders Vergang Saka up the right-hand side. It's a very, very similar item. And by the time that we get to the FC Pro World Championships, that Saka's going to be 99 rated because England will have won the World Cup. So there's a world in which those England players could become the best players in the game.
Yeah, we'd hope so. Also, the fact that players have to factor in the lengthy meta as well, I think is important. Just having whether it's the wiper or a centre midfielder, obviously fullbacks having lengthy as well is very important.
Slightly more slower build-up here from Romagnino.
I was about to say, where the player locks. He loves the player lock. I haven't seen too much of it yet.
Look at that runner on the top side of the pitch. I think it's Salma once again. She's so fast. She's been the MVP today. Gets through the byline. Is there a recycle there? Yes, there is. Now, Scott McTominay takes over, but just got a little bit too congested there. Probably didn't want Saka to come that far in field. Didn't hold the width on that right-hand side and just crowded out the middle of the pitch ever so slightly. Lovely double tap. Really
wow, that's a clutch tackle there. Thought that was almost guaranteed to at least get a shot off that goal. Look at the triggered running through the middle there. That's where you have to be careful. He's player locked it. It's offside. I actually think in those positions, Rich, you don't need to play lock, especially when you've already taken another centre-back out of the game. Sort of a 1v1. A creative run could actually be better in that position, to be honest. But I actually don't even think you need to do either of that. A through ball.
Just keep going.
Keep going. Yeah,
commit the defender.
Yeah.
I think you see it a lot. Force your opponent to do something.
Yeah.
Make them step out. Make them not just sit an AI defend or actually commit a body forward. Offside's creeping in here in the early stages. Obviously, first sort of competitive action you've seen from FC since the E-Champions League. Ryan, I asked the same question to Grav earlier on today. The game's not really changed since then. Obviously, new players coming in, maybe just allowing the competitors to have a bit more freedom in what they do. Like, now you've got a right mid in Saka, who I think is going to be used pretty much predominantly throughout, who can not only go on the outside, he can dribble like this. The players are better than they've ever been.
I think that's the main thing there. In terms of meta, to be honest, pretty much the same as it has been for several months. But in terms of player selection, obviously that pool of that, with the additional promos we've had since the Champions League, that does help out. Fill out positions where maybe there was a couple question marks that players were having, or maybe there was only one option. Now you've got so many different options to choose from in pretty much every position.
Who was the centre mid right at the start of the game in the FC Pro Open that everyone picked? He was like 25, 30k. He had Tiki Taka Plus, and everybody used him. He was just like the go-to.
Oh,
Salma, good finish, just offside.
Yeah.
I feel like there were a centre mid that everyone used that were like, he's the go-to.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember it, to be honest.
I can't remember either. There's been that many promos, that many.
That's what I'm saying. They all, when it gets this late on in the game cycle, they genuinely merge into one. Like, I honestly can't remember. I'm trying to think of early promos and stuff. Start of the year, and I actually can't name one.
I know Stiller was used a little bit.
That's the person, but I don't think it was him. That was the person that came to my mind, because was it Cornerstones?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's got to be. Yeah, that's the finish there. It's a bit fortunate where for Hugo, he wasn't able to get the player switch on there, and then with corners, with the knockdown. Again, as we were speaking about earlier on in the game cycle, that was pretty much a cert when everyone got
even
corners.
Ulston in the chat saying Reinders.
Reinders was unreal.
Could have been Reinders. Well, I feel like there was someone else. I feel like
Reinders was more expensive than that. I can't remember it, I'll be honest.
I'm thinking back. I'm going to look through the archives. One thing we've got here, I think we've got all the drafts on the website still. Thuram was used quite a bit.
That's lovely.
That's a lovely play. Really unfortunate. Seeing the pace of this game, it feels so much quicker than the previous couple of matches we've had.
Yeah, Romanino likes to attack. So does Hugo, obviously, you can tell by previous games that they played today. Very dangerous area. Beautiful bit of cancelling there. He's trying to go towards the byline, but no success that time. It's a bit rushed though from Hugo.
Makes you think, really, doesn't it? What's going through the players' heads here? 2-2. Hugo the King exploded into life against Fuma. He was 4-1 down. He went on to win 10-8 in that match. We've not had the opportunity to see Romanino yet today. But so far, it's a very, very tightly contested, competitive game of FC.
I think for both players, they want to get the job done now. See, winning this game gets them into the next stage of the last chance qualifier. But the loss doesn't eliminate them because they still are in the winner side of the bracket.
I can't remember who it was. That player. I've been trying.
Still been looking.
Yeah. It might not have even been this year. It might have been last year. Honestly.
There's been a lot of promos this year.
You see shot of there behind Hugo with plenty of familiar faces in the background there as well. Group B will be also taking place today with familiar faces. I know a lot of people asking around Tom Stokes. He will be in action later today. Recently signed to Team Footbin, making their venture into esports for the very first time. Surprised by this low scoring so far, right?
Yeah, I am. I just think it probably plays into the fact that this is a nervy situation. If we speak about low scoring, that's got to be a goal for me.
Onto the edge, head knocked down there. Are you surprised we've not? I mean, maybe we're going to see it at the FC World Championships. There's been no real variation of corners this entire year. We played short at the early stages, and now people, for like during the league phase, just whipped it into the edge of the box, whipped it to the back post, headed it across. Do you think people are saving things for the World Championships? Do you think there's going to be a couple of strats, a couple of tactics maybe that people have got in the locker?
You'd expect so. I feel like in this tournament, for the players that are currently here, they'll just be thinking they want to win by any means necessary. They want to make sure that they can get to that position. It's like it was like an impossible battle going from all the way through the last chance qualifier into the play-ins to win or to get into the World Championship from that. But I get what you're saying in terms of the players that are already in the World Championship. You do expect like the likes of Nicholas, Anders, they will have something that they would have been working on, because that's pretty much what they've had the capabilities to do. They wouldn't have had to worry about like this part of the tournament or the season, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, Anders has been in the World Championship since
January, was it?
First week of January?
Yeah.
When he got to the top 8. And then, yeah, top 8 got you first in the Pro Open. Got your World Championship.
Yeah. That was I think it was, might have even been earlier than January.
Because did he not win all 5 games on his first week and no one could catch it?
We might just say it was secured from then.
Yeah.
Wonderful dribbling, beautiful goal from Hugo the King. And that's your MVP of the day so far, Rich. Salma. That footwork in the box is incredible.
Yeah, she's the ultimate wide player. She can run in behind, she's got the pace, she's got the strength, but then also the dribbling, the technique is something to behold. Outstanding finish. How difficult will it be for these players who are playing in the last chance qualifier to then go again on Sunday with the play-ins taking place? And I mean, this is no disrespect to a lot of the players here at the last chance qualifier, but the level of the play-ins, it does step up.
It is higher.
You are taking a step up.
Yeah, it is higher. I think actually though, if I remember correctly,
if you're coming through the last chance qualifier, you're playing well. Manu Bachore came through the play-ins last year. Jafonso the year before came through the last chance qualifier and won the Esports World Cup.
Exactly, yeah. I remember, I'm sorry, Rich, it's off the top of my... Was it last year or was it the year before where Hassan Wright had that really strong run?
Yeah.
I think Abel as well had a really strong run through the last shots qualifier into the plane. They didn't actually make it to the World Championship, but they showed that they had the capabilities to do it. It just wasn't their day. But yeah, you can of course go on a run. It's just really difficult, especially in the last chance qualifier. If you lose early doors,
you've got to win what, 5 in a row?
Yeah, it's a lot of games because it's only 14 players that get into the play-ins.
Yeah, and the way that it is, it's group play / bracket play, where you've just got to get through. You then have to just get through again into the top 4 and then into the top 2. Yeah. And then when we get to Saturday, it's a bracket, 32 players, 14 go through. That's the most rewarding.
Yes.
Out of all the formats, 14 out of 32. That's 40%.
Yeah.
There or thereabouts.
I'll be honest, as a player, if you get to that position, you're basically thinking you're there. or thereabouts. Obviously, it depends. Sometimes you can get just have a bad day. That's offside there. But for a lot of players, if you get there, it sort of comes down to matchmaking in a way. You could get a favourable matchup on paper, or somebody that maybe you get the better of more often than not. That could be the difference. It's as simple as that.
If you make it to the top 8 in that bracket play, you are you're guaranteed it. 4 then go through the losers bracket, and then 2 players playing that sort of third in individual bracket, the last chance chance on Sunday to qualify. That's onside.
It was offside.
And Romaninho levels up this tie 3-3.
Yeah, it just comes from another player lock, which he obviously looks for very, very aggressively when he's in the final third.
Just having a quick glance over at the different games taking place here across many different of the pools. Boomer is in losers round 3. That game between Shota and Hamdo is still underway.
Hold on. Oh my gosh. When you see McTominay or Jude Bellingham or those type of midfielders, when they're left just powering through midfield and you haven't switched cursor quick enough, it might be the scariest thing on this game.
Yeah, absolutely. A6, it's 88% completed, and I think we found our players: Tuga, Perkic, Felix, and De Widek.
I feel like if Gorilla ended up turning up, he'd probably favour himself to have.
Yeah, especially with Wiki Wednesdays.
Yeah, I think Gorilla's been very good this year.
Could be a chance here. Johan Cruyff peels away from Maldini, slides it in, got to extra past that, has to go one more.
This is why it'll be really nervy for the players, because they know they're just a couple minutes away from potentially getting a spot, or a couple minutes away from having to play a few more games afterwards. That is onside, I believe, and it is. The offside trap, the players switch as well. Just as I speak about making a mistake, to offside trap there, we always say, if somebody's facing at an angle where they can play a pass forward, you can't offside trap.
Too much risk.
Yeah, you just can't do it.
Way too much risk. Those other games that we are looking at actually in the other pools, I think we're going quite well here in a lot of these matchups. Down in pool A8, how we're looking.
Yeah, I was looking at that as well. Yeah, that matchup. There's a matchup obviously to get into Saturday with the losers quarterfinal, so the final game in A8. Lampazzo up against Adrix. That is a very, very, very good game. Saranch up against Hame Tarafa. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly as well. See, A7. Still waiting to see who wins the game between Way2 Iglesias and Baldo. That one, of course, winner of that progresses as top 4 in that group. And the game Salmon up against Landi NG10.
Let's see some of the best moments from this game so far. Romaninho equalised there at 3-3. And you talk about that offside trap. Just got away with him, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a mistake. See how much it means to Hugo there, because he knows it's relief more than anything.
As we head back into live action here, with only 10 minutes left to play. The importance of this game, I hear you ask. Qualifying matchup. You win this game and you're into Saturday. Lose and you go down to the lower bracket.
Oh.
Nice feet, really lucky. I think it just got a deflection on the way through.
Yeah.
Have you been impressed? I know we said it's going to be the game of the day. Has it delivered? I wouldn't say so.
I'll be honest, I'll be honest, I don't think it has. However, in these positions, as we say, all that matters for the players is just winning. Keepers come out and manage to close the angle down a little bit there to force a shot. I know you love a chip shot. Would you have gone for it there? I actually think I would have, you know. Keeper's miles up his line, running towards me.
Or even just a load of finesse there.
Yeah.
Dembele, extra pass, could have turned, could have shot.
Yeah, I didn't see the extra pass there. Maybe he thought a potential runner would have been triggered behind and just sort of fallen into that space there.
Not long left here on the clock. Ousmane Dembele hands it off to Nazareth, but a good tackle once again from Hugo. And he looks to, with a player locked down the line, seal his fate into Saturday's group play.
Just has to be sensible. Nothing too crazy. There's no need to score another goal. I think he's going to wait around these areas of the pitch and just hope. Because it's only 1 minute added on, Rich. Unless it's a capitulation, there is no way.
He drops the controller now.
Yeah, genuinely. There's no way, no chance he's going to lose this, shortly. Yeah.
And there you go. Congratulations to Hugo the King, 4-3 victory. He joins Harvey Waters in the winners' final, a game that will not be getting played because both players have succeeded in what they set out to do, which is qualify into Saturday's pool play. As for Ronaldinho, he drops down to the losers' quarter-final, where we will very soon find out who he is going to be playing. It's either going to be Encante or Baratelli.
Yep.
In the next set of games. Congratulations, Hugo the King.
Yeah, he's had a very, very strong performance today. Obviously, the win against Fuma, and now obviously the win we just seen against Ronaldinho. So he gets into the top four. We'll wait and see who Ronaldinho will be up against and who Fuma will be playing as well, because right next to Hugo, Shota is playing his game. That should be finalizing very, very shortly.
Yeah, so you can see the games that we're going to be covering here. It's going to be Fuma versus the winner of that game. And then finally, the qualification match. More than likely, it will be Impacts or Ronaldinho taking on Baratelli, Encante, Fuma, Shota or Hamdo, whoever comes through. That is the lay of the land as it stands right now. In the STC Contenders Hall. A1 all the way through to A8. I'm just looking at that A5 table there, the pool that we've been following.
Yep.
Looks like Encante still sat down. He's still in his game. But trying to see it here. That's the group as it stands, right?
Yeah, the upper bracket. We see the two players that are advancing into the next stage of the tournament. Harvey Waters, accompanied by Hugo the King. So just looking at Harvey Waters, obviously that game to make it. Impact, unfortunately, coming out as a loser in that game. He's still waiting to see who he'll be playing in that bracket. It's a difficult one for a player when you're waiting for that long, especially when the players before you are, obviously it's a lower bracket, so they would have just come out of a game.
Yeah.
So it's
I think that round 3 game is the hardest game to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, it is difficult, especially when you know it feels close. It's obviously not that close. You still got to win a couple more games, but yeah, it's a difficult one.
Well, we are just waiting to see how close we are to getting underway on the next set of fixtures here. And that's the lower bracket here in Pool A5.
Yeah, slightly behind other groups currently. As you can see, we're still waiting in round 3 of the lower bracket for Fuma's opponent. And then that, with the winner of that game ends up playing Impact for one of the 2 spots available. Ronaldinho up against Encante or Baratelli. That is a slightly further ahead matchup than the one in the lower side of the lower bracket.
If we can, let's show you the format. Let's show you how this all unfolds here at the Last Chance qualifier. In phase 1, 512 players come into action. Top 4 of each group continue to phase 2. Those groups are made up of 32 groups of 16. All the games best of 1. In phase 2, once again, we play best of 1 matches with 8 groups of 16. The top 4 of each group will advance to phase 3. That is where we whittle it down from 32 participants to 14. It's a double elimination bracket. Tiebreaker best of 1 matches played between the last 4 players eliminated to determine the final 2 qualified players. And those players, those 14, all going to the play-ins. This is how Hugo did it.
Yeah, I think it's that goal, obviously, not only to take the lead, but it's a shot in terms of the confidence for Romanino, especially when he's somebody that likes to defend aggressively, attack quickly. When you're offside trapping and giving away, he's given him quite a few chances in that game from it, and it's not working in your favour, you start to question yourself. It's sort of like, I remember there was a contentious part earlier on in the season where people were questioning advanced defending because a lot of penalties were given away from Bruiser, but then it actually prevents more goal-scoring opportunities than it gives away, if that makes sense. So it's just, that's the difficult thing with the offside trap.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting to find out how long we are looking at in between the 2 matches here to see if we're going to go to a very short break or not. If I would predict this, I think we might be going to a break because I can't see any players sat down at the moment that aren't currently in matches. So we might be just holding for a little while here while we wait. Talk to me, you must have played in scenarios like this, Ryan, where it's a larger set format tournaments. You are waiting in between games a little bit. I mean, back in Bucharest, those Gfinity tournaments, sometimes you're waiting 15, 20, 30 minutes in between rounds. What is it like as a player down there in the, let's take the STC Contenders Arena, for example? I think
it kind of depends on the result of your previous game as well. Because if you're coming off of a win, you kind of just want to keep on going. Ideally, just go back to back games and just get into a rhythm. If you come off a loss, to be fair, for some people, you still want to jump back in and redeem yourself. But I think in terms of being sensible, it's okay to take a little bit of a break. And in these positions, you actually do have, whether you like it or not, you've got time to have a break. So it is a difficult one. I think it's based on the results and also the temperament of the person. For me, I just want to play the games as quick as possible. I don't like waiting. That's just me in general. I just want to get it done as soon as possible. I want to find out, am I through? Fine. If I'm not, okay. Next flight home.
Yeah. And I suppose the opposition as well. You want to know who you're playing earlier rather than later.
Yeah, and I think in this case, obviously, the players aren't able to have their coaches behind them, but they will be still being told things from their coach, etc., on certain play styles and how people play, if they're able to have previous knowledge of that player. And having a break does help because you can tap in with the coach and just sort of look at I would say tendencies that your opponent or potential opponents would have. But it's difficult because with delays or potential delays, it's hard to know who you're going to be up against, when you're going to be playing. It's impossible.
You're joining us at the Last Chance qualifier here, part of the Esports World Cup, and further that, the FC Pro World Championships. Myself, Richard Bucket, alongside Ryan Pessoa. This is phase 1 of what plans to be a exhilarating weekend of FC action. We'll whittle the competition down from 512 all the way to 10. 10 players will be going into the play-ins, where 14 players, will be going into the play-ins, where 10 players will be going out of the play-ins and progressing into the FC Pro World Championships, taking on the potential chance at glory of lifting the Diogo Jota FC Pro World Championship title with a illustrious history. Manu Bachore, Anders Vergang, you go back in the annals. Umut, Mo Alba, Manu Bachore again. There is a serious lineage of the World Championships. And as for this year, Anders Vergang, the out-and-out favourite, but could there be a surprise? Could there be a shock all the way from the 10th of July up to the 26th with someone going through that last chance qualifier all the way in to the FC Pro World Championship final?
Is there anyone that you've seen or you think before even watching their gameplay, just based on their stature and previous accomplishments, that you could think could actually go the distance? Not necessarily to say win the FC Pro World Championship.
Oberon.
I was about to say, is it as simple as just saying Oberon, maybe even Tuga potentially?
I think Oberon, Tuga, Guy Barros.
Cohen, LJR.
Yeah, down in, I think, some of those other pools as well. I'm looking specifically in, I think it might have been D1, Darkly. I think has got a lot of quality. A sort of a really good player. If he puts it together, Tom Lees, I think has got potential to do something.
Yeah.
He's in pool D6. There was one more player as well that was on the tip of my tongue. Hugo Sanchez.
Yeah, he's great
as well.
Yeah.
He's really good. We saw him in La Liga this year. Played well, competed at a very good level. I think he got a couple of really good results against players who are already in the World Championships as well. So I think he's the other one that I think could. I actually think there's going to be more players that qualify out of the play-ins from the last chance qualifier than there is from the play-ins.
Really? Okay, that's fair. Yeah. I guess it depends.
I think the play-ins, you look at this is no disrespect whatsoever, but there's a lot of players coming through the play-ins that qualified through their domestic leagues.
Right, yeah.
Qualified as the winning of the league. So I think when you're coming through the last chance qualifier, you have to prove that you are beating not only Europe's elite, but the world elite.
Yeah, that's
at a very high level. And the number one thing that I say in FC, you're coming in with so much confidence. Yeah. You're coming in already have won something. You're coming in already have achieved something. And I think for those players, I think they will really, really kick on at the play-ins.
I do agree for the most part. I think I would love to see an underdog story again, like last year, where it's just somebody that no one gave a slither of hope to make it through the last chance qualifier. They go through that and then make it into the play-ins and have a strong tournament.
There's also players here that, I mean, you mentioned Gorilla, didn't you? I think he would have done well. Disappointing not to see RSD here as well. I know someone that we both know quite well, but yeah. We saw him in Wiki Wednesdays. He did play well. He showed that if he puts it together, he does have that level to compete. But
I'm a big fan of RSD.
Yeah,
same. He's doing a watch party instead. I hope he can hear us right now. I'm disappointed.
Couldn't make it out here. So I've just been informed that we are going to go to a extended break here. You are watching the Esports World Cup as part of the last chance qualifier. Myself and Ryan will be back after the break, but right now we're going to go to a break and we will be back very soon with more FC action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Do not adjust your phone or mobile device or computer or laptop, because we are back, and this time we are here to stay, because Group B is right around the corner. Richard Buckley alongside Ryan Pessoa in a sweltering UK, but it's even hotter in Paris, because the last chance qualifiers are just about to kick up. As you can see, plenty of players down there. Mr. Ryan Pessoa, how are we feeling right now?
Yeah, ready and raring to go. As we said, we had that little break where we saw the finalising of Group A. Over to Group B now. Some household names, some favourites as well, taking part in this one. Obviously, Tom Stokes recently signing to Footbin. He's going to be somebody that we would keep a keen eye on. I know people at home will be wondering how his games are going and things like that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this group underway.
Yeah, shall we look through the format of these next few days of how it is all going to unfold? On day one, where we are right now, this is phase one. Phase one is over 2 days of action, Friday and Saturday. 512 players, top 4 from each group go to phase 2 with 32 groups of 16. Phase 2, that is Saturday, where 128 participants will be whittled down into no, that's Friday. That's Saturday. That's Saturday.
Yeah. Getting the days mixed up.
And then Sunday we have the play-ins, where I'm looking forward to seeing all the action unfold. By the end of phase 3, we'll be going into Sunday and seeing which players from the play-ins make it to the FC Pro World Championships. Should we have a quick run through, Ryan? Let's go back to that shot at the STC qualifying stage, and we can see the players starting to get ready, the contenders stage. B1, some big names to look out for, some household names. We've got Yago, we've got Max Kuldemeyer, Divine, CSZ, he's got a big social media presence, Lani, Stay Woke, someone that we know from the E-Premier League.
Yeah.
We'll be keeping an eye on, definitely on B1. Down in B2, Giuliano is the player who's got the bye in the opening round. NH taking on Belos in his opening game. Coco v Bastos and Focus Beast. Some names to look out for as well. In B3, we have got, as you said, Footbin, Stokes, Deshe, Johnny 1445, Big, the Brazilian, alongside them Abu Fwazi and Zitsubasa. Some big names in that B3 pool. As down to B4, it's Mark Marley. He's the player who's got the bye. Reece Vaughan in there as well from Premier League success with Newcastle United. Firmino and also Hamza. How are we looking for B5?
B5 is the group we're actually going to be paying close attention to. We have Lamps, who's already got a bye into that winners quarterfinal stage. We have Mark LDW, who we've seen quite a few times over the last couple of seasons with Leverkusen in the virtual Bundesliga. Javi Villar and Baladiero in that group as well. It's interesting to know because obviously we don't know if every single player has turned up in this tournament. Obviously there could be cases of bias, but this is the bracket on the screen here for you to visualize. Obviously similarly to Group A's, it's 4 players that advance, 2 in the winners bracket and 2 in the lower bracket. So yeah, it's a solid group, but there's opportunities for players to make a statement, and I think it'd be fair to say that Lamps would be the favourite. Over to Group B6, we do have Resende, who's already through into the winners quarterfinal. We have Darwizi, Shadows there as well. We have Olelito, Rafsu, Ethan H, and Casade Davide is in that group. So that's a very stacked group, B6, in my opinion. There's quite a few names there that you'd expect to make it through in that top 4. Over to B7, we have Daughter there, who is already into the winners quarterfinal of Tuzzy Esports. He's had a strong season. Honours there as well in that group. There's a few other names that you've heard of throughout the years. Dame Sheet is a member that we of course have been following for a number of years now. And last but not least, in Group B8,
nobody got the bye in this group.
Yep, Lucas Official is there. We've seen him a number of times. We've seen Forlan as well. RSD Good decided not to turn up, so we're going to say he's lost that game. I know I'll be watching the stream right now.
0-2 in Paris.
Yeah,
the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, Nervan's there as well. Keta Dilo, somebody who I respect very, very highly, and I think he's a great player. Danino's in that group as well. So there's a few names and household names throughout the last 4 groups there in Group B.
As you see, players starting to take their seats, starting to get ready here. It's going to be very interesting to see how this unfolds. That's our game for the opening matchup. CR7 Balderino up against Alberto Carlos 89. Good game, Ryan.
Yeah, Balladero we've seen a few times, obviously, in South America. So we'd expect him to win this game on paper. We'll be underway very, very shortly. So you can see the codes are just being sent over between competitors on the stages there.
Do you think we'll see more shocks? I mean, the biggest shock from the Group A, obviously Impact's not going through. I think people might have circled him. I'm just looking at some of the other players as well who didn't actually make it through. Maybe Sean from Bayer Leverkusen, before Sean, he got knocked out quite early. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that we really saw. Encante did make it in the end. Romaninho, maybe I think going through. Yeah,
I thought so. He had a tough bracket in the end just because of obviously that loss to Hugo there in the upper bracket. For him to fall into the lower bracket, and we saw Fuma and Kante make it through. So any of those three, it's not really a surprise. I would say it's a really difficult lower side of the bracket there.
Absolutely. I know there's a lot of people in the chat asking for Tom Stokes, asking for Footbin's newest representative of the team, a brand new esports team. I just saw they only launched it on Monday, but they've gone in, they've signed Tom Stokes as their inaugural player and making a big splash in the scene as we're underway. What on earth is this camera?
I'm in a helicopter above the stadium.
Which is loaded up kickoff.
I always find that interesting though with that camera angle. Always we're streaming everyone else. What is the best camera angle? I wouldn't even say there's like a best. I don't think that exists. I think it's what you're comfortable with, but I would not be able to play on this. I don't even know what this camera angle is.
I think this is the EA Sports FC game cam. Like the one that if you go into your local store and go on one of those demo builds at the front of the store, this is what you play on.
It's the one when you load up for the first time and they fling you in that game. You've got to start off. This is one that I actually don't know what it is.
You see Jude Bellingham run around the pitch. When we played at the on was it Oxford Road, Regent Street in London for the PlayStation Champions League. This is what we played on.
Yeah. See, similar players though being selected throughout the teams. Nickelbacker's a new choice that I've not seen today throughout the games that I've been covering. That seeing Vicky Lopez, kicking as a Vinicius Jr.
First time I've seen Vinny Jr.
Yeah, Maldini obviously we've seen quite a few times in that centre back. I feel like he's pretty. I'd say he's going to be the most selected centre backs because of the play styles he has and everything.
A couple of interesting picks. I saw it's like Luca Bacchio, Rodri as well in the middle of the pitch. Lacroix, he's very, very, very good at the back and being selected quite a decent amount. Again, a showdown SBC. I really don't like this camera.
See Kika there trying to find Jude Bellingham. For me, best midfielder in the game, Jude Bellingham. I love him.
Oh, yeah, and look, first owned.
Must be nice.
Pack pulled, clear path to glory. And he is pretty good, I've got to say. He's very good.
Again, we get confused because there's been so many promos. I'm trying to remember what promo he got earlier.
Thunderstruck.
Was it? I was going to say Thunderstruck, but I felt like it was wrong. That one when he got all of the play styles, because obviously based on performances they got added play styles.
Yeah, all the silver play styles. Yeah.
Joke of a player. So good.
Just having a look down here at B1 through B8. Is there any buys that have come through? There's a couple actually in B3. Aldo Suari didn't. That's a default. So Perle goes through, and Marksu didn't play as well. Sorry, Marksu did play. Monogoat didn't show.
Okay.
So I'm just seeing if there's any other defaults. I imagine there's a couple floating around here. Yep.
There's a few in this group.
Mark LDW wins his opening game. Roland will play Lampard Legend. Danny the Rabbit.
It's on
Popping for joy after the LCQ. As opens up the score in there. It goes down in the lift.
I thought it was offside. Maybe it's the camera angle.
I thought this would get changed. I can't believe we're sticking on this. Like, this is deliberate.
Yeah, Baladero taking the early lead. He almost gave away a chance there. Down the other end, straight from kickoff. And Alberto doesn't manage to get a shot at goal.
You can literally see the entirety from right to left of the pitch. That's very close to being 2-0. Rodri with the strike there. And Rodri's actually on the corner as well. Short into Hagen. Both. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, still somehow kept possession there. When they look at the counter-attack, that's on Maldini with that intercept plus kicking in.
Chance. Granit Xhaka should have shot. See there, I think if you're playing on a regular camera, you can probably tell that you've got the space.
Because it looks like you're there. Yeah, I get it. I remember when I used to fiddle around with like co-op camera, maybe like 2019, where people used to play it a lot. And it was weird when you got into the box because you're so far away, it doesn't feel like the opportunity is actually there. Like, it's hard to explain.
What's the worst camera to play on?
I've only played on two cameras before. I actually haven't played on any of the other ones. I have no idea. No idea. Vinny, though, is onside. It's got to be an opportunity here. Slows down. Doesn't really manage to put together the attack he wanted. I don't think he wanted that exit.
That'd be unfortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah, now Jude Bellingham down the other end. Can he make it count as Araujo steps across?
Just looking there at the... Again, the team selection, Saka and it looks to be on this left-hand side, Salma. Vinny Jr. is a striker. I'm not sold on that personally.
I would rather have Kika Nazareth up top, personally.
Yeah, I agree. Luka Bacchio in the wide area into Kika. Twisting, turning, back to Luka Bacchio. Twist around his man, lovely.
Whoa.
Extra pass,
That's
great goal.
That is a wonderful goal. Just calm, sort of calmness personified there. Just the way he took the space in the box, and then a lot of players would have rushed. You can see Alberto panicked because he pressed tackle, hoping that Baladiero would sort of walk into him and he can retain possession that way. Or retrieve possession, I should say. And it was very, very well worked. The extra pass is brilliant.
Nice extra pass, looking for the low driven wide from Saka. As if you are watching this, you're watching the last chance qualifier, part of the Esports World Cup and the FC Pro World Championships. The FC Pro World Championships, the integral part of the Esports World Cup, not only showcased in the best of the best to see who lifts the Diogo Jota FC Pro World Championship title, but also could play a pivotal role, as it did last year, in the Club Championships race, with Manu Bichore winning 1,000 points for Team Liquid and pushing them into second place just behind Team Falcons. That's nice build-up. There's Salma, there's the near post, 3-0. Fabulous from CR7.
Yeah, this is looking easy. When he's attacking with just the fluidity showing, especially in the box there, and you've got the likes of Salma. And at this stage of the game, we speak about it a lot. Obviously, everyone has to play precision shooting, but when you get into the box in those areas with these players at the latter stage of the game cycle, they're not really gonna miss unless it's down to your just bad aim.
Yeah. Which isn't inevitable, because we've seen bad aim today. We've seen a few players put things wide, shoot off goal, shoot too close to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, there was that Fuma one earlier when I thought he was going to make a comeback against Hugo, and when it went wide, I thought, yeah, it's over.
Yep. He had one earlier as well with Jude Bellingham in that game where didn't get his shooting right. Tell you what, Hagen could be a bit of a sleeper hit there at left back.
Yeah, I need to take a look a little bit more closely at that showdown item there. I'll do it after this attack.
It's a very solid fullback. Not going to offer you too much going forward. 6'4" unit of a fullback.
Yep, lengthy, obviously high physicality and defending, strong, and the play styles to match. I think he's up there, to be honest, as one of the best options. But as you said, it's just going forward. You're not going to expect a lot. Salma in on goal. It's got to be goals for the chip. Yep, see ya, 4-0.
Game over. If we do have another game to go to, we can head over there and see what else is happening here in Pool B5. Because at the minute, Alberto Carlos is getting beat pretty convincingly.
For the space there. Brilliant play. He's got Pereira on his shoulder there to muscle him off.
With the extra pass into Luke Bacchio.
Oh, he's got it.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, can't be doing that. Drag back. Maybe just played around with this foot a little bit too much there. That should have probably been at least a shot at goal to make it 5-0.
Yeah, it should have been. There's just way too many errors coming out from Alberto.
Do you know what it is? It's like he's got a blueprint in his mind. That's lovely again. It's going to be number 5, Rodri. The way he attacked that recent attack, which obviously gave away possession for him to concede there, it's like he attacks. The best way I'm trying to explain it in the least confusing way. He's attacking like he's already got a pre-plan in his mind.
Yeah.
And expecting everything to just be in position. But with the way that Baladera is attacking and defending in terms of how high he's pressing and player switching, the options for the pass is not there.
This is, in the nicest way possible, he's playing like a foot champs player.
In a way, yeah. Yeah.
He knows what he wants to do and he just does it. And unfortunately, he's getting picked apart by someone who he's just reading everything he's doing.
Just doesn't look like some of the passing lanes are on, but yeah, it's a strange one.
That is half-time here in this matchup. We're going to have no full-time results yet in this group, but just looking across the board, games are roughly about anywhere between 7 to 12 minutes underway. A couple of defaults creeping in as well, but a lot of players, I've got to say, in Pool B across the board, Ryan, have attended and are here.
Yeah. I think that's something, as I said earlier, you have to factor in, because when there's so many participants that are listed to play, there's going to be a high risk that not everybody turns up. Like, you might be fortunate in one of those groups, so you don't actually have to play the first couple rounds.
Well, I think Oberon didn't play until the semi-finals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So then you're just one win away.
Talk to me about obviously the change of location. This tournament is taking place, well, the last chance qualifiers 2 years in a row in Riyadh. We've now moved over to Paris for this year's iteration of the tournament. A lot more European players, a lot cheaper to get here. Do you think the level of competition is higher?
Ooh, are you saying compared to last year?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to say yes. But that could also be down to the fact that there are better players that haven't made the World Championship play-ins this year. That are, like Oberon, for example, Gibaros, Faku Colwyn, they're players that they need to play in this tournament. So I think the level will naturally be higher because of that. But it opens the door for Europeans to play, because it's a lot more feasible to get to, and it's in terms of the pricing anyway. A lot of people would have been put off by going to Saudi because you're spending so much money to get there, and it could just be a one-day, couple-hour trip. Whereas Paris, yes, it's not cheap, but it's not.
Anyone in mainland Europe, it's a train.
Yeah.
Even away, I mean, even in London, it's a train.
Literally, yeah.
Accommodation slightly more affordable as well. Flights certainly. So. Bit risky at the back there. Diving in with the slide tackle. Hagen steps in. Tell you what, he'd be a fantastic centre-back with the play styles that he's got there. Kika Nazareth comes through, low driven, 6-0.
You know, as a player, it's so sad watching when you know that you need to score, so you have to be a bit risky and push more bodies forward, and then when you give up an attack, and because of your midfield being triggered, etc., you just see your opponent just pick you apart. I'm sure, but he kind of knew that it was a goal. Once the player look was put in and then he moved them into the space, Kika's one-on-one, you're not going to catch her, and with the way Baladero's played, he's not going to miss.
I think it's also important, Ryan, to point out, I know we've been talking a lot about the qualifying into Saturday, but everyone who gets to Saturday, that's a $2,000 game.
Yep.
That's a qualifying match which pays the trip. It pays the trip and some if you're unless you're staying in the nicest hotel in Paris. So it's a really big thing for players. I just saw Impact's put a social media post up there saying didn't make it in, lost the $2,000 qualifying game. And I think it's important to remember that people have paid out their own pocket to be here, or teams have supported, 100%. And not winning that top 4 spot from your group, it can be really, really frustrating for players.
Yeah, and it's a risk that for some players it pays off. You mentioned how Impacts, it didn't pay off, but it's a difficult one. I actually think it could have been an easy chance given to him there. For a lot of the players, it's a way in. Especially if you're somebody that doesn't play in a domestic league, you didn't start the season well with the FC Pro Open qualifiers, so there isn't really anything else to look forward to. These are the moments where you sort of pin your hopes on the whole season just down to one day. Beautiful. Yes, 8-0. This is dark, Rich, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, we actually can't. We don't have the games to switch away from, so Still got 30 minutes to go. Usually I'd ask you, like, what could Alberto do here to try and...
Nothing.
But
Yeah.
is it just a skill difference?
Yeah, I'll be honest. With the way it's going, he's had 1 or 2 chances. Like here, this is it. An opportunity, goes near post, gets a goal back, 8-1. So he needs 7 goals without conceding to try and get into extra time in just under 30 minutes. He's changed his tactical setup as well, but there's no way. You've left it way too late and given too much of a unattainable goal margin away.
It's a really sort of interesting dynamic, the last chance qualifier, isn't it? How you approach it. Do you come in thinking, this is my chance, this is something I want to do? I'm sure there's players here who have never really played competitively before, who look at it and think, this is something that I've always wanted to do, almost, let's see what I can do. I think I'm quite good, let's try it. And then you've got players who have to qualify.
100%.
Who have to be here. Oberon, Guy Barros, some of those names that we saw this morning, the players that it's season dependent. You have to be here and you have to qualify. And it's almost, which camp do you want to be in? Do you want the pressure that then could push you on, or do you almost want the free hit? It's very interesting.
In a last chance qualifier, for me personally, I'd want the pressure. But then, let's say in the World Championship, I'd want less pressure. I'd want to be like the underdog. But in this situation, because you've got a lot of players, as you said, this is their first tournament, you don't want to load up and then they've released the brackets. You've gone over to whatever bracket it may be. You're looking, you found your name, and then you see Oberon first round. No, thank you. I'll be honest, it's already a little bit of a defeat. Because you're sort of thinking as a player, as an underdog perspective, you could give me anyone, and you've given me Oberon. That's just one name to name a few. No, thank you. I'll be honest. They're the ones where you made sure that the Airbnb you booked free cancellation up until the 9th. I've seen my bracket. No, thank you. I'm saying no. Done.
Yeah, you're not booking a non-refundable.
Nah, exactly. It's the free cancellation option. But I know that if anything goes wrong, I wait until I see the bracket, and that's where my choice will be made up.
Oh. I mean, this, I think you said it earlier, it's a tough game. And it's also, how does Alberto bounce back from this? You're going down to a loser's bracket now where you might not play for 2 hours. And you just got to sit with this result.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I know people are asking as well about the updates for other games going on. We only are able to show this group. So when we get updates, obviously with Stokes, I know a lot of people are big fans of him like ourselves, so we're trying to see what is possible.
Fortunately for Alberto Carlos, the game was done in the first half. I think he trailed at 5-0 as we went into the break at half time, and since then CR7 Balderillo has kept up his level and looks to add a 9th to Ousmane Dembele at the near post. Was there any part of you that fancied this, Ryan? The last chance qualifier?
No. I'll be honest with you. Nah, my playing days, they're behind me. I'm surprised Graf's not.
Graf said this morning, officially retired.
Really?
There's no
Where the desire's gone.
Motivation.
Yeah.
We saw him in Jönköping though, didn't we? In Sweden, he played. Big Grav at the qualifier, the last chance qualifier. Didn't go well, but he played. We're going to see Tom Lees in action tomorrow. But I think out of everyone who has worked on the broadcast this year, not including the current pros, probably the player that still has the most to give.
For sure.
Be interested to see how he gets on. Good step there from Scott McTominay, but it is just too little too late. It was a good learning experience, you could call it, for Alberto. And that will wrap us up here. 87 on the clock. And this will be my final game of the day as well. I'll be handing the reins over to Gravison and Ryan Pessoa to see out Group B. Thoughts on the game, Ryan?
One-sided. The scoreline tells you everything you need to know if you've just joined us anyway. 9-2. It felt like Baladero sort of slowed down, understandably so, in the second half. But yeah, I think Alberto Carlos, I should say, this didn't really pose a threat, in fairness.
Well, it's also getting to that time as well. During this game, Ryan, my camera turned off from overheating. So it's probably good I did the morning shift where it's a little bit cooler.
It's too hot. I'm suffering. I can't lie.
What did you say? Was it your office? 35 degrees?
35 right now.
Yeah, it's 33.5 here. So it is getting warm. And it's even hotter for Alberto as he drops down to the lower bracket with a disappointing 9-2 defeat. What does he have in the locker? Does he have the turnaround of all turnarounds? We'll wait and see.
Thinking it from looking at it, trying to just find some positive here. When you lose by that margin, you're sort of checked out. He's checked out a long time ago. Sometimes it's harder for players to bounce back off of like a 1-goal loss rather than those type of defeats. But you can see the bracket as it stands, the upper bracket. Lampard legend Lamps got his bye and he's up against Roland CR7, who also got a bye there. Mark LDW, again, a bye because his opponent didn't turn up. He'll be up against Dayu or RSK, the winner of that game. Lower side there, Rich, obviously FHDR against Danny the Rabbit. Winner plays against Lukmanu, who got a bye.
You said Danny the Rabbit. Yeah, he rings a bell as well. Good player.
The name rings a bell, but I don't know where from. It's weird. It might be one of these type of qualifiers a couple years ago. But
maybe a Wiki Wednesday qualifier.
I remember the name, and it's because it's such an obscure name that I would remember it. Obviously, we saw Baladero with that convincing victory. He's going to be playing against Ayad or Julian in that next round.
Yeah, that's how our B5 is looking. When we get back after the break, Ryan and Grav will run you through the rest of the pools, where and how people are getting on. As you can see, players starting to find full-time results, starting to kick off as they continue groups B1 to B8. And with that being said, it's a chance for me to go and get a drink, go and enjoy the action from a slightly cooler room in my house. I will leave you in the very, very capable hands of Ryan Pessoa and Gravison while we get Grav in and swapped over and the players get ready for our next round. We're going to take a very short break. When we are back, pools B1 to B8 will continue and we'll find out who is qualifying into Saturday's Phase 2 here at the LCQ FC26. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier. Obviously, Richard was joining me beforehand. We're now joined back with Gravison. You've had a couple hours now to watch, hopefully in a less heat. Oh, I said a heat anyway, where I am. Hopefully it's not as hot where you are right now, Gravison, because I'm struggling. But we're about to see Lampard legend, aka Lamps, his first game of the day. He got a bye in the opening round and he'll be up against Roland CR7 now in Group B5. As you can see, the players there playing or getting prepared to play their rounds there. A few updates, because I know people were asking. Tom Stokes won his game. So he's currently up against Zitsubasa in the winners quarterfinal. But is there any other players for you, Gravison, that have maybe you've taken a keen eye to and you're sort of covering their matchups or their route to the play-ins if they make it that far?
I'm actually curious to see how Lelito is playing, to be fair, because I know Lelito is not happy with the way he's been playing, not only throughout this season, but last season as well, and I really rate Lelito as a great FC player, so I do feel like, even though he's struggling and he's not playing at his best, he's playing on full B6 with Ethan, with Resendes, he's not in his group, but I feel like he has what it takes. He's shown it beforehand, and even though the game doesn't suit him stylistically, let's just say, I feel like he could do it.
Absolutely. He's obviously shown in the past he's capable of not only getting through tough brackets but winning tournaments. You can see Group B5 on your screen there, the upper bracket. We mentioned Lampard legend up against Roland CR7. Mark LDW will be playing either Dayu or RSK. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Mark LDW did not turn up.
Yeah,
so I believe that Dayu will be advancing into the winners semi-final. But this is the game that we'll be focusing on. Gravison, of course. Lamps, by his standards, he would have hoped to have been in a better position than what he currently is. Especially in years gone by, we've seen him do a lot better in his region in those domestic qualifiers. But yeah, he's definitely got a point to prove here.
Let's see how he's playing this year in FC26, especially at this stage of the game in July. Of course, we always know that the game changes so much when we play in September, October, and how we play in July with the playstyles, with the stats. I feel like at the start of the game, especially in September, October, you have to be really intelligent about the way how you play. And then at the later stages, let's just say July, August, you gotta be so quick mechanically.
Yeah.
Because there's so much stuff that you can do. So let's see how Lamps turns up here in Paris.
And also, obviously, as the year progresses on, the later the game cycle goes, the better the items in game. They've got better stats, they've got more play styles at their disposal. It kind of allows you to play a game that's more consistent to your style of play, because you're not sort of limited at the start of the year where players only have one play style. They don't have incisive, they don't have tiki-taka, or maybe they've got one or the other. That is a player look in behind. Thierry Henry with that low-driven finish to put it into the corner. Roland CR7 takes the lead against Lamps in this game.
Great player luck, to be fair. It was a mistake on Lamps' behalf, because you cannot allow a player luck to go on for 2-3 seconds, because of course you don't press the player that's holding the ball. He's gonna pass it so comfortably. So let's see. That was a great goal, to be fair.
Do you think the mistake is, obviously you said not pressing the person in possession, but also just not maybe following the run? What would you prioritize there for people at home that you would give a massive tip to for that?
So in here, it's the second time that I've seen the same mistake from Lamps, and it's something that I really like to. Well defended. It's something that I really like to explain back at home. When someone's throwing the player lock, you gotta go with your manual press and the second man press. So you're covering the possible pass, you're covering the run manually, but you gotta go aggressively second man pressing. Again, 2-0 by Roland CR7, and if we could have the chance for the replay, he didn't go for the second man press, Lamps. That's the second time in a row. I feel like if you I think it's one of the reasons why Nico is so good. It's one of the reasons why, for example, Anders is so good. They are so aggressive with the second man press. If you just defend manually with one player, it's really hard to defend, Ryan.
Yeah, Steve Lampard, he wasn't happy with that. He should have probably got an opportunity to take a shot at goal there. But that second goal from Roland CR7, the whole build-up, I'll be honest, incredible. He's starting off hot here because he's down the line. And if he's able to go 3-0 up within these opening 15 minutes here, this is a blistering start. Jude Bellingham's got the space, got the finesse shot plus as well. 3-0, 13 minutes in. What a start from Roland CR7 here. Wow.
Wow. I mean, the path to glory Jude Bellingham is a player of a kind. Yeah, right?
I've loved all his items this year. So good.
Looks so good, especially because the prior items as center midfielders, they were really good. But as Cam, even though Nico was really good using them, I thought they were lacking something. But this one, the path to glory, I feel like he has the presence of course, of Bellingham, but his agility is really good as well on the ball control. So I agree with you, Ryan. I think he's really good this year. But
sorry to cut you off there. It was when I used his regular goal at the start of the year on my road to glory, and I thought he's really good, but he's lacking passing. And when I say passing, I just mean tiki-taka and incisive play styles, because I feel like that's more important than the attribute. And then he got that Thunderstruck item, which had tiki-taka plus and it has incisive, and he's also able to shoot because he's got low driven partnered with game changer, which is nice. Now you've got all of that plus finesse shot plus as well, and obviously technical's already been there. It's unbelievable in terms of what he offers on this game.
It looks really good. Really good.
And also you can make him lengthy. Forgot about that as well. That's key with
that's key.
The triggered runs.
I gotta tell you, I don't know why Lams is not using the second one press. So in the next attack, try to look at it, Ryan. He's not second one pressing. Just so weird. Like
it's barely. It's not
barely.
Yeah.
It's really hard to defend with just one player. Again, same one. He's not second man pressing. I just don't know why.
He is getting hit up in this game right now. I'll be honest, this is a really poor start. I actually thought, I didn't even give my prediction before the game. I would have said purely based on the lack of knowledge and of gameplay I have from Roland CR7,
yes,
it would be putting Lamps as a favourite, which I think is an easy answer. After watching gameplay-wise in the first 20 minutes, and I know it's easy to say now, but Roland CR7 is really good. I'll be honest, he's really, really good going forward.
Is it the second
mistake?
Yeah,
maybe that's my fault, Ravison.
Unfortunate. I will say that I was focusing myself on the way Lamps was defending, so I'll try to see, because I feel like I was I was really looking for the way Lamps was defending, and you were looking at the way
at the attacking, yeah.
Yeah, so we might need to change the view now. But again, I mean, 20 minutes and 4 goals, that's a really good start of the, let's just say, as the World Cup is happening now, the first quarter, let's just say, prior to the first cooling break, Ryan. 4 goals in 20 minutes is really good.
Just giving an update for those at home who are wondering about B3, where we've got a couple household names like Abu Fawzi, Stokes as well. Stokes won his game against Crazy 7. He's playing against Zitsubasa. That's around 10 minutes real life time in that game there. So go back for Lamps again, 4-2, 25 minutes in. Abu Fawzi is in a game right now against Gavin Henson. Mark Zhu is already through to the winners semi-final, so he's 1 game away from making it into Saturday. And Richard asked me this question, Graham. Was there any thought for you to want to play the last chance qualifier?
For me?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm chilling. I'm chilling in here in Oviedo. Of course, I'm getting to commentate, which is something that I really looked forward to, because I've been playing a lot of foot champs. I've been playing a lot of even the weekly objectives. I've been playing a lot. But great goal. That pass was really good. Ryan, I gotta tell you, I agree with you. Roland is a great attacker. For you to make that pass into the striker, you have to be so precise, not only with the power up of the pass, but also the way you're aiming with the joystick. Really good goal. But coming back, I was really playing the game a lot, so I really wanted to come and commentate this to see how the pros were playing, but I don't want to play anymore.
The desire's gone.
Yeah, definitely. What about you?
Same boat. Question as well. Do you have a big opinion on players, attacking players, we'll say, being played out of position? Like having Henry here in at right midfield, do you think it makes a big difference?
Don't know. Depends on the. I feel like if you're really good attacking, it doesn't matter. Like you have to be so good.
Offside? Yeah. It is.
I think you gotta be so good with the way you're doing creative runs, with the way you're doing player locks. Like if you're really good moving your players, you can get away with players out of position. I feel like.
Offside as well, right?
No.
Offside. Hold on. Oh my gosh, it's onside. I thought it was offside. That's sort of a goal we've seen throughout the last couple of years of FC. The first time through balls over the top. You trigger somebody like Jude Bellingham when they're in behind with lengthy as well. You're not really going to catch them.
No chance. But coming back to your question, Ryan, I feel like if you're really good moving your players manually, you can get away with it. If you're not, so for example, I'm not really good with the creative runs. So when I put players out of position, they don't move as well.
So then, for example, in that, if you were to use a right midfielder out of position, what exactly are you looking for from that position here? Let's say in a 4-5-1 or a 4-4-1-1. Because having Henry there are other players you could use, like Saka, for example. What is that difference?
So for great save. So for me, it's just when you're triggering the first run and then you do it diagonally with the creative run, and then you go again and press L1. So you're moving your play in different directions. I feel like if I have, let's just say, Saka, who has that position, I can get away with the player moving naturally and not doing. Whoa.
It's got him again. That's onside.
Same one?
Oh, that's not. Nah, I honestly, compared to the previous one, I was certain that was onside.
Yeah, same.
Wow.
But then with Thierry Henry, so for example, if you're not good at doing creative, so for me, I'm able to do one creative run when I'm playing, or maybe two. But the players now, look at Kika Nazareth over there.
Yeah.
I'm not able to do that. So I cannot use Henry out of position. That's the reason why I think he's able to get away with it, because he's doing the runs himself.
It's very aggressive defending as well with the player switches, trying to predict where he's going to be turning. Saka can't get space, but he's got fortunate again as Lamps gets another way back into the game. You could argue two fortunate goals for Lamps here. And he's got it back just before half-time as well. If he gets another goal in this attack, this gives him... That's forced, yeah, no chance. That was never on. Could have run. Kika cuts inside, finesse shot, 3. Is that 3 goals, I think, for Kika in this game? 7-3. It's... Anytime he goes forward, Gav, it feels like he's going to score.
I don't want to sound too harsh on Lamps, but his second man pressing is just... He's not doing it where he needs to do it. I feel like the second man pressing, you have to use it to try to press your opponent while you're covering other runs. So for example, in this 7th goal, he did the second man press with the centre back, which doesn't make any sense, because maybe you can get away with it at playing against other players, but when you're playing against pros, and as we've seen from Roland, he's really good attacking, he's going to manually put your striker in the position in which you're second man pressing with the centre back. So I feel like Lamps has to work on that second man press, and on the other side, Roland, he's doing everything. No offense, Ryan.
Yeah, he's been very, very strong in this game. And how big of an opportunity do you think it is for not only the players, like the well-known names that haven't had a great start to their season, and whether it's domestic or the FC Pro qualifiers, this is pretty much the only other option they have to get to the World Championships. How big of an opportunity, though, is it for players that don't have a domestic league and can just showcase that they do belong in and amongst some of the best players? Because last year we saw some, obviously now we look at it, some big names, but a lot of players that made it through the last chance qualifier into the play-ins that performed well. They didn't make it to the World Championship, but they showed that they can compete, like Hassan Wright. Abel as well was really, really good.
I think it's massive for them, because with your domestic leagues maybe not having spots for the World Championship, maybe for the play-ins, or maybe you have only one spot, this is your great chance not only to qualify, let's just say, but to prove yourself against the best players in the world. So for example, that could give you an opportunity. Let's just say somebody is playing against Stokes, right? And maybe he's from a minor league and he's not... Wow, good chance. And maybe he's not in his domestic league, he did good, but lost just by 1 goal to qualify for, let's say, a tournament, and that's it. Maybe this is your chance to play against, let's say, a Stokes player who has a big following, and it's your great chance to show off, maybe, and maybe get your chance of signing for another domestic league, another club. So I think it's huge for them. I think it's huge, of course, for the players that got the opportunity to compete in domestic leagues. but especially is the biggest chance for the players that don't compete in domestic leagues. So, for example, reference, same as the World Cup. So if you're from Cabo Verde and you're not playing in a big league, the World Cup is a massive, it's a massive opportunity for you to show off, right?
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
it's similar in this.
Into another pause. They see Roland's not happy despite the clear lead he does have.
I'm gonna ask you, Ryan, because we did see a lot from Bukayo Saka doing today. How do you feel about his item? Because I remember Rich told me about Bukayo Saka back in FC24 World Championship Berlin with the way Anders was using him on the attack, and he said that this Bukayo Saka kind of remind him of the one that we used 2 years ago. So what do you make of this Bukayo Saka?
Yeah, it was the one where Anders was running right with him.
Yes.
Was dominating, and yeah, I remember that game against Juve in the final. It just made it look easy. Yeah, everything sort of came through that Bukayo Saka item for Anders, but this one, of course, still has the ridiculous attributes. Pretty much everything 90 plus that you're looking at. Play styles wise, very, very strong as well. Having technical finesse shot. That's why I'm sort of surprised he's not been included in the teams here. But I think he's a very, very strong choice to have. You could argue there's a couple weak points. In my opinion, maybe no tiki-taka is a big glaring one, but other than that, he's got everything else.
Agree. I feel like if I were playing in here, I would probably use him. Defending by Mark Pubil. Look at the creative runs. It's just, wow. That's the thing with the game nowadays, like with these players that I think I said beforehand, Hugo, the Spanish player who might have played, let's just say, I'm not sure, but let's just say he played 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 matches this year. Of course, when it comes to July, you know the ins and outs of the game, so you can do this stuff. I think that's on site. No, I was close, but you know the timings, you know how to do the runs, you know when to press, you know how the players move with the FCIQ on their own, and it really is surprising to see them. Great cancel to see them play at their highest level, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. But then, because I didn't have a lot of knowledge on Hugo earlier, so I was sort of surprised when I was looking at the bracket, just seeing him power through and take out the likes of Fuma. That is 8-3 for Roland. You can see him celebrating, even though we can't hear him. He knows that's a margin now. Having a 5-goal lead, he should be safe with 30 minutes to go. But yeah, just tapping in what you were saying earlier. When you play that many games at that level, you're bound to be able to perfect your craft and be comfortable going forward. Hence why he was able to pick up those big results and go through in the winners bracket. But I think it's important for those players to make a mark in this tournament because they don't really have other options.
This is the one. This is it. If you want to have a chance to sign for an esports organization or a football club or a domestic league, this is your chance, Ryan. Show yourself. I remember back in I think a month ago on PlayStation. Look at the player lock. Wow. I remember a month ago or something on PlayStation. You can check what's the game that you played the most hours.
Yeah.
And mine was the FIFA 15 basically.
Yeah.
So. What do you remember? Which one was yours? Because I remember
it would have been 17 for me. I'm pretty certain it would have been 17. First year uni, I had nothing else to do. That is it.
Because for example, for me, 15, I knew everything. Like I knew how the players moved. I knew when to pass. I knew the timing. I knew the aiming. I knew everything. Do you think it was the same for you in 17? Like you get to a point in which you play so much that you just know everything about the game.
I could have played it blindfolded. Genuinely, it's like I just play the game so often. Yeah, it was a crazy amount, criminal amounts of gameplay that year. It could have been just on my main account, maybe 4,000 games.
I mean, maybe. Probably. That's crazy. Do you think that's what happens to the likes of, let's just say, Hugo, Roland, or these players that
they've nothing better to do? It's not a game. Why not?
why not? I used to do that when I was their age. So I guess I understand what they do now. I understand why they're so good and everything seems to be so free flowing.
Beautiful.
Great goal.
That's really good from Lamps there. Just the triggered run as well, because it looked as if he was going to play it. So defensively, Roland, you have to track and respect the run, or at least try and cut the passing lane. Little cancellation there. Is it too late though, Grav?
I think so. We never know. And it's always the same questions. You ask me, do you think it's too late? I say probably yes. And then 4 goals. But I genuinely think it's too late. I mean, he has time, but so for me the main thing, so it's 4 goals, 20 minutes. And for me the main thing is Lamps may score 4 goals, which I highly doubt. But with the amount of open space that he left behind, I don't see a way in which Roland doesn't score a goal or 2.
Yeah.
But let's see how it goes.
How would you be playing this if you're Roland here? Would you be slowing the game down completely? Like the way he's doing, you can see he's trying to be purposeful with possession. Or do you try and prey on the fact that Lamps is going to push bodies forward like this? There you go.
I feel like that's something that I really lack on my gameplay when I play. So for the people that lack this game management as well as I do on the YouTube or Twitch chat, I would recommend people at home to see how the pros game manage at the end of the game. So they don't pass the ball as much. Because back in when we were playing at our highest level, Ryan, the way to beat the press, the automatic press of the game, was to pass.
Yeah.
And look for 5 first-time passes so you could get the ball to go for the counter-attack. But now it's completely different. Like, you gotta hold the ball as much as you can, just kind of, or analog sprinting, or walking, or jogging, or technical dribbling. As he's doing now with Davies. As he's doing now with the Young. No,
just taking the time. Yeah.
Taking the time. So for the people that lack that, just try to look how they play. You can see the way he's pressing manually. Just run in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And don't pass it. Just pass it when you have the chance for an open pass. Because if not, this is what happens. Let's just say the AI presses you.
It's going to give Lamps an opportunity. Good. A few runners forward here. Kika's got the angle to pass it back. Oh, that sums it all up.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
That reminds me of a chance Fuma had earlier, and I think I've spoken about it 3 or 4 times already since I've jumped on the stream there. But an opportunity to get back. It might have actually been the same scoreline against Hugo earlier, where he had a chance and he fluffed it. He put it wide, and he ended up scoring afterwards. But then it just gave it. It just was too little, too late. It didn't give him enough time. 8-4 down, you got to score that.
You have to. You have to. I know what you mean. It's the difference between, let's just say, free flowing when you're playing, or knowing you're at your best, or you know how it's not one of your best matches when you have those chances when you have to score. You know you're using the precision shooting and it goes wide.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, I'm not playing at my best, and you know it. Smart from Roland. And now 4 goals, 10 minutes. I don't want to jinx it, but
it's going to have one opportunity here, and it's surely going to find the back of the net. 8-5. And we've added time. We've probably got another 12 or so minutes left in this game. Easier said than done, but just trying to keep possession will be the ideal thing to do. Don't need to play any risky passes forward. You know, Lamps will be spamming off side traps.
great. I really like his game management so far.
Yeah, he's done well here. Just to take minutes off of the clock. Don't want to keep the ball too much in these areas, but he's just waiting because of his midfielders being slightly higher up.
I think this match is a great example of why coaches make a difference when you're playing the game. So, I will say, I think Lamps attacked really well because he scored 5 goals. But on that first, it was just so much of a gap on the first half because of the lack of the second man press. I feel like that's something that when you're playing with a coach, he will definitely tell you that. And not only that, but because it's fairly easy to say that when I'm here commentating. Like, what happened to Lamps could have happened to me if I'm playing.
Yeah.
Because when you're playing, you're kind of on a tunnel vision. You're so concentrated in what's happening that sometimes you don't really know what's lacking from your gameplay. But here in the LCQ, we don't have coaches, and I think this match right here was a great example of the difference between not having coaches and having coaches. Because I feel like a good coach would have catched the second man pressing thing, in my opinion.
We're approaching the end of this game, as Roland CR7 will be advancing into the winners semi-final. That is a one game away from qualifying into Saturday. Of course, he'll have 2 chances to make it, because if he loses, he drops into the lower bracket. This will be the end of the game, though. 8-6 victory over Lamps, who falls into that lower bracket. He'll be up against... Let me try and see if I'm able to get the back. We'll wait and see. He'll be up against either Alberto Carlos or Julian in that lower bracket round 2. So it's a bad start for Lamps, but he's obviously got the ability to bounce back.
Definitely. Especially because I feel like Lamps is one of those players in which he might not play well, or he might play at his best, but it's always tough to play against him because he always puts 100% in every single match.
He's way better than what we saw. Whether there's reasons as to why he didn't manage to perform as well at the start, or was it just simply down to a slow start? We don't know. He will know the answers to that. But we'll take a look at some of the replays in this game. That was a goal from Salma to make it 8-3, and that's where the huge celebration came out grab, because he knew 5 goals with about 30 minutes left. It just didn't give him enough time.
That was a great goal, and it was the first goal of the match. The Thierry Henry low driven with the player lock, and yeah, I feel like Lamps could definitely do it. I mean, of course, it's round 2, so he's now dropping on losers brackets round 2. He has to win 3 matches, which is fairly doable. And now, because we did have the chance to commentate Dayu back in La Liga FC Pro, curious to see how he's going to play against Roland. Because I would edge it to Roland with what we've seen today, but maybe the Dayu that we saw on March is a completely different player than the one we'll see today. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it was weird with the La Liga FC Pro, because I remember seeing the season debut. He had a couple instances in the game where I thought, well, he's really, really good. But it wasn't consistent enough through a whole 90-minute game. I think that's where a lot of the players do have issues. And obviously with 9-minute halves, it's very difficult to maintain that level of consistency throughout. You would have seen the upper bracket for Pool B5 on the screen. This is the lower bracket, of course. A few DQs and no-shows, hence why you'll see players that are progressing further on than others. So we'll wait for that to catch up. But we do have quite a few lower bracket games that need to be played in order to keep up to date with what's going on the upper side of the bracket.
Definitely. Let's see how it goes. Lamps has a tough day ahead of him, because it's always hard to lose in round 1 or 2 of the winner bracket, because you know, of course, there's still a chance, and it's a good chance, but you only have one opportunity to not play good, and he just wasted it. So let's see how he plays the rest of the tournament, which he should. And I would say it's the first time that I've seen a complete match of Roland, and I was fairly impressed with the way he was attacking Reading.
Very, very impressed. I'm going to give you an update as well for those at home for Pool B3 that features Footbin Stokes. He has won his game against Zitsubasa, so he's in the winners semi-final, 1 game away from making it to Saturday. That'll be up against Big or Real Rusty. And on the upper side of that bracket, Abu Fauzi won his game against Gavin Henson, and he'll be up against Mark Zoo. So those potential 4 matchups, it could be a very, very interesting way to see if our good friend Stokes makes it. We do have a break though, Gravison, before we kick off the next stages of B5. So don't go anywhere. It won't be too long, and we'll see you after the break.
It is hot in here because we are prepared for the next match, and we I know Ryan's struggling, and we're in a heat wave kind of thing, but it also translates into a virtual pitch because we have a really good match coming up between one of the two players that played really well on the group stage, but now they have two chances to qualify for Saturday, Ryan. So that's Ryu and Roland. How do you see this one looking?
Just based on what we've seen, I feel like Roland CR7 was very impressive and he started really well. If he can keep that level of consistency up in terms of starting well, I just don't see how he struggles in this game, in my opinion. I think obviously Dayu, we've seen throughout the season, he showed glimpses of being a strong player as well in the La Liga FC Pro season. It's a difficult one. And you mentioned having two chances. Do you think that benefits or works against some players? Because I know when I played, having two chances, I used to think that first game doesn't even count. Like, it's just whatever.
Yes, I would say I was the same as you. I feel like if you're really professional and you're playing that first match, you're not even thinking about the second one.
Yeah.
Like, this is my chance to qualify. I'm gonna fight for my life in this, and I have to win. But I was similar to you. Let's just say I play back in the days, for the people that are watching at home, when we were playing for the Foot Champions Cups and everything back in 2019, you would usually have two chances, one in the lower bracket and the other one in the winner bracket. I remember when I played those ones, I was playing in the winner bracket, I would, let's just say I'm 2-2, 80 minutes, I was always thinking, it's all right, I got another chance. And I think that's a really poor mindset
Terrible
to have.
mindset, terrible.
But I used to have it. I used to have it.
And even in the Swiss format, let's say it's 4 wins to go through, you're 3-1, you still got a couple rounds to go, you're thinking, you know what, it's obviously for seeding it matters, but it's not the worst. You still got a couple bites of the cherry, and before you know it, you're 3-3, you're out, going home. So it's a tough position to be in, and I think both players need to relish that. This is a position, if you ask them a month ago, for both, as you can see in round 3, Roland CR7 and Dayu, and Ayad at the bottom there, who will be playing against the winner of the round just before, you would have taken it straight away if somebody said you're in this position, because not only is it an opportunity to get into Saturday, but also you win some money along the way as well. So it helps to pay for, if you're a player as a free agent, no one else has subsidized your journey, your ticket, your travel, your accommodation. That can at least go to pay off that portion of your investment.
100%, Ryan. I did want to look at that Dayu with the Real Betis t-shirt. He was representing Betis at the La Liga FC Pro, and I did want to ask you, because I had Dayu came over to the La Liga FC Pro finals, even though he wasn't playing. He went to the finals. I remember prior to the game against NIT on the group stage, if he would have even draw against NIT, he would have qualified for the Cup and finals.
Yeah.
But then he lost, so he was eliminated. I remember I thought he was having kind of a panic attack or something, because he was struggling to breathe, he was crying a bit. I remember at the finals I had the chance to ask him, like, do you think you had a panic attack or something? And he told me he didn't know, because he wasn't talking with any psychologist or anything, but he thought so, because he couldn't think properly, he was having trouble breathing, and he, like, let's just say the chance for qualifying for everything just got the better of him. Do you think that's something that many players are not able to, let's just say, realize that's happening to them, but they might be experiencing those things, let's say having trouble with anxiety, maybe panic attacks? Do you think that's something that over the course of, let's just say, the 10 years that we've been competing, we might not talk about enough, but it happens?
Yeah, of course. I feel like it can happen to other people. I'm trying to reflect on how I used to feel when I played. I never really felt that nervous, really. I think nervous is the wrong word, or like anxious.
Anxious, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess it depends. If I feel like I practice well enough going into a game, it is just what it is. If I feel like I didn't practice, then I'd maybe feel nervous because I didn't feel prepared. But that's the only thing I would really feel. And obviously we're underway in this game. I spoke about Roland CR7 starting well, and he's done the same here. Under 2 minutes in, Jude Bellingham, the space opened up with that finesse shot plus angle, and it just felt as if it was destined to find the back of the net, and that is exactly what has happened. 1-0 early doors.
I mean, it's just, every single time, Ryan, you must be a happy man. It's always Jude Bellingham with the finesses.
He's unbelievable.
gonna try to. We will try to give you.
Ooh, it's a mistake. Almost got punished.
We will try to give you updates on every other matches. So if we know how Stokes is doing, or Divine, or whoever, we will try to update you as soon as we can. But we will see this Dayu against Roland CR7 match pretty much entirely.
Look at the runner there as well. Thierry Henry's going to get there and isn't going to find the finish. Angle sort of closed up a little bit. Keeper coming forward off the line. Are there any players that you would say are certain selections if you were playing in this tournament?
Okay.
Salma's Richard's favourite.
Yes.
Would you say is somebody that you'd have to be selecting?
So for me, 96 Salma has to go in. I would say as a striker, Kika Nazareth would definitely go in.
Sure.
Jude Bellingham, I don't know if as a cam or as a center midfielder, but I would definitely use him as well. And speaking of defense, to be fair, I'm a big fan of Marc Bouville as a right back.
Yeah.
I thought he was really good as a team of the season. I was actually surprised because on FUTGG you could see like if the community thinks he's S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, whatever. I remember when he came out on the first week, people were saying he was A tier, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Like for me, it was so clear that he was S tier. And yeah, I would say Salma, Jude, Kika, Marc Bouville, and Bellingham. What about you, Ryan?
I'd say similar to you as well. I actually think Maldini at centre back, I really like the look of there. Obviously, I think Saka as well, right midfield, is a very, very important option for me anyway in terms of the play styles. Yes, he does lack tiki taka, which I think is a downside. I've seen a couple players using Maradona. I've not used him myself. I know he doesn't have. Is it low dribble? I think he doesn't have low driven. Yeah, he doesn't have low driven. So that for me, I can't at this stage of the game. Even though he's got 5 play style pluses, I just can't overlook no low driven. Beautiful.
Great. I will say about Maradona, because I played Foot Champs the last weekend with him. It's kind of a tricky one because he does have 5 playstyles, which is wow, what a ball!
Oh my gosh, it's got to be oh. That ball and the way Henry took that down as well, that is special. Wow.
Ooh. I might be thinking about. I said Kika Nazareth was a big starter for me, but I might change my mind. What a goal by Thierry Henry. Coming back to the 5 playstyle things with Maradona. So for me, technical at the moment, like of course it can be used, but having rapid and using this analog sprinting, I wouldn't need the technical. So if let's just say, so for example, I know the Pajor item, the Eva Pajor from the UEFA Champions League. Unlucky.
Yeah, that's a tough goal to concede. Sorry, continue what you were saying.
No worries. That item of Eva Pajor has finesse, rapid, incisive, and enforcer. And for me, those 4 playstyles are much better than the ones that Maradona has.
I actually like enforcer, you know.
I'm a big fan of enforcer, the Preference Plus. I will say, especially after the patch, I think it's really good. So for example, if I could use between having technical and first touch, which are those places that Maradona has, both in plus or enforcer, or probably pick enforcer, even though it's just 4 playstyles.
Yeah.
So for me, sometimes the 4 playstyle pluses, but being really good ones, are better than 5.
I agree.
Mid
you
ones.
Agree on that. Just some updates around the other groups as well. Currently have Max Colomar up against Lani in that winners semi-final. Winner of that qualifies for Saturday. Johan Cruyff, as it stands, would put Roland 3-2 up in this game. It's going to be a corner, and it can't find the feet of Thierry Henry there. Yago lost his game against Lucas, so he finds himself in that losers round 2. Losing early doors is really detrimental because you've got to go through so many games afterwards. Just looking at it, if you lose that first round, my word.
Definitely. I mean, if you lose the first one, it's 4 games. If you lose the second one, it's 3 games. Of course, it's doable, but that's a big mountain to climb.
Absolutely. And NH lost his first game. Speaking of that, he loses round 1. He's currently in a game against Giuliano right now. And the winner of that plays S7WI of Twisted Minds. We've seen him a few times over the last couple of years anyway. So that is a very difficult lower bracket run if he's going to make it. Whereas Focus Beast, he's through to Saturday. He defeated Jeff NWTN, and we're waiting to see the winner of Gaka and Belos. That is almost half time or so in that game. Winner of that goes through in the winners bracket of Group B2. Across to Group B3, of course, where Stokes is featuring. He's up against Big. Winner of that makes it through, and the winner of Abu Fauzi against Mark Zoo also makes it through in the winners bracket. But yeah, quite a few games that are in their important situations, Gravison, where if you win, you get through. If you lose, you're not out. If you're in the winners bracket, and you've got 2 chances to potentially make it to Saturday. And B4, Mark Marley's up against Pastek. Peter 16 up against Hamza. Fernino's playing in the lower bracket round 2, semi 4-10 straight. He won his game. Reese Vaughan is waiting to play against Taki or Vitorix. So a few games there, and that's a free kick with Thierry Henry, and Roland CR7 can restore his lead again just before the 30th minute.
Great matches and great goal. This free kick, I feel like when the free kick is so close to the box, it has to go in. If you don't, it's a mistake on your behalf. Jumping back to a B3 pool that you mentioned, those semi-finals are looking good. Wafosi against Mark, so I think it's a great FC game. And then, of course, Big against Stokes as well. I feel like those 2 semi-finals seem to be really good matches. Jumping back to pool B5 to pool B8, there are some matches. Of course, the one that we are seeing now between Roland, Post and Dayu, and then on the other side, FHDJ against Eyal for a chance to qualify as well. So B5 has some great matches as well. B6 with all the big names that we mentioned. You mentioned how, as we just see, Dayu, Thierry Henry should put this.
Yeah.
Yes, he does, with the game changer low driven. Great goal by Dayu. Jumping back to the pool B6, Olelito, you mentioned how he won against Rafsu, so he's playing against Ethan now for a chance to qualify.
Wow.
Then between Tim and Diogo Borges. And if we just jump over to the pool B7, Honor qualified and Dame Sheet qualified. So the rest of them, Torta, Joao Acevedo, will be waiting on the lower bracket for the games to progress to see if they can qualify. And then the last group of the pool B, which is pool B8, Lucas against Nerven are playing for a game to qualify, and then Emir against Saif are in the same position. We have a big name on the losers round 2, which will be Keturdilo, who has to win 3 matches to qualify.
My goodness, that is a gauntlet for him to get through. So far, how long-winded that was. We just want to keep you guys updated as much as we can. Roland CS7, what a slide tackle from Maldini. I was about to say, Kika might get there ahead of the defender. How difficult is it if you're in Keturdalo's position, knowing that you have to win that many games in a row to just keep your tournament alive?
It's really hard, especially because Keturdilo back in the days, let's say 6-7 years ago, he was one of the best players of Europe. And now, I'm not saying he's bad, because he's not bad at all, but there has been a new wave of players coming in who are probably better than him, or let's just say more consistent. So for him not having a great season, plus now having to win 3 games in a row.
That's brilliant.
Wow, what a goal. Yeah, that's really good. So it would be completely different for Keturdilo to have to win 3 matches when he was playing in 21 and he was one of the best players in the world, that playing in FC26, having to win 3 matches without having the confidence that he used to have. So I feel like it's going to be a hard challenge for him, but he might be able to do it, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely possible. A ball across the pitch there. It's going to find Kubu, keeps it on. Managed to find its way to kick a wonderful bit of trickery in the box, but equally matched defensively. A mistake when he tries to play a lock out and it takes the heavy touch.
That happens to me so many times, Ryan. Like, I'm so bad on player locking.
That's why I prefer creative runs. Yes. For me, I genuinely do, just because of it. I can only play look in certain situations. Oh goodness, he's done it. Thierry Henry makes it 5 goals to 3. That 2-goal lead is restored.
filthy. The advanced roulette, something that we're seeing today a lot. Because it feels like it works really well against Bruiser, doesn't it, Ryan?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, absolutely.
If you time it right.
Presses it, yeah, and then you jump in, it's difficult.
Coming back to the player lock, I do agree with you with the creative run. And for me, the main issue is with the player lock, you have to activate the player lock, then player switch, then sprint with R2.
Yeah.
And my issue is I player lock, I sprint, and then I player switch. So that's why the heavy touch comes in.
Yeah.
I feel like for the last year I've been trying to fix that mistake, but I guess I'm just bad at the game. I just can't fix it.
It's a difficult one. Half time though in this one. Don't know if you saw from the player cam how much it meant for Roland to get that goal. It felt like relief more than anything.
Especially because Dio's goals, even though one was really good, a couple of them were big mistakes from Roland. So it's one of those matches in which you're playing much better than your opponent, but you're thinking, because of my mistakes, this game is tight.
Yeah. So
I feel like that changes up things a lot. I want to ask you, Ryan. Of course, we've seen throughout the whole year the 4-5-1 or 4-4-1-1. Coming up to this stage of the game, which one would you use here in Paris in the LCQ?
probably 4-4-1-1 for me. I couldn't really get on with the 4-5-1. I don't think I triggered runs well enough with the midfielders. I ended up either triggering all of them or none of them. But whereas with the 4-4-1-1, I know that I can trigger one centre mid and the attacking mid will be supporting the strikers plus the wide players. But yeah, 4-5-1, I just couldn't really get to grips with it. I just felt like it was a little bit too... You had to play a certain way. Not that you don't with 4-4-1-1, sorry, but 4-5-1 just didn't suit the way I enjoyed playing. What about you?
I actually think I enjoy the most the 4-4-1-1, but I'm better with the 4-5-1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not as good defensively as I was, and I feel like you can get away with a lot of stuff when you're playing with the 4-5-1.
You just pull players out of position, and if you know that you've got someone just it's just fluid, they just drop into that position.
Yes. So for example, I played for the last month on Foot Champs. I played against a couple or three of professional players, and when I play in the 4-4-1-1, they punish me my mistakes so easily. But when I play in 4-5-1, I can get away with stuff.
Yeah.
Manual press. Oh, nice interception. I'll have a look at the rest of the games to see if I can give you updates on anything, Ryan.
Is that onside? It is just about onside. Jude Bellingham, composure there from Roland, and he takes a 3-goal lead in this game. Defensive line just stepped a little bit too slow there for Dayu to catch Jude Bellingham offside.
So on Pool B6, we have our first qualifier for Saturday, which is Diogo Borges.
Okay.
One against Team 17. So we're still waiting on the All Elite against Ethan. It's 16 minutes in, so it shouldn't be, I think in 5 to 10 minutes,
Yeah,
should
not far
have a
away
result.
at all. Yeah. Should be getting a result very, very soon.
I know we see you back at the penalty. Yes.
Yeah, it's got to be a pen.
Yes.
Has to be a penalty, and it's going to be Henry stepping up for Dayu. Which way will he go? He goes top left. Keeper stays rooted to the spot. It's now only a 2-goal margin with plenty of time to play, Graveston, in my opinion. There's more than enough for a comeback to potentially happen.
I do think when we used to play the 6 minutes halves, 30 minutes was enough. Wow, our player lock.
Hold on. Oh, goodness. If you're a fan of Roland's gameplay, you won't be after giving away possession so needlessly from kickoff.
For the second time now, it happened in the first half as well. And yeah, coming back to my point, when we used to play 6-minute halves, it was definitely, you had time in 30 minutes, but now with 9 minutes half, you have even much more time. Like, I would say, let's just say 7 or 8 minutes of real-time minutes, so you have time.
It feels less stressful in this position because, as you said, with 6-minute halves, when there's 20 minutes left, you kind of just think you're going to get the ball a couple times, maybe have a few chances. But with 9-minute halves, you've got plenty of time to work quite a few chances in. See if more space opens up here. What's a run from Jude Bellingham? He turns straight back into Maldini, and he's got the ball back, fortunately.
Great defense. No, he was looking for the... I see what he was looking for, but the...
Hold on.
Great goal.
It's great goal, as you said,
Great
Harrison.
goal.
A bit of composure. Utilising the dribbling there just to get into the box. Doesn't look for an extra pass. Just trust Cruyff here. You'll see it. Defenders backing off right here after the aggressive step from Maldini, and it just gives him space.
Great goal. That's the thing with, especially with FC26, you can turn defense into offense quite quickly. And Dayo was looking for the incisive pass into Salma, but his position wasn't good enough. And that's the thing sometimes with FC. Like, you can be minutes away from, or just milliseconds away from having a pass which could put you in front of the keeper. But if you're not good enough with the timing or with the positioning, you can get caught with a counter-attack 3v3. And of course, you gotta defend those 1v1 situations. And with Johan Cruyff, not sure if it was technical or just jogging with the left stick, but the left stick dribbling was really good. He scored a goal.
Oh, wow.
Oh, unlucky. Are you a fan of the trickster playstyle?
You know what? No, I don't know. It's not something I even think about. It's a weird one. I don't think I utilize it properly enough for me to look at it as a benefit. Like having it there last year, it was a necessity. If you didn't have it, you couldn't play for me going forward. Salma can't get past Casillas there, but yeah, this year it's not as important for me. I think that little facial thing for the speed boost before, that's on side. What a ball as well. Kika's going to tuck it away, surely. 7-6 end-to-end action here, Gravison.
Great game so far. I feel like Roland has been controlling the match, but when Dayo has a chance to go forward, of course he makes mistakes sometimes, but I feel like he's so aggressive. And he's attacking really well. Coming back to the trickster thing, great ball, yes, I think that's it. And Salma Parayolo could go. Oh, big mistake. I think he panicked with the rush out, Iker Casillas.
It's almost certain that was an equaliser right there.
Thought so as well.
Is that offside? It looked like it could just be. No, it's onside. Thierry Henry straight down to the other end. Forces a save.
Curious for the Twitch chat, YouTube chat, and yourself as well, Ryan. Do you think Iker Casillas is the best keeper of FC26?
Oh, I'm always weird with goalkeepers because I can just never... They all seem to make mistakes for me regardless. I remember Donnarumma Team of the Year was probably my favourite at the time. Obviously, that was several months ago now. I'd probably say Casillas is up there because his playstyle pluses are great as well. Pretty much the three that I'd want to have.
Definitely. The three big ones. I always... Oh, that was a big mistake.
Can't do mistakes like that.
No, you can't. I always thought far reach or footwork were the best playstyles for a keeper, but I've changed my mind. I think rush out now is just too strong. Like, if you don't have rush out, you'll concede so many 1v1s.
Rush out is unreal. Like, I love that at the start. I think it's such a good playstyle. It's a ball over the top, and Kika's going to get there ahead of Maldini. Cuts back inside, but doesn't manage to get past the defender.
Oof! That was a penalty. So he doesn't care, Dayo. I mean, he doesn't care if the ball goes through or not. He's gonna throw it.
Oh my gosh! I was about to say that passage of play was almost perfect for a way to win the game if you got a 2-goal lead with about 10 minutes left.
Just passing the ball back. He's patient now. Dayu wasn't patient throughout the whole game, but he's patient now. He's looking. It's a weird pass because he's looking with the left center midfielder. He's looking for a direct, incisive pass into Salma, and it's not working out well for him. But he keeps trying. Great defending by Marc Pubil, and now chance for a quick counter-attack. That's a great ball into Isaac. This is good FC. This is great FC.
Oh, it's the wrong skill move right there. I was about to say it was perfect because he didn't look like he was panicking.
This could be the nail in the coffin. Salma getting the ball back to Vitinha. That's a great build-up, and that's a great goal by Kika Nazareth. Great goal by Roland. It seems like this might be the nail on the coffin and the goal to make it through to the Saturday tournament. And to be fair, Ryan, I think he deserves it.
Yeah, it's been a closer game as the game's ticked on because Dayu's done really well to get back into it a couple times. But this 2-goal margin, Gravison, you'd expect it to be the nail in the coffin so late on in the game. Unless there's a quick response from the kickoff, which is very possible, but I think it's a fair assumption to say that Roland CR7 is in a very favourable position to advance. He's got his bye in the first round. He defeated Lamps very comfortably. And now he's in a position to see out these closing moments to secure a spot in Saturday's action. And I think coming into this, as I said, for a player, if you've got a position where if you look at the bracket, this is your run and you're in this position now, you take that, Gravison.
Yeah, definitely. I had a chat with Tundi when you guys were commentating. I was taking a break, and Tundi explained to me for him the importance of qualifying directly to the winner bracket because he was now just having a break. Tomorrow he wanted to come to the tournament for a couple of hours to see a couple of players playing and then rest for Saturday. I feel like if you should to then play as best as you can on Saturday.
Absolutely. We'll see here how Roland's going to see out these final moments of this game. He done really well against Lamps, just slowing possession down and taking his time. Almost jinxed it there. But just, as you said earlier, just dribbling with the ball and not forcing passes. It's just passing when he needs to, just to in the areas like this where there's a lot of space that he could slow down and work with. He's given it away from the high press of Dayu.
He has to score in this attack.
Can't get past.
I think this is it. I think this is GG. Especially because the left back is out of position. Yes.
It's smart.
Go to the corner. That's it.
Play that ball over the top to Jude Bellingham. And just take seconds off the clock because he knows how important this victory will be. As he recycles possession, a 2-goal lead. I'm going to go and say it is job done for me, for Roland CR7 against Dayu. He will be the first player in Group B5 to make it through. Obviously, Dayu's tournament isn't over. He will wait in that losers quarterfinal where he will just have one game, and it'll probably be against Baladero well, he's waiting in losers round 3. Look, Manu and RSK are waiting to see who comes out victorious in that game. But it's the group's starting to take shape finally, and I think to have this player as our first player to make it through, I think is very fair. He's deserved it, and you can see what the celebration means, Gravison.
Yes. And it's great because sometimes in these LCQ tournaments, you can see celebrations that are not as big because of course some players think that they just must qualify for Saturday.
Yeah.
So it's really refreshing to see the celebration because you see what it means to him to roll CR7. Qualifying for Saturday, it was deserved. It was at least in the semi-final against Dayu and on the quarterfinal against Lamps. He was the better player, and let's see how he does in Saturday, because I feel like if he keeps playing like this, he could qualify for play-ins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some of the goals that he did score and the celebrations along with it as well, because it felt like relief throughout the game. Anytime I looked towards the camera, it's like he was stressed and sort of, he kind of knew that this is a big opportunity because he's got the ability to do well. And now on a stage like this, he's able to showcase it. And who knows, on Saturday, he might be one of the players that makes it into play-ins. And that was the goal that sealed the deal and the celebrations to match. Let's take a look at the bracket though on how he found his route to Saturday, Gravison, and you can see how it planned out for him.
Yes, he had a bye on the first round because Tamer didn't show up to the LCQ tournament. And of course, he had a match against Lams, which was impressive. He started 8-4, and with the way he was attacking, it seemed unstoppable. And then we have Roland against Dayu on the round 3 in semifinals. As you can see, he qualified for phase 2. So overall, great tournament by Roland.
Yep, absolutely. And you can see there the FHDJ versus AID. That's the game we're going to be watching after the break. That is an all-important game to see who else will advance in Group B5. And obviously, the lower bracket, Dayu will fall into that. And the loser of FHDJ versus AID will also fall into the lower bracket. Lampard Legend, aka Lamps, did win his game. So you'll be able to see on the screen there. He eliminated Alberto Carlos. So he'll be up against Danny the Rabbit, who obviously got his advance into round 3 because Mark LDW did not show up. We're just waiting to find out who will be winning that game between Lookmanu and RSK, and that player will then play against Baladiero, who then will play against Dayu, who will have an hour or so waiting to see who his potential opponent will be, Gravison.
Yes, and I will say that I think for the player that drops from the winner bracket, it's really good to have at least an hour break. Not much more than that, but I feel like when you're just lost the game and then you're playing on the loser bracket, and you know if you lose you're just going home, I feel like that game needs to have a little break, at least half an hour. So I feel like that could really benefit Dayu. But if the game, let's just say, takes at least an hour and a half, that could be controversial for Dayu, because of course it might work out bad for him, but let's see how it goes. We're gonna jump out to a quick break for 5 minutes, and we'll be back with semifinal number 2 on the winner bracket. So wait 5 minutes and we'll be back. Take some water cause it is hot in here. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the SC26 Last Chance Qualifier. We're not going to keep you too long because we do have a round that is ready and waiting, and we'll be able to find out who will be the second player to advance to Saturday's action, Gravison, of course, through the winners bracket. We do have the lower bracket still going on that is slightly behind, obviously, because there's extra games when you get to that lower bracket. We're going to give you an update though, because a lot of the chat have been asking about Farik Manzo and what's happened in his run. He won his first game against Zaywax. He lost to Honor. That means that he had to fall into the lower bracket where, of course, from that moment, it is a very difficult run. So he didn't make it through. He lost to Falcons Kimo at 7. So he is eliminated from the tournament. Just thought we'd give an update because a lot of people, Gravison, have been asking about it.
Yeah, for sure. Another big update that we wanted to bring for the people at home is in open bracket pool B3. And everyone's been asking us about Stokes. And Stokes, unfortunately, has lost his match in the winner semi-final against Big. So that's Big and Mark Su qualifying, because Mark Su did beat Abu Fassi in that semi-final on the upper bracket. So we have Stokes waiting for the match between Deshe and Crazy 7 to end, so he can play against any one of those to try to qualify for the final. And then Abu Fassi against Real Rusty for another chance for the spot and qualifying for Saturday. So that's our updates on the two groups that everyone's talking about, both Farouk and Stokes. Unfortunately, as Ryan mentioned, Farouk is out, but Stokes still has one game left.
Yeah, exactly. Apologies as well, because it is difficult to try and cover all the games. We get the same updates that you guys get at home. So it's not like we can just go through the database and see what's happening here and there. We're obviously remote, so it's difficult to try and cover all the games live. But of course, we'll be waiting to get underway with our second to last game of the day. And that is going to be a very important one, Gravison, because getting into that top position, or the top two in this group through the winner side of the bracket, is a massive relief for all the players.
It is huge. As we have a look at the upper bracket being shown by our production team, FHDJ against Iyad for a chance to play on Saturday. So of course, prior to this, we did see Roland beat Lamps and Dayu. I'm not gonna say comfortably, but he beat them deservedly, let's just say. And now we have a chance to see FHDJ against Iyad, which, of course, as Ryan mentioned, whoever wins, of course, will be definitely relieved, because that loser's quarterfinal is not a fun game to play at all, Ryan.
Not at all. And of course, based on from what we saw with Baladero, he was very impressive against Alberto Carlos in that opening round. He lost to Ayad. So Ayad, again, we haven't been able to watch any gameplay from him. So it'll be interesting to see how well he can perform against somebody like FHDJ. This is the lower bracket. As we said, we're waiting for the look menu up against RSK game to complete. And I believe it has actually, it's RSK. So this bracket will be updated to showcase that. And Baladero will be playing against RSK. And then the winner of that plays against Dayu, who, as we said before the break, Gravison, who has about an hour or so break to sort of digest that previous result, that previous loss, and look forward to redeeming himself.
I got a question for you, Ryan, on the YouTube chat. Jack Scott 345 asked us, so what does that mean for Stokes? Can he still qualify? So please explain to us, Ryan. Stokes lost on the semi-final of the winner bracket. What happens now?
Yeah, so he was in a position where if he won that game, he qualified to Saturday. However, of course, losing that game, it doesn't mean he's eliminated. He drops now into the lower bracket, and that lower bracket game will be up against either Deshe or Crazy 7. Of course, Stokes defeated Crazy 7 in winners round 1. We don't know the result of that, but I believe it was a close game. And now, obviously, Deshe up against Crazy 7 will be an interesting one to see who plays Stokes. And Stokes is just one game away. So he had 2 bites of the cherry. He lost the opening one. He has another opportunity to make it into Saturday. And of course, we're all fans of Stokes. We'll be rooting for him to perform well. I do have an update, actually, just right now. Crazy 7 defeated Deshe. So it is a rematch from the winners round 1, where Stokes came out on top.
Wow.
And he's up against Crazy 7. Now, here's a question for you, Gravison. I've been in this position. You would have been in it plenty of times when playing. You play against somebody, even if it's on a different day, 1 day difference. Maybe you played against them in Swiss and then you play against them in the knockouts the next day. How difficult is it to play against somebody on the same day who you've just beaten? Because some people may think it's pretty simple, you should be favourite to win again, but it is sometimes very difficult to do it again.
I got a great example of this. FIFA 21, when I qualified for the World Championship, I actually played on the playoffs, on the round 1 of winner bracket. I played against Houston, lost against him. Then on loser bracket, I think I played 5 matches. I don't remember against who, but I played 5 matches, won those 5 matches, played against Houston. So that was after playing against Houston in the first game. Then I played against Houston on the last game to qualify for the World Championship, and I lost again. So I lost twice to him.
It's a different. I've got a similar one against Rafsu, actually. It would have been in 2019. I think we played it before, and I won comfortably. And I played him again, which ended up, because it was a point system based on how many points you got per win or how far you got. It was actually the game for me to qualify for the World Championships in 2019, and it was against Rafsu, who I thought I'd beaten him before. I beat him in a qualifier for the World Championship beforehand as well, a couple years back. So I thought, great, there's someone I beat before. He wiped the floor with me. Genuinely, I couldn't even tell you. He was obviously deserved to win, but it's like, sometimes that just happens.
Yeah, I feel like your example and my example are 2 great examples, because for my example, I tried to change stuff, and I analyzed the first game against Houston, but he was just better than me, and statistically and stylistically the game didn't suit me. So if we played 10 games, you probably would have won 9. But yours is a different one, because sometimes player can adapt between matches, and of course it didn't work out well for you.
I think
that can happen.
I got cocky. I think that's just the way I just thought. I've beaten him before. There's no real. It could have been worse. Next thing, I'm genuinely, I can't remember the score. I gave up. I got battered. And back then it was best of 2. So like after the first leg, I'm genuine. I can't remember. I think I was like 6-1 down or something. So it was very difficult to overcome. But obviously enough of us. The way hearing that the other game we're waiting for, the winner's semi-final between FHDJ against AYAD. That is moments away. The players are back to their seats right here. And this is a huge moment. Of course, FHDJ is a representative of Twisted Minds, who have been a staple in the scene the most recent years as well. And they've had a lot of success, a lot of top players performing at major events.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how it goes, because it feels like their structure is really good. Not only the players, but the coaches as well, and the people in the management as well. And we have a comment on the Twitch chat. Show us Divine, please. No sé si eres mexicano. I'm not sure if you're Mexican, but unfortunately we cannot show Divine, but we can tell you he's playing on the game to qualify against Luka FIFA. It's been 27 minutes since the game started, so I'm sure I'll give you an update as soon as I can.
Yeah, we'll keep that and keep a keen eye on it, because we don't want to keep you standing. Of course, as we said, the production and ourselves, we're doing as best as we can to try and get coverage of as many games as possible. So it's a difficult one. We'll start off this game though, kicking from left to right. We have FHDJ and right to left in that white strip for AYAD. Interesting to see the team's selection as well. I'm expecting similar personnel selections. I've got Pedro Neto there, Pateas, and Vicky Lopez as the 3 players that stand out. The major differences here for FHDJ.
We actually have a comment on the Twitch chat by Roland CR7, and if you're listening to us, wow, what a call by Bellingham.
Wow.
We just wanted to tell you, Roland, both Ryan and I, that we were deeply impressed with the way you played. Congrats.
Yeah, massive congratulations, very well deserved. And that goal there is wonderful. I'm telling you, Gravison, this dude Bellingham, please, guys, he's a joke, absolute joke. He moves too silky for a player of that size and game. Like, he's not. A lot of players, you always see up towards the smaller, more nimble players. You may look towards Salma or Pina and them type of players that are smaller, they're more nimble frames in game. It's just, yeah, Bellingham moves really quickly. We do have an update, as we promised, Grabson.
Yes.
For Divine up against Luka. And if you're a Divine fan, look away. Divine will be falling into the lower bracket. He isn't eliminated, so his tournament is still alive, but he has to win that losers quarter-final game to advance to Saturday. If not, then his last chance qualifier is Done.
Trying to look at the body type from Jude Bellingham. It's average medium. So if you wanna maybe try.
Oh my lord!
What's going on in this match, Ryan?
Wow. The little extra touch he took just before the skill move. Unreal. That is a great goal. Don't know if, we didn't get the replay of it. Hopefully at the end of the game we're able to look back at that as one of the replays for the goals that are scored in this game, because that is an incredible bit of skill move in the box and composure as well.
Great goal. Great goal. And 2 great goals to start the game. You were talking about the squad selection, and it's interesting because I've not seen Pedro Neto so far today. And I thought it was a good SBC, but I'm not sure if I would use him in front of the likes of Dembele, of Bukayo Saka as well. Not sure.
Oh, he doesn't manage to find the bottom corner though. Casillas, as we mentioned, one of the best keepers on the game, manages to get a foot out and also a punch from the corner. Vicky Lopez is another one I think is really good.
Yeah, agree.
Don't know if you saw that. There was a through ball on. It's still on here. There we go, Birds. Not going to take it in a stride fully, so he has to slow down. If he looked at the radar, like the minimap at the bottom there, Wirtz was completely in. Completely. There was no defender near him.
I mean, you called it 2 seconds prior to the pass. I will say that for me, both Vicky Lopez and Florian Wirtz, I don't know if he's using Wirtz as a cam or a striker. I think it's a striker, yeah. I don't really like strikers without the rapid playstyle.
Yeah. I know you love the analog sprint. That's something that is very important.
Yes, and not only with the analog sprinting, which of course, but like when you were through, like what happened with Florian Wirtz over there, he was through on goal, and I think if he had the rapid playstyle, you just press R2 a couple of times and you're in 1v1 against the keeper. But because of you don't have the rapid plus, you're not able to pull away from the centre back.
Yeah, he doesn't even have rapid at all on his items, which is obviously a major flaw there. Cut inside though, Vicky Lopez with the finish, with somebody obviously stats wise is incredible and does have silver rapid as a play style. Great goal by FGHDJ, and we have a comment on the Twitch chat from Tumi02. Man like Ryan, that's long time. Right that's my guy right there. Hope you're enjoying the summer. Can't lie, I'm struggling. It's hot. I'm really struggling. And I hope you've been doing well. Ooh. Nice play. Yes. Gets past the team press as well. Look at the space he's got. If he can try and find the right passes through, but that's one thing against the team press. When you're able to break it, you gotta go forward. Yep. Because if you go back, then you just give your opponent a chance to regroup again. For me, that's the hardest thing to do against team press, because I feel like I always go back, try to look for a pass again, and it's just like, what are you doing, Graf? Should go forward. Look at the runners. Yeah, it's got it. Salma, it's got to be too good there in front of goal to make it 3-1 and a 2-goal lead now for FHCJ. You started off pretty slowly, ended up conceding early doors to a pretty great goal as well, in fairness. But since then, he's been very structured in the way he's attacking and also defending, utilising the team press, the offside traps, second man press in some areas. If you had advice for people in terms of utilising second man press, because you get mixed feedback from a lot of coaches. Hold that thought for a second. Cuts inside too much, the angle gets closed. But with second man press, do you think it's better to use it? Actually, let me reframe the question, because some coaches, as I said, will say don't use it unless they're near your box. Some people will say use it out the pitch because it helps you press higher up. Some people say try not to use it to pull your midfielders out because it leaves gaps. How do you see it? I feel like, especially in these last 3 games, so since we have FC 24-5-6, I feel like you have to be so aggressive, because I don't feel like you get punished enough when you put players out of position.
So I'll be abusing the second man press throughout the whole pitch. First thing, I think you gotta be so aggressive with the second man press when you're pressing high up the pitch, because I don't think there's a downside to it.
Yeah.
And even if you're not getting the ball back, it just gives your opponent something to think about. As we just see this Salma, yes, for one great counter attack. And
So good.
so good indeed. And coming back to the Lamps game that we were seeing, I feel like if you, with the way you can now create runs, player locks, with the amount of things that you can do, I feel like you have to use the second man press to at least put some pressure on the player that's holding the ball. Because if you don't, he'll just be able to move a couple of players plus the player that he's controlling, and it's impossible. So I feel like when you're on a 1v1 inside of the box, I wouldn't use the second man press, because the player can just dribble you and score. So he could go for a ball roll finesse, ball roll low driven, and it wouldn't be blocked by the AI. So I feel like you should manually defend those.
Yeah.
But on the rest of the situations on the pitch, I would definitely recommend the second man press.
I think it's a very useful part of the game for players to get used to and comfortable with. Let's look at the way Salma's just powering forward. Every attack is just coming down this side because she's so efficient. Just with the pace she's got, you trigger a run, you know that she's going to get there. Same with Thierry Henry. That is just offside. Yeah.
Just offside. Unlucky. We have a comment on the Twitch chat by Casey, right from Ryan. How many games did Casey went to in the World Cup? I feel like if I jump onto Casey's Instagram, she was always in the World Cup game, every single chance.
Every game. I hope you're doing well, Casey.
We have actually a question by the outstanding Kiwi7. Casey, where are you? That's a great question. I'm sure she will be watching France against Morocco, whatever that is.
It's probably at the stadium right now.
How do you feel about the second man press, Ryan? If you were coaching someone, what would you tell him?
I tell them to, in these areas, you just got to spam it and cut passing lanes. Genuinely, especially with the way team press is, and you get the offside traps potentially automated if you have a higher line height for your custom tactics. But I feel like it's very important to defend aggressively on this game. When you're passive, you allow your opponent to think, and then when you're aggressive, you just make sure you force them to make the decision. And sometimes players rush. Some people aren't that capable when they're under such intense pressure, even if it's as simple as division rivals or champs. Forcing your opponent to make a decision is the key, whether it's attacking or defensive. And it's going to be aired with Rodri, and it's a 4-2 composed finish into the corner.
Great goal. Great goal by Rodri. And this is something that I don't think we talk about enough, Ryan. I feel like we always talk about lengthy players on fullbacks, on wingers, but you mentioned it with Jude Bellingham, how important it is for the centre midfielders.
I'm telling you, especially if you are somebody that is playing a 4-5-1, you have some people like the middle centre mid to be the aggressive one, but if you have your left centre mid or right centre mid, you can just trigger them, and when they get sort of near enough the last defender, it's a comfortable save there in the end. Obviously, over time, you get used to patterns and how your players are taking up space, but it's just being familiar with knowing that you can trust them and play a pass because they're going to get there. I can't explain it. You kind of just know, Gravison, when you look at the way your midfielder's making a run from midfield all the way to the last defender, they're not going to get caught, and you can just play the pass. We saw it countless times earlier.
And you just know. Like, it's really hard to explain. Like, timing.
I wish I
just know.
Yeah. It's half-time in this game. Not too many updates around in the other groups. We'll try and bring them when we can. We have in the group B1, Yago. B1 is game against Mahanadrit, so he's playing against Tygo right now. That is losers round 3. Winner of that game will be playing against Lani for the spot. So Lani's in a position where he also has to wait to find out who he'll be playing against.
Tough position. you're just waiting there at the LCQ. I always feel like I just want to know who my opponent is. Try to prepare.
Exactly. Respawn as well, big fan of Reese. Was at the Premier League this year representing Newcastle. He's in a game to qualify. He is up against Hamza right now. That is probably around a similar point in this game. So we'll give an update if we can on who will be qualifying from that matchup.
I actually have updates on Open Bracket Pool B8.
Ooh, go on, talk to me.
We talk about Keturdilo. He's won, loses round 2,
Okay.
3, and now he's playing against Nerben for a chance to qualify for Saturday. So he's pulling through.
Do you think it benefits a player? So let's say if you're somebody, you've lost in that winner semi-final, so now you have to wait for the games beforehand. Do you think that benefits the player that's coming from the loser bracket? Because obviously they're coming off of a win, whereas you're coming off of a loss. Do you think that has an impact at all?
I think it does.
Wow,
Oh,
beautiful.
a pass.
Great finish as well.
I think it does, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna look at the amount of matches that Keturdilo played today. So that's 1 match, 2 matches, 3, 4, 5. So he's playing his 6th match of the day. And even though he should be on a good rhythm, it's still 6 matches of FC.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard mentally to play 6 matches of FC26 competitively. So even though you can get the best of getting on a good streak, I feel like you're playing more matches than your opponent, and that could be, especially at our age, because I feel like Keturdilo is the same age as you and I
need a nap somewhere.
Definitely.
Look at the runner. It's been trapped as well. And another, the space just opened up. But it just, honestly, it could have gone anywhere there. Could have gone to Pedro Neto, could have carried on running with Pateas, played the pass to Vicky Lopez, could have even played it across to the left midfielder who was running in there. There were so many options. I think was it Salma there that made the run towards that?
I think so.
Yeah, could have gone to either player there. I think that's a mistake, just not player switching in time.
How important do you think is player switching with the right stick analog?
It's
for you?
vital. I'll be honest, if you play a switch with just L1, I don't know how you play. I actually don't know how you do it. Genuinely, because it's not. You're at the game's mercy. It could go anywhere. I'll be honest, I have no idea where it's going to go. Right stick obviously can aim it, and sometimes it doesn't even go where you want all the time. That is a goal back in the game though, shortly after conceding. But yeah, right stick switching is vital. You could argue sometimes using both. Like when my right stick switching is going all over the place, I might tap L1 just to like reset in my head, just be like, all right, here it is. This is where the cursor is, and then go again from there.
Mm-hmm.
But on its own, if you ask me to choose one, it has to be just right stick switching for sure. That's beautiful. Oh, that's lovely. Straight down the other end. We've seen 3 goals in around 5 minutes in game time.
Great goal. Great goal.
Seeing the result there, for trying to get it anyway for Lamps. He's up against Danny the Rabbit. That is 29 minutes in. So I'm assuming they're in extra time, potentially penalties. And we've actually seen another goal again in this game.
Another one.
What is going on?
I feel like I said, Vicky Lopez and Florian Wirtz are not great examples of strikers that you should use in FC26. And just when I say that, goals galore from both of them.
Do you think there's ever a world for some players to maybe obviously it could have happened in this one, we haven't seen every single game, but Haaland right mid?
Tough one. I actually used, let me think for a second, because I used somebody, it wasn't Haaland, but it was like a lengthy one. I used Victor Osimhen as a left mid, and I didn't like the way he moved, to be fair. Even though I crossed a few times to him, great goal by Salmo Parayuelo, 7-5. even though I crossed a few times to Osimhen, I score goals. And when you got the timing right with you took a run and you got the timing right and you went for a through ball, it was through.
Yeah.
When you try to just get the ball on the byline, try to left stick dribble, that's those situations in which we're thinking, I should be using Dembele or Pedro Neto.
Yeah.
You're struggling. But that's a great question, and I'm not 100% sure. What do you think, Ryan?
I think it's an option. Even necessarily you don't start with it, but just having that, I think it adds a bit of, it's a weird way to play. I think playing against people that do obscure stuff is always a problem. Whether it's just, I think the issue comes in where it's just when they have one passage of play, it's a bit predictable. But if it's just an option, I don't really think it's a bad thing to have. Ooh, given away, but just about got it back.
I have a question on the Twitch chat by the outstanding Kiwi7. Ryan, does right stick sensitivity matter? Do you think?
Ooh, see, do you know what the issue is? I'm somebody, when it comes to in-game settings, right, I keep it basic. So like for me, I can't tell what the difference is. Like I don't know. I remember I tried it on 8 before and then compared it to 5, which I think 4 is the default option. Or 5, I can't remember.
Yes, 4. Yeah.
4 is the default. Yeah, so I tried on it and I couldn't actually tell the difference. I genuinely couldn't tell. So I'm somebody with my in-game settings, I keep it as basic as possible. I don't meddle with anything. It's normally just default settings and then a couple tweaks that I make, but everything else is just standard.
You know what that says about you, Ryan? You're really good at this chance by Bellingham. This could be it. You are great at right stick switching then. Because no, I will tell you, because I'm not as good. So basically, the difference between 8 and 5, like, is how the game corrects the right stick. So let's just say you are not as good aiming when you're right stick switching. When you have it on 8, it'll be so precise that if you're not 100% good and correct aiming, you're just gonna switch to the player that you don't wanna switch.
Got you.
So if you're on 5, let's just say I'm switching, but I'm not aiming where I should be aiming, the game, let's just say, just corrects it for me. So
the lower the sensitivity, the more assisted it is, then I'm guessing.
Yes, that's it.
Got you.
So it's actually crazy that between 8 and 5,
genuinely couldn't tell.
It just says that you're really good at right stick switching.
I don't know. I don't even know what I have it on. I think I do have it on 5, but I just couldn't tell. Because when was that added in? Was that last year? Was it this?
I think it was. I'm not sure if it was last year or 24. I'm not sure.
Because I remember doing tests on stream with it, and I remember just trying to explain to people like how, and I couldn't because I just didn't get it. I genuinely didn't understand. There was another thing as well that's in the settings. I just can't remember the exact phrasing. I think it's like the reaction time
of the animations.
I can't remember. No. I just can't remember the exact phrase. I forgot what it's called. I forgot. But I turn it off anyway. But yeah, 8-5 here, Gravison. I'd expect it to be done, to be honest. It's been honestly quite an even game. Some great goals between both of these players, but unless Ayad can score from this attack, which he doesn't, it will be a difficult way for him to get into this game again, because it's 3-goal margin at this stage is really, really difficult. Reaction time calibrator. Is that it? Yes, that's the one. Thank you, outstanding Kiwi. That's 9-5, and that's it. That's the nail in the coffin. That's FHDJ qualifying for Saturday. So, I mean, 4 goals, 30 minutes left. I think we can call it. That's a great shout from Mosalud. I have it in 4. I can tell the difference between 3 and 4. Makes a difference for me, may not for others. That's the thing. That's something that I think Ryan always says on his streams, and not only that, but when he's commentating here in the tournaments. It might work for me, but it may not work for others, or the other way. Like, always say that. It doesn't matter. Like, I could tell you the tactics, and I could tell you everything that I'm using, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you should always choose whatever works for you. It's the same. Me and Rich are speaking about camera angles, where you get the question. Sorry, that's lovely, by the way. What a goal! Great goal. People always say, "What's the best camera angle? What one should I choose?" And I always think, there are a couple that are sort of staples, whether it's co-op, whether it's telebroadcast or whatever. People just sort of stick to what they're used to. But I also think that unless you're using something rogue, like be a pro camera or something silly, you know, then a lot of it's just down to personal preference. Like I felt like with co-op camera, I could defend a lot better because I can see the whole pitch. But then I felt like attacking, I couldn't dribble as well because I felt like I wasn't used to being that far away. So it felt weird when I was dribbling. It just basically just down to familiarity, in my opinion, with a lot of stuff on the game.
Definitely. We have the Twitch chat going crazy at the moment with many comments, and I'm sure you can guess what it is because we have an open bracket pool B3 updates. Ryan, you want to call it? Go for it.
Seeing it. Our good friend, new football representative Stokes has made it through to Saturday. Massive victory there against Crazy 7, who he's defeated twice today, I add, which is a big accomplishment for him. Obviously, he lost in the winners' semi-final against Big, but to make it through to Saturday is massive for him. Massive.
Bark for Stokes, Ryan. I'm not sure Ryan's going to do that. I'm not sure if he's going to do that.
You know, I done that once on stream. And there was someone when I was younger, he's a musician, he's big into FC as well. P Money, like he's an artist.
Yeah.
I used to listen to him growing up. And he was in the stream and I didn't realise, and I was so embarrassed. I'm genuinely mortified. I hope he doesn't remember. And it was worse. It was like a Chihuahua bark as well. It wasn't even like a bulldog. Never again. Never ever again.
Not only Stokes qualified, but our Fossey as well. So we have big 4 names qualifying for Saturday through open bracket pool B3, as we have a final result in this match as well, Ryan. Huge result, huge performance from Twisted Minds FHDJ. He was sensational going forward. Ayad was really good as well, might I add. I feel like he was very strong, but he falls into the lower bracket where he will be playing against Danny the Rabbit. So that is an upset, I would say, based on paper. Lampard legend eliminated. This is a replay of some of the goals. That was beautiful. I wanted to see that one again. Thank you, production. The little touch before the McGeady, beautiful. And then there we go again. That was another goal. And the goals kept flowing in this game for either player. There was a period of maybe 5 or 6 in-game minutes where we saw 4 or so goals go in. So that was goals galore. And I feel like from this moment, question marks defensively for Ayad, I felt were starting to rise there. But you can see the 2 players that have advanced to phase 2 on Saturday, Roland CR7 up against FHDJ for the upper bracket. And in the lower bracket right now, we'll be able to see it is going to be Dayu up against Baladiero, which is an interesting game. We've seen both players on stream today. Both were impressive in some parts. And then Ayad as well up against Danny the Rabbit, who we haven't seen today, but he's taken names along the way. He lost his opening game against FHDJ, and now he's managed to go through from that losers round 1, Gravison, all the way to the losers quarterfinal, and he's 1 win away from advancing into Saturday's phase 2, which would be an incredible moment for him. That's a great match. That's a great match that we'll be seeing in just a few minutes, because I feel like this group has taken shape. I mean, it was just like 30-45 minutes ago that we were still having some round 3 games not finished, but now it's just round 4, 2 games left, and 2 spots to qualify for Saturday, Ryan.
Yeah, we're very close. You can see that in the arena there's barely any players currently playing. It's because obviously we're at the latter stages of most of these groups, unless there were heavy delays in other ones, but there's only a couple games going on. I think I can see Ethan there.
Where? Yes.
Like the
yes.
B6? I think that, let me double check. Is he in B6?
Oh, that is Ethan. Just because of the posture?
Yeah, that's it. We know, you don't need from posture when we see one. He's in a game right now against Shadow, so that is about 15 minutes in game time.
Production, we love you.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Is that Rafstu? That's Rafstu as well. Sorry, Rafstu's against Tim 17. That is a big game as well. See a shaking head from Rafstu. Both of those games are similarly timed, so it'll be interesting to see when we get final results. We'll give you updates in due course. But that is a massive one. I think that group on paper, having Resende, who I completely forgot was even there. So he lost his games. Cassidy Davida, I remember a few years ago, was very good. Shadow from years gone by. Olelito, Rafsu, Ethan. It's a very stacked group.
Do you think from what we've seen so far today, is the toughest group that we've seen, at least name-wise.
Yeah, essentially we saw Diogo Borges was one of the players to make it through the winners bracket. I didn't get to see any of his gameplay, but again, for him to win those games is great to see. But before we commence the final round of the day, Gravison, we do have a short break before we get underway, just for the players to get ready and get into their seats. So don't go anywhere. The final game of the day will be up very, very shortly.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
it's been a great day of FC26, that comes to an end after this last match of the day, because we've been live through 10:30 in the morning. It's now, if I'm not mistaken, 7:04, so it's been a long day of FC26, but it ended up with this loser quarterfinal between Dayu and CR7, Baladeiro and 10. So we're at the open bracket pool B5, and it all comes down to this, Ryan. How do you see this game going?
It all comes down to this, Gravison. You mentioned before about Dayu when he had a position in the La Liga season where it came down to a game where he could have advanced and he just didn't react well, he didn't perform well. For his sake, it'll be hoping that he can perform and showcase that he does belong at the biggest stages of all, of course. A massive thanks to everyone to make this possible, for it to be here at the Esports World Cup, or for potential for players to make it to the Esports World Cup. We're going to start off straight away though. Dayu advancing forward. He's got a possibility to get a shot at goal there, but Baladeiro just about defends it and gets a goal kick. We saw Baladeiro earlier, myself and Richard, the first game today, and I thought he was very, very good against Alberto Carlos, who didn't really showcase too much. I think it ended 9-2, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. So it was a very comfortable victory. He attacked very well, and he was blistering at the start. For Dayu, I feel like his game against Real CR7, he was outclassed for large portions of it, if I'm being honest. But we know that we can see a little bit more from him.
Definitely. Especially on the game management and defensive side of things. I feel like with the through balls, he's been great. And also when he's just on the 1v1 situations, he doesn't miss a lot.
Yeah.
But this is a great chance for him to show us that he can be a more complete player on other things on FC26. But his defense is not going well for him, because he just concedes the first goal. Great goal by CR7 Baladeiro with the passing just outside of the box. And again, I feel like Dayu is suffering from the same mistakes he did on the winner bracket as well.
Oh, can he respond? Oh, I was about to say, what a save from Casillas to even get a fingertip onto that, but it snuck in for a quick response.
Guys, you cannot see us at home, but I gotta give my props to Ryan, because the weather back at the UK seems to be, let's just say, hot, and Ryan is pushing through.
I have to genuinely, periodically just wipe my face from the sweat that's dripping out. Thankfully, we're not on camera throughout it. Honestly, I don't know if I can cope with it, I'm struggling.
And this is a great chance for Dayu. No, seems like at the moment Thierry Henry, when he receives the ball and he has to turn and twist, he's not good for him. But when he finds these kind of options in which he doesn't have a centre back defending close, he can push the ball forward. Even though that is a 1-1 result, I feel like Dayu is playing similar to the way he played on the previous game, which I don't think is the right way to play. Look at this defense. It's not good enough.
Open.
Oh,
he couldn't get the ball out of his feet. The composure there was wonderful, because if he did take it first time, the likelihood is he would have shot across goal. It probably would have been blocked. I actually think the sequence was played well. I just feel like he's just a bit unlucky for Dembele to just not get the ball out of his feet.
Definitely. Especially I feel like in those instances in which you take the first touch with either R2 or technical, I feel like the finesse is not as good as it should be.
He's in,
but
doesn't play her.
Again?
Oh, there we go, Kika, there we go. It's got to be.
Offside. I thought it was onside.
I thought I was on.
I thought it was on. And Dayu thought as well. I just looked at Dayu's face cam and he was just looking up the sky, just thinking, what a chance. And I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from CR7 Baladeiro. He's been going forward. He's not using the skills, but just by twisting and turning with the left stick dribbling is enough for him to open up space.
And the player locking as well, just creates space. Look at Salma goal. She's quick off the mark into the space there. Strong defending to not allow her to get any space there from Marco, with really, really good defending. And here's an opportunity to go forward.
I would say Baladeiro is in a similar position to me right now in FC26. He's really good with the build-up. He's good with the timings on the last third as well. But on the transitions with the creative runs and the player locks, he's not as good as maybe Dayu, for example.
Yeah.
I feel like it's really hard to get the transitions right, especially with the rhythm that you need to play now in FC26.
I think that's where it separates like some of the top tier players, because they're able to do it consistently from majority of the game and create chances at will. So an update as well, because I know people are asking about Divine. Obviously, he lost against Luca in that upper bracket winners semi-final. He's now got his opponent locked in, so he'll be playing against Golan RTG. Winner of that game advances to Sunday. So that's your update from that Group B1.
Thank you. Ryan Pessoa.
Group B2 as well, so to cut you off there. NH lost to Giuliano. Giuliano then beat Twisted Minds S7WI, and he's up against Gaka 41. That is 33 minutes into that game. Real life. So that's got to be a penalty shootout or so. Nice.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the way CR7 Baladeiro is playing. But the thing is, it's still 1-1, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you deserve it or not. But it seems like Dayo is getting crushed at the moment. We have a question on the Twitch chat by Dayo Diran 90. Who won, Stokes or Abu? They didn't play against each other, but they both qualified.
So it's the top four that advance from each group. So both of those two players are the two players from the lower bracket and obviously the two from the upper bracket. So the top four advance into Saturday, and then we'll see how the brackets take shape for the group stages then. An update as well, Ketadilo did actually make it through.
Oh, way!
He won 3 lower bracket rounds, I should say, in a row, beating Nervin to qualify for the lower bracket, or through the lower bracket semi-final, or into the lower bracket semi-final, I should say. And so does Danino.
Wow.
Similarly, but he actually lost his first game. He's gone through the whole way to make it.
How many matches is that?
That is 4 games, or 4 wins on the bounce. Obviously 5 games if you include the first loss.
Wow. Props to him.
We'll wait to see who makes it in the other groups, as that is offside. Rastu lost to Team 17, so Team 17 makes it through to Saturday, and Ethan up against Shadow. That is, again, 31 minutes into that game. So unless there's been some sort of delay where they had to restart it, you'd assume it's around a penalty shootout scenario.
This match seems like Dayu changed something. I mean, he's playing the same. I feel like when you're just hoping on just Hail Marys with the through passes, incisive passes, the over-the-top through balls, I feel like you can use them a couple of times, maybe 3-4 times, but if you just play utilizing those, like, I don't think you deserve to go through.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're giving the power of the game to your opponent.
He's giving it like straight back to him. I thought that reverse pass, maybe he just wanted it first time and he took a touch.
Probably, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because I just can't see why you thought that pass wouldn't go through. That one there, tries it first time, but it is intercepted.
Another thing that could be important at the latest minutes of the game might be the stamina.
Yeah.
Because Dayo has been using the team press for pretty much the whole first half. So if you take a look at the stamina of Dayo's players, it might be a bit too low which it won't matter now in this minute, but when we get to the last 10 minutes of the game, it will definitely matter.
I think that's another case of speaking about how much the game can change later on, or that the meta could change later on in the game cycle, because at the start of the game, you couldn't really team press that aggressively because of players don't have relentless, they don't have the high stamina. Bellingham though, surely tucks it away near post. You saw the little shuffle from the goalkeeper, so it opened up that near post angle. And it is Baladero who takes the lead.
Deserved, do you think, Ryan?
I would say so, yeah. See if they can find space.
Oh. Seems like the change of formation from CR7 now. He's using the 4-5-1. Yeah. And of course, he could get caught on transitions because that's the way Dayo is playing. But when the build-up isn't as quick, I feel like he's chill with the 3 center midfielders. I don't think Dayo is attacking well against the 4-5-1.
Yeah, and I think he's in a 4-4-2. And he's potentially about to concede another just before half-time. Oh. A slice of luck as it hits both posts, but managing to hit the inside of the second one to just sneak past the line.
Tough one to concede. Because you were just 1-1 with 5 minutes left of the first half, and you're losing 3-1. It's a whole difference. You can see Dayo's face cam, his reaction. He wasn't happy with the last goal he conceded. But that's the thing with playing this way. Like, it could definitely work out well for you, but I feel like you give so much power to your opponent to attack 10, 15, 20 times, and if he's good enough, he'll score goals.
You can't allow your opponent that many attacks, in my opinion, because it's destined for it to work against you sooner or later. You're going to end up conceding, whether it's a couple goals or whether it's a blowout loss because you've allowed so many opportunities for them to have that many attacks. It's just very difficult. Very, very difficult.
I feel like if you play that way, you gotta trust your ability to score 10 goals.
Yeah.
Because if not,
score every time you get the ball.
Yeah. So we just jump over into the second half. I can confirm that Ryan still sweating, but he's alive. He's alive still.
Drenched.
So please send your love through the Twitch and YouTube chat to Ryan, because he's pulling through this heat wave in London. Thierry Henry attacking White. He has to score in this one. Granit Xhaka.
Do you see the issue there for me? He took too long. Now, he can restart the attack and try and build up a proper one again, but he had an opportunity to get the ball into the attacker's feet. And I'm going to tap back into when we used to play 2v2 tournaments. Right? I remember playing a 2v2 tournament. My last tournament was actually a 2v2 tournament in Saudi Arabia for the finals there. One thing my teammate Shells always used to say in the coach, try and get the ball to your striker's feet, because that's when you can start to you can do simple things. You can turn and have a shot. You could do a skill move back then when skill moves were a lot more efficient. You can play a pass to a wide player where they're in more space like that. But then when you down the other end, if you remember with Dayu, it's like he was scared to get the ball to the striker's feet. And then when he done it, you play it back to the outside of the box. Then all the bodies come back from the team press and it's congested. It's very difficult to attack doing that.
I think that's great analysis, Ryan. Do you think that shows the lack of confidence from Dayo at the moment?
It is, yeah, because that used to be my thing. When I was lacking confidence, I would be scared to get the ball to the striker's feet, genuinely. Like, I would do the exact same thing as this. And when you look at it in hindsight, obviously I'm able to do it from a commentary perspective rather than playing now. You just think, when you review your gameplay, what are you doing? Like, sometimes I genuinely look at it and think, what is going through my head when I've got the ball on the edge of the box here? Because we know Dayu's so good. He's got the capabilities, and that could be a way back in. It's a lifeline from a mistake from Baladero. But it's just about belief, just getting that confidence up. And that could be something where he didn't score a great goal in terms of build-up play, cutting through Baladero. But it's confidence knowing that your opponent can make a mistake. That's another element of confidence, in my opinion.
Curious to see how the game is going to develop now. Because, as you mentioned, it was a lifeline to Dayo with the way he's playing, but it's 4-2. Two goals lead. I mean, it's not that much. I do feel like CR7 Baladeiro is happy with the 2-goal lead with the way he's building up the play. He's not one of those players who will just panic, and this is a great chance. Oh! Just goes wide. Sorry.
Anytime I pat my face down from the sweat, Garrison just burst out laughing.
You're pulling through, Ryan. You're pulling through. Look at Dayo. 30 minutes left. And now he's building up more patiently. He's doing this well, but as Ryan said before, when he goes forward in here, he has to go.
Yeah. It's unlucky. Like, I don't mind. That's what always, again, upon reflection of what coaches used to tell me is that when you're lacking confidence, genuinely just try and get the ball to your striker's feet and just see what can happen. And it might not lead to a chance, but it just leads to your opponent having to think. When the ball's just on the edge of the box, you're passing. You're not really triggering runs or player lock. There's nothing really to think about. It becomes a bit routine when you're defending.
Is that on?
Oof. Yeah, just offside.
Yes. I feel like in those instances, you have to make your opponent get the ball off you instead of you passing the ball to him.
Yeah, you see, like here, they have to worry about, he's going to pass the ball down the line, he's triggering runs now, where do you go? Unfortunately for them in that situation, it didn't work out, but
he's trying things now.
Yeah.
This could be an important goal. He's attacking well. He's looking to get the ball. I feel like he's looking to get the ball wide. He is. Salma Parayuelo with a pink pass. Comes into... Oof! Kick out. Thought that was offside. I think Baladeiro at one point, at one instance, changed the defensive depth. And it worked out really well for him. So you can see now Dayo is changing, of course, the defensive depth, trying to go. And we were talking about the stamina.
Stamina, wow. Players are knackered.
A couple of players in there. I feel like, I don't know about you, but I feel like when center backs have low stamina, they start doing random things.
Yeah.
They start pulling out of position. They're not tracking the runs as well as they should.
I think fullback as well. So when I say both obviously, Kubuda and Alfonso were knackered. I would have to... I hate when my fullbacks are tired, just because whenever I see a through ball, the game they can still get it technically based on the game, but I just assume they're not going to get there. So then I now defend a bit differently because I'm having to compensate for that. And then, yeah, I just... Managing when to put team press on and when to have it off and the way to defend is very difficult for me. That's something I've always found very difficult.
And do you think in those instances in which, let's just say, your fullback doesn't have much stamina and you can't sub him off, do you think you start player switching earlier to them? Or what?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I panic. I genuinely just panic. I really do. We're 20 minutes away to see if Baladeiro will keep his tournament alive and the dream of making it all the way to the play-ins and even, who knows, eventually into the few remaining World Championship spots. Or will Dayo make a comeback? It's a Lacazette cancel into a shot. And it's 5-2, and you would expect that, Gravison, to be a very, very, very unlikely comeback for Dayo. He's got time, but from what we've seen, he's just not done enough.
I feel like this is it. I feel like this sums up the whole match. Ryan mentioned how when Dayo gets the ball to his strikers, even though he's trying things, he's not as fluent. But then when Baladeiro gets the ball to a striker, you can see the croqueta into a finesse. You can see the twisting for an angle. You can see how he has the confidence to know what to do every single instance, and that's the main difference. That's the reason why Baladeiro scored 5 goals and Dayo, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm thinking Dayo scored from a kickoff and a corner kick. So that sums up the game. From open play, he's not scored goals.
It's got to be offside, yeah. He's got 15 minutes to try and turn this game around, though, Gravison. What can he do differently? Other than, as you say, just trying to be a bit more aggressive. Is there maybe a formation change? He's doing something here where Kika's in on goal. doesn't go for the shot, takes his time a little bit. You can see from the player cam as well, he's absolutely devastated from that mistake.
I feel like it's a similar situation to the game against NIT, in which I thought that you played a far better game on the winner semi-final rather to this game. Like, even though this result is going to be the same, which is just getting dropped out of the competition and a lose, I feel like when it's not easy at all, but when he gets to this win and you qualify, lose, and you're out of the competition, he gets too anxious. So it's a tough one, because I feel like that's a thing in which, of course, you can train, but you need outside help. I don't think you on your own can fix that. But I feel like I do think this is a fairly similar game to the one he played against NIT, in which his anxiety just got the most of him, which I totally can relate to, because it happened to me a couple of times when I was competing.
Yeah.
But hopefully he has a whole summer to work through that. And of course, the competition is ruthless. Like, this can happen to you. And I feel like he has the ability to, I'm not going to say win championships, but he has the ability to qualify for a cup in La Liga, qualify for the finals in La Liga. But he has this summer and this whole FC27 cycle to, I think, work on the mental side of FC. Because I think Dayo has what it takes to qualify for the big tournaments.
There's an important thing to work on. Is that a penalty?
Nope.
Maybe? No, it isn't. It was too late. The slide tackle came in. Again, that has to be a goal for me. It would have been too little too late, though, because I think 4 minutes to get 2 goals with the way Baladero has been playing in terms of keeping possession, it would have been quite difficult to get away back. However, it's a very convincing performance from Baladero. I'll be honest, he's been very, very structured going forward and defensively. He's taken his chances in important stages of the game when they mattered the most. And before we summarise this end of the game, we'll quickly update, because I don't think we've got time to afterwards. Ethan made it through. He defeated Shadow, so he's advancing into Saturday. That's a massive victory for him.
Massive win. Massive win for Ethan. Do we have any more results, Ryan?
I'm looking now. Lani still hasn't started his game, apparently. Divine is still going on against Golan RTG. That's about, I would say, maybe towards half-time. So we won't be able to get an update from then. It's in on goal to put the cherry on top of the cake there for Baladiero. He makes it 6-2. And he is the final player in Group B5 who will advance to Saturday. So his dream is still alive. Unfortunately for Dayu, it is an elimination in the lower quarter final. But Baladero, not really a reaction. Again, for some players, we've seen complete contrasting, where some players will be screaming when they win. Some players, they won't even react when they win or lose. But you can see the contrast of emotions there, and huge commiserations to him as well.
You can see what it means for Dayu. It's a similar instance for him as it happens in La Liga, but I'm sure he's going to pull through, because he has what it takes to beat the best. As we just see the replays from this Dayu against Baladero match, I feel like, as Ryan was talking about, I feel like his defense was strong, his game management was strong, his 1v1s were strong as well.
Yeah,
striker against the defender.
Exactly. I think that goal just before half-time was very important as well. This was a mistake that did give Dayu a route back into the game with plenty of time to go, but it just didn't really fall into place for him. After that, there were a couple opportunities. We can see the lower bracket in its entirety now. You can see Baladero made it through after his loss earlier on in the tournament. He's in loser bracket round 2. He got a free win, then defeated RSK, and then defeated Dayu. So that is the way he made it. We'll be finding out the result of Ayad and Danny the Rabbit. That game should be completing in the next couple of minutes to find out who will be the next player to advance into phase 2. But yeah, I would say the biggest shock of this group for me is Lamps, or Lampard Legend, on this bracket falling short so early on. And not only that, the game we saw from him, I don't know what happened. I genuinely just think he just didn't perform anywhere near his level.
Yeah, I mean, of course we're being tough on him, on Lams, because we know the level that he can get. So of course we didn't see the match between Lams and Danny Rabbit, so we don't know. But from what we saw on the upper bracket, we will say that Lams should definitely, he has the capacity to play better FC.
100%. And speaking of that upper bracket, you can see there the route that these players did take. Roland CR7 got a free win in the first game. The game he defeated Lampard Legend was round 2. Defeated Dayu in round 3, that solidifies his spot. And FHDJ defeated Danny the Rabbit, Lukman Yu in round number 2. And round 3, where he scored a heap of incredible goals against Ayad there in incredible fashion to advance into phase 2. And that is almost all of our players from Group B5. We're just waiting, as we said, a couple moments away to see either Danny the Rabbit or Ayad will be advancing through. And if you look at it there for FHDJ, he played Danny the Rabbit and he also played Ayad, so maybe he had a tougher run than what we base on paper, because those are two players that did fight through the lower bracket and are going to be taking one of those spots.
I'm thinking about a summary of the day so far, Ryan. I will say, of course, I'm a Spaniard, so I'm going to bring it home. I was fairly impressed with the way Hugo played.
He was great
in the upper bracket, especially in the game against Fuma. Not only him, but Tundi as well played really well, winning the upper bracket on his group. So we did see a couple of years in which the Spaniards struggled, especially in FC25 and this year as well. So it's great to see some Spaniards pulling through. Let's see how they play on Saturday. So a summary for you, Ryan, from what we saw today here in the LCQ.
I would say a few upsets, obviously based on what we've got in front of us in terms of just the live results of games. Obviously we weren't able to see a lot of them. Obviously seeing Stokes go through is a highlight for me. Obviously a good friend of mine, Ethan as well. Next all the UK players basically performing as well as can be, given the scenarios, and some household names that are performing still at the high levels. Obviously Rashi didn't make it through, unfortunately, but he's obviously got the capabilities to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough group with Olilito and all the rest of them. Yeah. Harvey Waters did qualify through the upper bracket as well in this group. So, I mean, I will say that the UK didn't, throughout the whole FC26 cycle, especially in the FC Pro tournaments, it wasn't the best year for UK. So this is a great chance for them, not only in the LCQ but then in play-ins as well, to see if they still have what it takes to make it into the World Championship. So I'm really looking forward to it, Ryan.
I asked Richard this question as well. From what we've seen just today, in terms of, it doesn't have to be a particular game that we've seen, but just the players that have participated today, is there anyone that you think could not only go the distance and make it to the play-ins, but could potentially go a step further and make it all the way to the World Championships?
I will say Tundi for me.
Really? Okay.
I feel like Tundi has what it takes to even qualify for the World Championship. I think the thing that was missing from Tundi was confidence.
Yeah.
I feel like he could play 100% and beat everyone, but he could play really poorly and lose against anyone. But I feel like for the last 2 years, he's been building that confidence up, and I feel like, especially in the game against Rastar Tour today, he won comfortably and against one of the best Portuguese players. So I feel like Tundi has what it takes to make it into the World Championship.
You were teammates of him, but of course, maybe there's a bit of bias there from Gavison, I don't know. But no, obviously, Tundi's an incredible player, and he has been for a number of years now. Let's take a look at the highlight of the opening day one as well. You'll be seeing that shortly once we wrap up. But yeah, Gravison, it's been an absolute pleasure. Of course, we won't be able to see you for the next couple of days, but I know you'll be keeping a keen eye on it, and we'll be seeing you at the FC Pro World Championship. So
thank you.
For those at home as well, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you not only tomorrow, but across the weekend, where we find out who will be the players that make it through the play-ins, through the last chance qualifier, through the play-ins into the World Championship, so we can get our final set of players. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care.
Bye-bye.